Chapter 9:33. You're saying that the people of the Sword Hut might kill Jiao Jiao. In the study, Marquis Xianping listened to his son's narration. It would be a lie to say that he was not surprised. However, he did not feel that his son was making things up. Xiao Hong said seriously, Jiao Jiao's dreams have always been very accurate. Back then, you almost lost your life to the mudslide. It was thanks to her that you saw the storm and the mudslide in your dream. Marquis Xianping was a person who always had his head tied to his belt. Everything he had was obtained through his own martial arts. If it were anything else, he would definitely scoff. However, this matter concerned Gu Jiao, so he was very cautious. Those bastards from the Sword Hut are all dead. He was somewhat annoyed. If he had known that this would happen, he would have left a few alive. Xiao Hong said, those are all outer sect disciples. Their understanding of the inner sect is limited. They are not as valuable as Mingyu. Marquis Xianping said thoughtfully, I'll capture that guy another day and interrogate him. Xiao Hong did not object. One had to be merciful. Sometimes, being merciful to one's enemy was being cruel to oneself. Father, have you seen any A's from the Sword Hut wearing this mask? Xiao Hong handed the sketch paper he carried with him to Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping took it and looked carefully. He shook his head. No. Why would the people of the Sword Hut wear masks? This question stunned Xiao Hong and Gu Jiao. Because this was an established fact, Gu Jiao and Xiao Hong did not question the irrationality of this phenomenon. However, Marquis Xianping was a bystander and immediately sensed that something was wrong. Xiao Hong quickly came back to his senses and said, I was almost led astray by you. And Han and Shirtian both wore masks. I'm guessing that only the inner sect disciples would wear masks when they come out to carry out missions. Marquis Xianping nodded. This makes sense. I'll get to the bottom of this. You can focus on preparing for the upcoming exam. Xiao Hong looked at him in confusion. Did I tell you that I'm going to take an exam? Marquis Xianping snorted. Do you think I won't ask if you don't tell me? He was now a father who cared for his son and would not be indifferent or pretend to be indifferent to his learning. Xiao Hong laughed. Thank you, father. Marquis Xianping said with an unruly expression. Why are you thanking your own father? If you really want to thank me, give birth to a little nephew for Yi to play with. Xiao Hong, there are two big things in life that cannot be avoided, urging marriage and urging children. Xiao Yi was about to sleep. The two of them bid farewell to Princess Xinyang and Marquis Xianping and returned to their own courtyard. As soon as he entered the room, Xiao Hong asked, My mother didn't say anything strange to you, did she? What strange words? Gu Jiao asked. Xiao Hong said, for example, urging you to give birth to a fat boy or something like that. No, Gu Jiao said. Xiao Hong secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, before he could finish his sigh of relief, he heard Gu Jiao say, She just gave me a bowl of pregnancy medicine. Xiao Hong. As expected of his mother, she was even more ruthless than his father. Xiao Hong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Tomorrow, I'll talk to my mother and tell her not to do these things in the future. Gu Jiao said, It's fine. Actually, it's just some medicinal herbs that replenish blood and qi. There's no harm in drinking it. Xiao Hong thought for a moment. That's fine too. It was better than telling his mother that they didn't plan to have children for the time being. Do you want a baby? Gu Jiao asked him. The two of them had never discussed this topic in depth. It was Gu Jiao who took out the contraceptive measures after getting drunk, and the two of them seemed to have accepted it naturally. Xiao Hong smiled and said, You're still young. It won't be too late to give birth when you're older. Gu Jiao lowered her eyes. What if I don't want to give birth? Xiao Hong's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. He didn't hesitate for too long. He stared at her and said, Then don't give birth. In any case, there's still my older brother. At worst, I'll just let him carry on the family line. Gu Jiao took a step forward and pressed her forehead against his chest. Rub my head. Xiao Hong smiled gently and gently rubbed her head. Gu Jiao felt his comfort. It was the intimacy that she hadn't been able to obtain from her parents when she was young. After a long time, she said in a low voice, I'm a little monster. I'm afraid that if I give birth to a baby, it'll also be a little monster. This was the first time she had said that she was afraid in front of him. She had never been afraid of anyone or anything. War, bloodshed, plagues, and death. She had never shown a trace of fear. Xiao Heng's heart clenched, and he hugged her tightly. You're not a little monster. You're my Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao didn't say anything. She just leaned quietly in his arms. She knew that Xiao Heng wasn't her parents in her previous life, and neither was she. They wouldn't treat their children like that. But there were some shadows in her subconscious that she couldn't control. She could bear all the pain in the world, but she didn't want her baby to be full of wounds. It hurts, she said. They don't want me. It really hurts. Duke's mansion. It was late at night, but Dukin didn't feel sleepy. He went to Xianyuan Qi's courtyard. Xianyuan Qi always went to bed early. As expected, the lights in his room were still on. Dukin pushed the wheelchair into the room. Can't you walk? Xianyuan Qi pushed the door open and pushed him in. Dukin smiled and said, I can't walk too much. What's the matter? Xianyuan Qi stopped the wheelchair beside the square table and sat down opposite Duke and said bluntly, You seem to know Jiao Jiao very well. We fought together, Xianyuan Qi said. Dukin remembered that Gu Jiao and Xianyuan Qi fought against Gong Sun Yu and the Jin army in Ghost Mountain and Pu City. He nodded and said, Is that so? But I feel that you know more about her than that. Xianyuan Qi didn't answer him. Instead, he asked seriously, Why are you so quick with your words? Dukin fell off the horse and was in a vegetative state for 3 years. It was much worse than Xianyuan Qi. Dukin smiled and said, Because I'm smart. Xianyuan Qi's face darkened. He went to the door and said, Goodbye. Liao Chan returned to Dukin's mansion in the middle of the night. He was chased for 3 days and finally got rid of that guy. He climbed over the wall and returned to the courtyard. After walking for 3 days, he didn't know if his father went out to look for him or if he was worried sick. He immediately went to tell his father that he was safe. Father really didn't sleep. It seems that he was very worried about me. Liao Chen knocked on the door. Come in, Xianyuan Qi said. Liao Chen pushed the door open and entered. He saw his father sitting in front of the window, carefully wiping a wolf tooth pendant with a handkerchief. This pendant was his father's personal item. He had worn it for decades. It was said that it was a birthday gift from the First Lord of Shadows. He had treasured it until now. He smiled and said, Father, I'm back. I'm sorry that I ran into some trouble these days and made you worry. Xianyuan Qi glanced at him and decisively put away his pendant, as if he was afraid that his own son would take it away. Liao Chun was speechless. You don't have to be so guarded against me. I won't steal it. Xianyuan Qi snorted. Who knows? Liao Chun was speechless. Xianyuan Qi said lightly, I'm not worried. Liao Chun was stunned for a moment before he realized that his father was answering his first question. He expressed his confusion. I've been missing for 3 days. You're not worried? Xianyuan Qi said calmly. Qing said that you should go and chase after your wife. He told me not to look for you. Liao Chun was speechless. Shangguan Qing, come out. I promise I won't beat you to death. Xianyuan Qi's martial arts were so good that he woke up halfway after getting drunk. Seeing that his son was not there, he wanted to find his son. Shangguan Qing had an idea and came up with this plan to fool Xianyuan Qi. In the name of congratulating Xianyuan Qi, he once again made Xianyuan Qi drunk. Where's my daughter-in-law? Xianyuan Qi asked expectantly. Liao Chun was speechless. On the 22nd of June, little Jing Kong and Shangguan Qing finally returned to the princess mansion after a 3-day tour of the capital city. Little Jing Kong got off the carriage and ran quickly to the Lantern courtyard. Shangguan Qing couldn't stop him even if he wanted to. Looking at the little guy's small back, Shangguan Qing, who had lost a layer of skin, sighed wearily. I can only help you this much, brother. It had only been 3 days, and he had already broken down. He really didn't know how his brother had taken this little guy from Zhao State to Yin State. Also, a new gun was not enough. Stinky brother should at least give him 3 guns. Young master. A servant saw Shangguan Qing and hurried over to salute him. Shangguan Qing said stiffly, Come here and give me a hand. I can't move. The little monk had squeezed out all his energy. Little Jing Kong was mercilessly stopped by his brother-in-law as soon as he entered the Lantern courtyard. His bad brother-in-law held him and took him to the practice room. "I want to see Jiao Jiao," he said with a dark face. "Jiao Jiao is not awake yet." "I'll take you to see her later," Xiao Hung said. Little Jing Kong looked up at his bad brother-in-law. "Why is she not awake yet? Is Jiao Jiao sick?" It was no wonder that little Jing Kong asked this. Gu Jiao's work and rest were too regular. She was always the one who got up early in the family. She would only get up a little later when she was not feeling well. Xiao Hung said calmly, "She's not sick. Jiao Jiao slept late." "Why did Jiao Jiao sleep late?" Little Jing Kong asked. Of course, Xiao Hung could not tell him the real reason. He could only say, "Jiao Jiao is getting married. She's a newlywed and has a lot of things to do. For example, the luggage, dowry, and so on. She needs to organize them. She did bring a lot of things on the wedding day." Little Jing Kong nodded seriously. Then he looked at Xiao Hung disapprovingly. "Why didn't you organize them? Why did you let Jiao Jiao organize them? You're too lazy. You didn't put in any effort at all. Even Xiao Bao is more diligent than you." Xiao Hung, who had been working hard all night, was speechless. Chapter 934. The Lantern courtyard had prepared a separate practice room and backyard for little Jing Kong, so he could play to his heart's content. After putting him down, Xiao Hung went to the study to do his own things. Shang Wanqing was carried into the study by 2 servants. His cheeks were thin, and he looked miserable. Xiao Hung was tidying up the desk and was shocked by his appearance. "What happened to you? Were you beaten?" Shang Wanqing motioned for the servant to help him to the chair opposite the desk. The servant helped him to the southeast corner. He shook his head and said, "I want the seat over there." That seat was facing his younger brother, and he could show his miserable state without any blind spots. It had to be said that the 3 of them had excellent wisdom and talent when it came to showing themselves. After he sat down painfully, he said to the servants, "Okay, you can leave." The 2 servants left without saying a word. Xiao Hung flipped through the books in his hand and picked out the ones that needed to be dried. He glanced at him and said, "You are my father's son. No one in Jiaodu would dare to beat you, right? Let me guess, you want a gun again?" Shang Wanqing gasped. What kind of monster was his stinky younger brother? Could he see through his thoughts at a glance? He opened his mouth. Xiao Hung didn't give him a chance. "Don't deny it. I saw through it." Shang Wanqing's handsome face darkened. In the next second, he removed his disguise and casually placed his feet on the table. He crossed his hands behind his head and leaned his body against the back of the chair. He said casually, "Tell me, where did I expose myself?" Xiao Hung said with amusement, "You didn't expose yourself. I tricked you." Shang Wanqing's body shook. "That girl tricked me, but you tricked me too. You 2 are really a match made in heaven." "I don't care." He turned his face and said angrily, "I'll lose half my life if I have to take care of the little monk for you. No matter what, you have to make me at least 10 new firearms." 2. Xiao Hung bargained. Shang Wanqing withdrew his feet from the table and sat up straight. He stared at Xiao Hung and said, "Don't you always cut the price by half when bargaining?" Xiao Hung thought for a moment. "Then 1 round? If the 2 swords were half and half, it would be 1 sword." Shang Wanqing narrowed his eyes dangerously. "I'll tell the princess's mother that you bullied me." Xiao Hung said calmly, "You've already cured the poison, yet you're still being bullied by a weak scholar like me. It seems that you don't practice the horse stance enough." The corner of Shang Wanqing's mouth twitched. 3, no less. "Xiao Hung, deal." Shang Wanqing asked, "Are you not going to struggle this time?" "If I had known earlier, I would have said 4 rounds." Shang Wanqing returned to his courtyard after the daily Can't Beat My Younger Brother series ended. Little Jing Kong finished practicing, reading, and doing his homework. It was almost late in the morning when Gu Jiao finally came out of her room. He jumped down from the swing and ran towards Gu Jiao with all his strength. "Jiao Jiao." He opened his little arms and was about to throw himself into Gu Jiao's arms as usual. However, he stopped in time when he was halfway to her. He gathered his qi in his lower abdomen and stabilized his lower body. His little feet were firmly nailed to the ground, and his little body swayed as he tried not to fall to the ground. He raised his head and looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. He pointed at her face with his little finger. Jiao Jiao? Gu Jiao smiled and walked forward. She raised her hand and patted his little head. Wow, what have you been doing? You're tanned again. On the wedding day, he was still a boiled egg. Now, he was almost a shiny little egg. Ah. He quickly covered his head and said with grievance and resentment, It's all Brother Qing's fault. He took me with him on the boat for 3 days. I become dried fish under the sun. Gu Jiao thought of that scene and laughed until she bent over. She laughed very happily. Little Jing Kong was addicted to her smile and felt very happy. Jiao Jiao. He looked at her left face curiously. Why are the flowers on your face gone? Flowers? Gu Jiao was stunned. She suddenly realized that little Jing Kong did not say the word fold just now. He had grown up and was no longer the 3-year-old monk who had just left the mountain. Gu Jiao felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Was it relief or melancholy? There seemed to be a trace of reluctance. She wanted to rub him back and be the little dumpling who followed behind her all day long and called her Jiao Jiao in a childish voice. When he opened his eyes and did not see her, he would cry until the sky was dark. He would let her plant kisses on his little face and water them every day while waiting for them to sprout. He would always sit on the threshold and wait for her to come home. Jiao Jiao, what's wrong with you? Little Jing Kong saw that Gu Jiao suddenly looked at him and did not speak, so he could not help but ask her. His little eyes could not hide his concern and worry. No matter how much he had grown up, he was still her Jing Kong. Gu Jiao stroked his little head and said softly, Because I've grown up too, so the flowers are gone. The 6-year-old little Jing Kong thought about it seriously and combined all his written knowledge and agricultural knowledge. He said, Like the begonia flower, will it bear fruit when the flowers are gone? The pea seedlings he planted in the countryside would bear fruit when they grew up. Gu Jiao thought about it and said, I don't know yet. Oh. He thought about the pea seedlings in the countryside again. He was not sure if all of them had borne fruit, so he decided to plant a few more to observe. Little Jing Kong looked at Gu Jiao, his big eyes full of innocence and innocence. He said, Jiao Jiao, don't be sad. Even without the flowers, you're still very beautiful. You're the most beautiful. Children had their own unique sense of beauty. In little Jing Kong's eyes, Gu Jiao was the most beautiful girl in the world regardless of whether she had a birthmark or not. On the other side, Marquis Xianping personally went out and caught young Master Mingyu and his bodyguards near Jadewater Alley. He brought the two of them back to a place in Marquis Xianping's mansion that specialized in interrogating disobedient people. A person like him, whose hands were stained with blood, was secretly not a gentleman. The carriage stopped at the gate of the courtyard. The bodyguards lifted the curtain. Marquis Xianping took a handkerchief and wiped the blood on his hands. He said lightly, Chang Jing is not here, so I have to deal with such trivial matters personally. The bodyguards did not dare to say anything. Young Master Ming, he was not easy to deal with. Ordinary secret guards could not do anything to him. Marquis Xianping threw away the handkerchief that he used to wipe the blood on and got off the carriage with a cold expression. Young Master Mingyu and his bodyguards were tied up in a secret room that did not see the light of day. They were hung on a wooden frame. The bodyguard were not able to withstand the beating and had already fainted. Young Master Mingyu was still conscious. He had not been tortured for the time being. The injuries on his body were from the fight with Marquis Xianping. He opened his arms and was unable to move because of the iron chains. The blood at the corner of his mouth meandered down and dripped onto the cold floor along his dusty chin. He looked at Marquis Xianping coldly, his eyes full of murderous intent. Marquis Xianping walked onto the execution platform fearlessly, like the king of the night. Young Master Mingyu's murderous intent was instantly suppressed by his aura, like a clay ox entering the sea. Young Master Mingyu's eyes trembled violently. This man was very dangerous. Marquis Xianping said arrogantly, I don't like to talk nonsense, and I'm not used to beating around the bush. Tell me honestly who you are, who Shi Tian is, and what is your relationship with the Sword Hut. Also, as he spoke, he gave a look to the bodyguard at the side. The bodyguard understood and went forward to pull open young Master Ming Yu's lapel, revealing his strong and muscular chest. Above his heart, there was a dark red and black area. Marquis Xin Ping narrowed his eyes slightly. So you were poisoned by a venomous insect. No wonder your skills have been eaten away and you can't use them. Young Master Ming Yu gritted his teeth and turned his face away. I won't say it. Marquis Xin Ping smiled faintly. You don't need to say it. I've already guessed it. Young Master Ming Yu looked at him and frowned. What have you guessed? Marquis Xin Ping chuckled. You secretly escaped from the sword hut. That sword was also secretly brought out by you. But without it, you can't go back. Young Master Ming Yu's pupils suddenly contracted, and he looked at him in disbelief. Marquis Xin Ping paced a few steps in front of him and said thoughtfully, It seems that the sword is the key to going to the sword hut. There must be some passage or mechanism that can only be opened with it. No wonder you were so generous as to draw out the map. You were certain that we couldn't get onto the island. Even if we did, we would all die in those mechanisms. Young Master Ming, you couldn't believe that this was true. Marquis Xin Ping of the Zhao country. He had stayed in the Zhao country for so long. How could he not have heard of such a person? But wasn't this person a brute with all brawn and no brains? Why was he completely different from the rumors? Marquis Xin Ping turned around and walked down the steps leisurely. He waved his hand and said carelessly, Kill him. Yes. The bodyguard cupped his hands and pulled out the long sword at his waist. Young Master Ming Yu's heart skipped a beat. Didn't he want to interrogate him? How far was this? He didn't say anything about Shi Tian or his background. Did he not want to know anything about it? Aren't you being too careless like this? Marquis Xin Ping turned around and smiled arrogantly. With the map and the key, you no longer have any value. Whatever I want to know, I will naturally be able to find out when I get to the island. The bodyguard's sword chopped down at his head. Young Master Ming Yu almost instinctively blurted out, I am the young master of the sword hut. The sect leader is my father. Marquis Xin Ping waved his arm and shot out a hidden weapon that knocked away the bodyguard's longsword. Young Master Ming Yu had never felt death so clearly before. His entire body was covered in cold sweat. It mixed with the blood and stuck to his clothes. This man was too terrifying. Did he really plan to kill him, or was he certain that he would confess? What was worse was that people didn't have time to lie in the face of death. Everything he said was true. Damn it. Marquis Xin Ping looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Then, young master of the sword hut, happy working together? He couldn't help laughing and said, My brother and father are usually not serious, but when they meet someone they care about, they will risk everything. Gu Jiao nodded. Xiao Hong smiled gently and said, There's no need to be envious. They're your brothers and father now. Gu Jiao, then I'll envy myself. Xiao Hong smiled. Gu Jiao said, So, young Master Mingyue is actually the young master of the sword hut. Then, are he and Long fellow apprentices? Xiao Hong nodded and said, Yes, his father is the master of Long, and Han. Long, and Han are both orphans. They are also the first batch of children to survive the purple grass poison. Gu Jiao asked, Are the people of the sword hut using the purple grass poison to cultivate men of sacrifice? Xiao Hong said, He's not sure. He only said that he had this guess. Young Master Mingyue's situation was somewhat similar to Chongjing's. They both lived on the island and were also the young masters of hidden sections. However, young Master Mingyue's situation was not as optimistic as Chongjing's. He was not the son of the island master's wife. The island master's wife could not bear a child, so she adopted a nephew from her maternal family. She wanted him to inherit the sword hut. Who would have thought that not long after, a maid on the island gave birth to a son for the island master? Young Master Mingyue left the island without permission to look for new purple grass. Who would have thought that not long after he left the island, he would be hunted down? Not only did he lose his mystic moon sword, he was also poisoned by the other party. This kind of poison came from the island. If he wanted to detoxify it, he had to return. However, without the mystic moon sword, he could not break the mechanism at the entrance of the island. Gu Jiao suddenly realized, so it was like this. Xiao Hong, said. Mingyue said that if this kind of poison is not used, it will take effect very slowly. Once the internal force is used, it will produce a large amount of poison. No wonder he did not fight with us. Gu Jiao touched her chin. I'm really curious about his strength. I also have a question. If the mechanism on the island can only be opened by the sect master's sword, how did the rest of the people return to the island? They can't return. Xiao Heng said, in the past, when the people on the island went out to do something, they only needed to send a signal when they returned. Then a disciple would take the mystic moon sword and open the mechanism. Since the disappearance of the mystic moon sword, the mechanism has never been opened. The people on the island have never returned. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao frowned and said, So, Longy can't go back either? Xiao Heng said, What he said is the truth that he knows. But maybe there are still things on the island that he does not know. Gu Jiao thought that this made sense. Xiao Heng continued, No matter what, with the young master of the sword hut in our hands, the following actions will be much easier. Gu Jiao nodded yes. To be honest, this incident happened suddenly, but she did not feel that it was very difficult. Perhaps the most difficult days had passed. Now, she did not have to tread on thin ice no matter what she did. Do you have a plan? She asked. Xiao Heng told her the result of the discussion between the three of them. There are two plans. First, release the news of the mystic moon sword and lead the people of the sword hut to come and find it. Second, go to the sword hut personally. The sword hut is not far from the Dark Night Island. If the first plan does not work, my father said that he would go and see Chongjing on the way. Little Jing Kong played with Shangguan Qing and exhausted all his strength. After taking a bath, he was listless. He carried his small pillow to the wedding room. Gu Jiao thought that he wanted to sleep with her. However, he rubbed his eyes, yawned, and said, Jiao Jiao, I'm going to sleep. See you tomorrow. Gu Jiao said in a daze, okay. See you tomorrow. Little Jing Kong went out with his small pillow in his arms, looking sleepy. Xiao Heng had gradually let little Jing Kong get used to sleeping alone since 3 months ago. The effect was obvious now. Children had to grow up. They had to be separated from their parents and learn to grow their own wings. The next day, after sending little Jing Kong to the Imperial College, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng went to Pushui Alley. Qinghai Academy was on holiday today. Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshan were both at home. They were very happy to see Gu Jiao and her brother-in-law. Gu Xiaoshan put down the half-filled water and walked over. He said, Sister, didn't you just come back? Why are you back? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows and said, You don't want to see me? No, I. Gu Xiaoshan scratched his head and stammered. He did not know what to say. He liked his sister very much and wished that he could see her every day. He was afraid that his sister would not stay in a mansion and make his parents-in-law unhappy. Princess Xinyang was a very open-minded mother-in-law. If Gu Jiao really stayed in the mansion and did not go out, she would be worried. What's more, today was a special day. Gu Yin saw through it, but did not say anything. He greeted his sister and brother-in-law and looked outside. What are you looking at? Gu Xiaoshan asked him. Here. Gu Yin used his eyes to signal Gu Xiaoshan to look outside. Gu Xiaoshan looked carefully. Another carriage stopped in front of the door. Eunuch Qin, who was in disguise, helped his great-aunt, who was dressed like an old lady, out of the carriage. Great-aunt. Gu Xiaoshan's eyes lit up. Is your foot okay? Eunuch Qin corrected. It's my foot that is not okay. The Empress Dowager fell, and he became a human cushion. Gu Xiaoshan coughed softly and asked, Is Eunuch Qin's foot okay? Eunuch Qin limped into the room and gave Gu Xiaoshan a look that said, Go figure out yourself. Is Eunuch Qin's temper so bad? Gu Xiaoshan scratched his head and said to his great-aunt, who was sweating profusely and was about to get a heat stroke, You don't like to go out on hot days, right? Why did you come here to play the E-card? E-card, haha. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes at him and entered the room with a sour face. Gu Yin said to him, Fool. Then he also entered the room. Gu Xiaoshan was confused. What's going on? Gu Jiao curled her lips. You've even forgotten your own birthday? His birthday? Gu Xiaoshan was stunned. There were 5 children in the family. Gu Jiao and Gu Yin were fraternal twins. Xiao Heng and little Jing Kong's birthdays were on New Year's Eve. They were easy to remember. Only his birthday was lonely. It wasn't a special day, just like him. What's so good about a small birthday? He curled his lips and muttered. The tip of his nose was sour, and his eyes were a little hot. Recently, the family was busy with his sister and brother-in-law's marriage. He even forgot his own birthday. No way. Gu Xiaoshun, are you crying? Gu Yan had unknowingly grown out from behind him. Gu Xiaoshun quickly wiped his tears and said seriously, I'm not. I'm a man. How can I cry? Gu Yan snorted. You haven't even grown all your hair. How can you be a man? Gu Xiaoshun asked back, Have you grown all your hair? Gu Yan was full of superiority. I'm older than you. Gu Xiaoshun stretched out a finger. Just 1 year old. Gu Yan looked up at the sky. That's still big. The two bickered. Suddenly, Yuya rushed in a panic. Oh no, something happened. Gu Jiao heard the noise and came out of the room. She asked Yuya what happened. Yuya rushed in front of Gu Jiao and grabbed her arms. She sobbed and said, Madam took Xiao Bao to the tea house to buy snacks. The tea house suddenly caught fire. Xiao Bao and Madam are trapped inside. They didn't come out. Chapter 9:36. Today was Gu Xiaoshun's birthday. Early in the morning, Yao Shi brought Gu Xiaobao to the tea house to buy tea and snacks. She never expected to encounter such a situation. A madman actually set fire to the tea house. The fire on the first floor had been extinguished, but none of the customers on the second floor dared to rush out. There was no other reason than the madman had splashed kerosene all over the corridor and even the backyard. He stood on the roof with a torch in his right hand. There were several large holes in the roof that faced the stairs and corridor. No one could guarantee that the madman would not throw the torch at them the moment they tried to escape. Yuya was able to escape because Gu Xiaobao shouted that he wanted to eat candied haws. She went across the street to buy a skewer. She had just paid when the fire started. The tea house was at the corner of the east end of Chang'an Avenue, not far from Jishui Lane. When Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng arrived at the scene, the nearby officials were also alerted. To prevent unnecessary harm, the officials used their bodies as a wall to keep the people far away. The shops across the street were crowded with onlookers. At this time, the Rinshou Temple token was useless. Fortunately, Xiao Heng was an official from the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice is investigating. He handed his Ministry of Justice warrant to the officials. After checking the warrant and confirming that it was authentic, the official's expression softened. Then he looked at Gu Jiao. Who is she? Xiao Heng said without a change in expression, a doctor invited by the Ministry of Justice. The commotion was too big and many people were injured. The officials did not suspect anything and let the two enter. When the two arrived at the front of the tea house, they unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. Gu Jiao blinked in surprise. Tang Yueshan? Tang Yueshan's left hand was clutching his abdomen, blood seeping from his fingertips. His face was pale and his breathing was rapid. He was injured. He heard Gu Jiao's voice and turned to look at Gu Jiao. At the same time, he saw Xiao Heng. He frowned and hesitated. It was obvious that he was embarrassed and distressed. The two of them looked at the arsonist on the roof at the same time. The arsonist's hair was unkempt, and it took them a lot of effort to recognize him. Tang Ming. Gu Jiao was puzzled. It's him, Xiao Heng said. The last time he saw Tang Ming was 2 or 3 years ago. At that time, no matter how dark and despicable he was in his heart, he was at least a playboy on the surface. He was like a completely different person from the crazy arsonist in front of him. What happened? Gu Jiao asked Tang Yueshan. She glanced at his abdomen. You're injured. Yueshan, Tang Yueshan, did he do this? Gu Jiao was referring to Tang Ming. With Tang Yueshan's martial arts skills, it would be difficult for anyone to hurt him in a one-on-one fight, unless the big shots intervened. Tang Yueshan sighed. After I returned to the capital, I found him hanging out with some shady people. I had a big fight with him, and he ran away from home. This morning, I found him lying in a gambling den, taking cold food powder with those people. Cold food powder was a drug used to treat typhoid fever. However, it had a side effect. It could make people feel absent-minded, which was similar to ecstasy. Long-term consumption could be addictive. No wonder Tang Ming's mental state seemed abnormal. Tang Yueshan's mood was complicated. He was angry and annoyed. I beat those people, beat him up too. I ordered him not to have any contact with them in the future, or I would kill them all. Gu Jiao asked, and then he attacked you. Tang Yueshan said bitterly. He wanted to kill himself. I went to grab the knife and accidentally injure myself. As the saying went, don't wash your dirty linen in public. To outsiders, they were uncle and nephew. However, Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng knew that Tang Yueshan and Tang Ming were actually father and son. Now that things had turned out this way, it was really embarrassing. What are you going to do? Gu Jiao asked Tang Yueshan. With Tang Yueshan's archery skills, he could shoot him down with one arrow. The problem was that the torch in his hand would fall after he fell. It would be terrible if it ignited the whole tea house. Tang Yueshan looked at the delirious Tang Ming on the roof and said with difficulty, I want to calm him down first and lure him down. But he doesn't seem to be listening to me now. Gu Jiao said he just took cold food powder. His mood is unstable. You talk to him here. I'll go up and catch him. Tang Yueshan stopped her. No, there's kerosene all over. Gu Jiao said seriously. My mother and brother are in the tea house. Tang Yueshan choked. After a while, he awkwardly squeezed out a few words. I'm sorry, Gu Jiao said calmly. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's stick to the plan. Okay. Tang Yueshan clenched his fists and agreed. You have to be careful. Xiao Heng reminded Gu Jiao. I understand. Wait for me here. Gu Jiao said and turned into the back of the tea house through the alleyway. The back of the tea house was burned into a mess. The fire was extinguished, but there were still many small flames left. The officials extinguished the fire while trying not to make too much noise. They were afraid that they would provoke Tang Ming on the roof. Tang Ming's body was on the verge of collapse. It was as if he would fall down with the torch in the next second. Tang Yueshan hurriedly said, Ming-er, come down. We can talk things out. I won't stop you from making friends. Just do whatever you want to do. Uncle won't stop you. Uncle. Tang Ming seemed to be provoked by this word. He suddenly became alert and looked at Tang Yueshan mockingly. The 5 minerals powder was so strong that he could not see clearly. But even so, he could still recognize that this person was his good uncle. He suddenly laughed crazily. Uncle, uncle, are you my uncle? Are you? Do you dare to swear to the heavens that you're my uncle? The onlookers all looked at Tang Yueshan. What did Tang Ming mean? Tang Yueshan was his father's younger brother. Didn't that make him his uncle? Everyone's attention was focused on the first word, biological uncle. Could it be that Tang Yueshan was not old Master Tang's biological son, so they were not uncle and nephew? That was impossible. Tang Yueshan looked very similar to old Master Tang. Everyone who saw him believed that they were not father and son. Tang Yueshan's cheeks were burning. Ming-er, come down first. We'll talk at home. Tang Ming roared. Who wants to go home with you? Do you dare to tell the whole world what you've done? The onlookers were even more curious. It seemed that there was a big problem in the Tang family. Xiao Heng said indifferently, Tang Ming, what do you think of your mother by doing this? You don't care about others, but don't you care about your mother? Once the relationship between father and son was exposed, Tang Yueshan would be criticized, but Mrs. Tang would not be able to escape unscathed. Mrs. Tang could not bear the loneliness and seduced her brother-in-law. If such a reputation was spread, Mrs. Tang would be drowned in the public spit. Perhaps Xiao Heng's words had awakened Tang Ming's last bit of rationality. He swallowed the shocking secret that was about to come out of his mouth. Xiao Heng said airily, Your mother will be worried. Come down quickly. Tang Ming sneered. You want me to come down? In your dreams. Xiao Heng asked Tang Yueshan in a low voice. Is there anything he wants in particular? Tang Yueshan had an idea. The Tang family bow. Tang Ming had always wanted to get the Tang family bow and become the heir of the Tang family army. Unfortunately, Tang Yueshan was never satisfied with him. Just before Tang Yueshan went to war, the two of them had a conflict because of the Tang family bow. Tang Yueshan remembered that his tone was a little harsh at that time. Is it because of this that he wanted to take the cold food powder tomorrow? Tang Yueshan was insensitive when it came to family matters. Only now did he realize that Tang Ming had always been trying to be the heir in his mind, even if he was almost crippled by Gu Jiao. But he never gave up. He worked hard to practice martial arts and recover his body. He was full of expectations and wanted to take over the Tang family bao, but his father strongly opposed it. He said that he was not worthy. Xiao Hong said decisively, "Give him the Tang family bao." Tang Yueshan was stunned. "What?" Xiao Hong said calmly, "Announce that he is the next owner of the Tang family bao." Tang Yueshan's face changed. "No," Xiao Hong said. "Is the bao more important or your son more important?" Tang Yueshan frowned. "Both are important, but no buts," Xiao Hong said and stopped arguing with Tang Yueshan. He looked at the man on the roof and said, "Tang Ming, if you die, the Tang family bao will belong to someone else forever." Hearing the Tang family bao, the obsession in Tang Ming's heart disappeared. At this time, Gu Jiao slowly climbed up the wall. Because it was covered in kerosene, it was very slippery. She almost fell down several times. Xiao Heng's hands, which were hidden in his wide sleeves, suddenly clenched. He said to Tang Yueshan, "If you don't give it to me, your son and Jiao Jiao will die." Tang Yueshan gritted his teeth and went to the carriage to get his Tang family bao. Tang Ming looked at the bao greedily. Tang Yueshan took a deep breath and said with difficulty, "Come down. I'll give you the Tang family bao." Tang Ming said coldly, "Give it to me first, then I'll come down." "Give it to him," Xiao Hong said. Tang Yueshan gritted his teeth and threw the bao in his hand onto the roof. Even though Tang Ming had been poisoned by the cold food powder, he was still vigilant of his surroundings. However, the moment the Tang family bao flew toward him, he completely forgot about everything. All that was left in his eyes was the Tang family bao. He held the torch tightly with one hand and eagerly reached out with the other. Now was the time. Gu Jiao leaped up and grabbed onto the roof with one hand. She pulled up forcefully and flipped her entire body in the air. She landed steadily behind Tang Ming and kicked him down with one foot. Chapter 9:37. Tang Ming and the torch in his hand fell to the ground together. There was an empty space in front of them, so it was fine if the torch fell. As for what kind of pig head Tang Ming would become, Gu Jiao didn't care. Gu Jiao stretched out her hand and caught the Tang family's bao. Tang Yueshan ignored the injury on his upper abdomen and flew up to catch the falling Tang Ming in midair. The torch fell to the ground, but it didn't cause any injuries. He paused in midair and looked at Gu Jiao, who was playing with the Tang bao, and said fiercely, "Don't touch my Tang bao." Gu Jiao nonchalantly said, "Oh." She arrogantly touched the Tang bao from head to toe, not even letting go of the bowstring. Tang Yueshan. Tang Ming's acupoints were sealed by Tang Yueshan, and he was sent to the carriage. With the crisis averted, the officials rushed into the tea house to save the people. Gu Jiao and Xiao Hong found Yao Shi and Gu Xiaobao in a room at the end of the second floor. The ones who were scared out of their wits were Yao Shi and Gu Xiaobao. Gu Xiaobao was a quiet child, but sometimes when he was too quiet, it made people's hearts ache. Xiao Hong carried Gu Xiaobao over. Gu Xiaobao lay in his brother-in-law's arms, not moving at all. They were scared out of their wits. Gu Jiao helped Yao Shi, whose legs were weak, up and asked, "Mother, are you hurt?" Yao Shi rubbed her chest and said in a shaken voice, "No, we're not hurt. Your hand is bleeding." Gu Jiao noticed that the back of Yao Shi's right hand was covered in blood. Yao Shi raised her hand and looked at it, saying, "Maybe I accidentally knocked it just now." Gu Jiao looked at the injury on her hand. It was an open wound, but it wasn't too serious. She said, "It's not safe here. Let's go out first." The four of them went downstairs. Their horse carriage was parked nearby. Gu Jiao first went to the carriage to clean up and bandage Yao Shi's wounds. Xiao Hong sent Yao Shi and Gu Xiaobao back to Jadewater Lane, while Gu Jiao went to treat the other injured citizens. Tang Yueshan didn't leave. He was waiting for Gu Jiao. However, he did not rush Gu Jiao. He waited until Gu Jiao finished treating the last patient before calling Gu Jiao to his carriage. Tang Ming had fainted, and his pulse and breathing were unstable. Tang Yueshan said awkwardly. I know you hate Ming. I won't blame you if you don't want to treat him. Gu Jiao said. He doesn't need me to treat his illness. If he quits the cold food powder, he will recover without any medicine. Tang Yueshan found it hard to believe. Really? Of course. Gu Jiao nodded. She didn't lie to Tang Yueshan about this. The grudge between her and Tang Ming was over. Tang Ming had paid the price for what he did in the past. As long as Tang Ming didn't provoke her again, she wouldn't kill him. It's not that easy to quit, she emphasized. I will accompany him, Tang Yueshan said. Gu Jiao looked at him in surprise. The Grand Marshal of the world's armed forces had such a profound side to him. Tang Yueshan said sadly. He already knows that he was wrong. The reason he indulged himself like that was all because of me. He holds a grudge against me. And my eldest brother, he had deliberately raised him astray, and that was why he had such a personality and a sense of right and wrong. Tang Yueshan didn't say these words. He said guiltily, these 2 years, he tried very hard to change himself. He wanted to prove to me that I was the one who cruelly denied him time and time again. Gu Jiao asked, why did you deny him? Is it because you don't like him? Tang Yueshan shook his head. No, he's my son. How can I not like him? He denied Tang Ming for other reasons. Gu Jiao asked curiously, he did so many horrible things. Have you never thought of abandoning him? Tang Yueshan said firmly, never. If he did something wrong, I would hit him, scold him, and punish him. But I will never abandon him. Gu Jiao was deep in thought. Tang Ming's episode had a slight impact on Gu Jiao's thoughts. It wasn't strange for smart and sensible children to be doted on by their parents. But for a son like Tang Ming, Tang Yueshan had never thought of abandoning him. Gu Jiao sensed a power from Tang Yueshan that she had always been lacking in. This power affected her, causing her state of mind to change. When they returned to Jadewater Lane, Madame Yao and Gu Xiaobao were already fine. Madame Yao was playing cards with her great-aunt in the courtyard. Gu Xiaobao was pulled to the backyard by little Jing Kong, who had just returned from school to comb the horse's manes. The 2 horses were lying on the ground. The Horse King rolled his eyes in disgust, but couldn't kick the horse because the Black Wind King would beat it. Although it was already 3 years old, it was still no match for the Black Wind King. It was a story sadder than sad. The Black Wind King was very friendly to human children. Gu Xiaobao's small body lay on its neck. He had just experienced a scare. The Black Wind King's strong and gentle aura comforted him. Gu Xiaobao was not so scared anymore. In the evening, Xin Yuanqi and his son, as well as Dukin, came over. Dukin was very particular when he visited. He would usually choose when her great-aunt was also present. The 3 of them gave Gu Xiaoshan the birthday gifts they had prepared. Gu Xiaoshan was a little confused. It was just a small birthday celebration. Why were there so many big shots? Then, at night, Gu Changqing and Gu Chengfeng also came over. Looking at the birthday gift stuffed in his chest, he became a little confused fruit on the tree. There's no need to make such a big fuss. I'm only 17 years old. I'm not even 20 years old. Are you celebrating my birthday? Or finding an excuse to come to Jadewater Lane? Gu Chengfeng squinted his eyes. What do you think? Gu Xiaoshan had an epiphany. He clenched his fist and said, Of course it's to celebrate my birthday. The Gu brothers were speechless. Gu Chengfeng laughed dryly. It's good to be a little naive. The weather was hot. Dinner was placed in the courtyard. Tonight, the old chancellor was in charge of cooking. He cooked a table full of Zhao country specialties according to the children's tastes. He also cooked a few Yin country dishes according to Duke, In, and Xin Yuanqi's tastes. Little Jing Kong said, Young master, I want to eat brown sugar glutinous rice cake. The old chancellor said without hesitation, No more. It's gone so fast. Empress Dowager Zhuang muttered. She also wanted to eat it. The old chancellor coughed lightly and said to little Jing Kong, without changing his expression, There seems to be some glutinous rice flour left in the jar. I'll go take a look. Little Jing Kong crossed his arms and snorted. Grandaunt has it when she eats it, but I don't have it when I eat it. Granduncle is biased. The old chancellor was flustered. What are you talking about? I just remembered that I have it. I'll make it for you. I'll make it for you now. Then he went to the kitchen seriously and made a bowl of brown sugar glutinous rice cake. He sprinkled white sesame seeds and put in front of Empress Dowager Zhuang. It was 108,000 miles away from little Jing Kong. Little Jing Kong, who couldn't even reach with a ladder, was speechless. At the end of the dinner, Gu Xiaoshun ate a bowl of longevity noodles. Little Jing Kong and Gu Xiaobao each got a small bowl of longevity noodles. Today was Gu Xiaoshun's birthday, so she didn't force the children to practice martial arts. Xin Yuanqi went to the backyard to play with little Jing Kong and the others. Gu Yin dragged Gu Chongqing to his granduncle's courtyard when no one was paying attention. "What's the matter?" Gu Chongqing asked Gu Yin. Gu Yin said, "Give me special treatment." Gu Chongqing was stunned for a moment before he realized that Gu Yin wanted to continue practicing the boxing technique from last time. Gu Yin's motive for practicing martial arts was very simple. He wanted to show off to the little monk. He didn't expect himself to become a martial arts master or a swordsman. Gu Chongqing didn't care about his motive. Practicing martial arts could strengthen the body. As long as he was willing, he had no reason not to teach him. He looked at Gu Yin lovingly and said, "You've finished learning the boxing technique from last time. I'll teach you a set of palm techniques." Gu Yin's eyes lit up. "Iron sand palm, the kind that can stay in hot sand for a long time?" Gu Chongqing smiled. "No. If you want to practice to that level, you won't be able to do it without 7 or 8 years of hard work." Oh. Gu Yin only wanted to show off quickly. He didn't want to practice hard. Gu Chongqing taught him a set of palm techniques that looked impressive, but in reality could only be used to strengthen his body. It was late at night. The children were tired from playing. Gu Jiao and the others also went home. Grand Aunt was old. Gu Jiao and Xiao Hung didn't tell her and Granduncle about the sword hut. Xin Yuanqi and Dukan knew about it. They asked Xiao Hung in private and got the information from young Master Mingwei. They sat in the carriage with little Jing Kong, who was sleeping soundly as soon as he got on the carriage. Xin Yuanqi was carrying little Jing Kong. Horse King and another black wind horse were pulling the carriage. With Horse King, the carriage was fully automatic. Black Wind King walked at a leisurely pace and stared at it. He didn't want it to run off to some corner to play. Xin Yuanqi said, "Are you planning to try and spread the news to attract the people from the sword hut?" Xiao Hung nodded. "That's right. If this plan doesn't work, my father will go to the sword hut personally." "The people from the sword hut won't come," Xin Yuanqi said with certainty. "Why?" Gu Jiao looked at him in confusion. He said, "The young master of the sword hut has been missing for many years. If they wanted to come, they would have come long ago. Your father just had a daughter. It's inconvenient for him to be separated from his wife and child. Zheng, and I will go this time." Chapter 9:38. Liaochen had no objection to this. He had long wanted to go to the sword hut and take revenge for the Shadow Division. It was definitely not to avoid the pursuit of that cow-nosed man. "Right, where's my daughter-in-law?" Xin Yuanqi suddenly asked. Liaochen was speechless. On the other side, Empress Dowager Zhuang also returned to the palace. She glanced at the old chancellor who had rubbed against her carriage for the umpteenth time. Her eyes were like daggers. The old chancellor said, without changing his expression, "I suddenly remembered that I have an urgent matter to report to His Majesty." After a pause, under the cold gaze of Empress Dowager Zhuang, he said, "My carriage is broken." Empress Dowager Zhuang was too lazy to pay attention to him. She hugged her candied fruit jar and closed her eyes to rest. Today's candied fruit was personally made by Gu Jiao, and Empress Dowager Zhuang cherished it very much. After entering the palace, Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at someone and said, "Still not getting out of the carriage? Ah, have we arrived? So fast." The old chancellor muttered with dissatisfaction and got out of the carriage resentfully under Empress Dowager Zhuang's sharp gaze. The carriage carried Empress Dowager Zhuang in the direction of Renshou Palace. The old chancellor looked in the direction of the carriage without saying a word until a palace guard on duty came over and bowed to him. "Lord Hua, the palace gate is about to be locked. Do you have something to report to His Majesty?" "I'll ask them to wait." "No need, it's fine." The old chancellor waved his wide sleeves, put his hands behind his back, and strode out of the palace. Only the palace guard was left behind. He scratched his head and looked confused. You entered the palace in the middle of the night to admire the moon? Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao returned to the princess residence. They first went to greet Princess Xinyang, but were told that the princess was not there. The maid reported, "Something happened in the barracks today." The duke went to the barracks and didn't come back until night. Miss wanted her father and cried until she couldn't catch her breath. The princess had no choice but to take Miss out to see the lanterns. As she spoke, she looked around and whispered, "Actually, he went to look for the marquis." Everyone in the manor was well aware of this, but who would dare to expose Princess Xinyang? Did he not want to live anymore? Xiao Heng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The princess of Xinyang, who had been the great empress of the household for so many years and who always kept her word, was actually being toyed around by a little kid one day. Not bad. She was more capable than her two brothers. The couple returned to the lantern courtyard. Xiao Heng carried little Jing Kong back to the house and gave him a bath. Little Jing Kong was in a deep sleep and did not wake up even when his bad brother-in-law kept poking him. When Xiao Heng took the pajamas for him to change into, he suddenly realized that the cuffs and trousers were shorter. It was also at this moment that Xiao Heng truly realized that the little kid had grown up. Jing Kong was brought home by Gu Jiao when he was 3 years old. In the past 3.5 years, on the surface, Jing Kong was more attached to Gu Jiao. This was because he always said Jiao Jiao, Jiao Jiao, but in fact he spent the most time with Xiao Heng. First of all, they slept in the same room, which took up 1/3 of their time. Secondly, Gu Jiao couldn't take him with her when she went to battle. But when he went to Yin Kingdom to look for Gu Jiao, the little kid followed him closely. He had never raised a child before, so he had no experience in dealing with children. He accepted him because he was brought back by Gu Jiao. But after a difficult journey and a battle of wits and courage, the two of them became an inseparable part of each other's lives. Xiao Heng pinched the cuffs that were shorter and said, "He's starting to grow taller. It's time to make new clothes. You really don't save the cloth." Little Jing Kong mumbled in his sleep, as if he was complaining about his muttering. When Xiao Heng returned to the upper room, Gu Jiao had finished washing up. She was wearing cold silk pajamas and sitting at the table, sorting out the medicine in the small medicine box. When Xiao Heng saw her, he felt a sense of peace. He smiled and said softly, "I'm going to take a bath first." "Oh, okay." Gu Jiao continued to bury her head in sorting out the medicine. When Xiao Heng came out of the bath, she was still sorting out the medicine with a strange expression. "What's wrong?" He came to her side and asked. 1, 2, 3. Gu Jiao counted the anti-inflammatory medicine in the box and turned to Xiao Heng. "Did you notice that it seems to have become bigger?" "Is a medicine box?" Xiao Heng looked at it carefully. Gu Jiao said, "In the past, this box could only fit 2 boxes side by side. Today, there are 3 boxes." Xiao Heng didn't have a deep memory of the internal structure of the small medicine box. He only knew that it looked small, but it was very big. In Gu Jiao's words, there was a different dimension inside. As for the box, Xiao Heng looked at it for a moment and measured its length, width, and height with his fingers. It seems to have grown by an inch. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide and said, "Is that right? I just found out today." The main reason was that she had been busy with her wedding recently. After the wedding, she had been shameless and had almost no time to sort it out carefully. The small medicine box was too mysterious. Gu Jiao still couldn't completely understand it. She could only be sure that it came from a higher civilization and wasn't a product of this dimension. Xiao Heng sat down beside her and asked, "How did you get this box in the first place?" "Godfather gave it to me," Gu Jiao said truthfully. Gu Jiao had confessed to Xiao Heng about her origins. She said that she came from another space-time. In terms that Xiao Heng could understand, it was her soul that occupied this body. However, she rarely mentioned her specific experience in that space-time. What's a godfather? This was a new term for Xiao Heng. Gu Jiao explained to Xiao Heng the meaning of a godfather in the market. However, in the organization, it didn't mean father. It was more of a respectful title for the leader of one's group. In fact, her godfather wasn't much older than her. She clearly remembered that when she was 8 years old, her grandmother, the only person who took care of her, passed away. She sat alone under the muddy eaves and was drenched by the heavy rain. She shivered and thought that she was going to freeze to death. Then, a pair of shiny black military boots stepped on the mud and walked towards her. The rain was too heavy. She raised her head to look at him, but she couldn't open her eyes at all. She only remembered that when she lowered her head, a cold and slender hand stretched out in front of her. It was the most beautiful hand she had ever seen. Who are you? King. In the future, call me Godfather. The 16-year-old boy's voice was low and deep, calm and cold-blooded. While Gu Jiao was deep in thought, Xiao Hong looked at her without blinking. This was the first time he heard from her about another man. You care about him a lot, he said. His tone was firm. Yes. Gu Jiao nodded without hesitation and said seriously, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be who I am now. If her godfather hadn't picked her up, she would have frozen to death in the heavy rain. Her godfather had taught her all her skills, but when it came to her godfather's memories, she suddenly felt uncertain. She hadn't felt this way before. She couldn't tell exactly when it started, but recently, she felt more and more like she had forgotten something very important. Wife, Xiao Hong said calmly, I'm jealous, the kind that couldn't be coaxed. Gu Jiao looked at him blankly. Why? Xiao Hong, the king of jealousy, confessed expressionlessly, you've never cared about me this much. Gu Jiao, the moon was dark and the wind was strong. A carriage traveled on the wide, official road. You little troublemaker, do you have to go find your father? Inside the carriage, Princess Xinyang hugged the little fellow in her arms and asked with hidden bitterness. At this time, other children had already gone to bed, but her obedient daughter's gem-like eyes were still wide open, without the slightest hint of sleepiness. Have a carriage turn around. Princess Xinyang ordered Eugene. Eugene ordered the driver. As soon as the carriage turned around, the quiet little E in her arms clenched her fists and began to cry. Princess Xinyang stomped her feet in anger. The carriage finally stopped near the military camp. At this time, the civil officials had already finished their shifts, and the generals were a bit late. There were many carriages parked on both sides of the road. Princess Xinyang specially chose an inconspicuous position, so no one noticed anything strange. Little E obediently nestled in her mother's arms and waited for her father. Finally, Marquis Xianping came out. It's the Marquis. Eugene peeked through the gap in the rear window curtain. There seems to be another person with him. Is it General Qian? General Qian was a general of the imperial court. He was originally the Marquis' subordinate, but recently he had been transferred to the capital's west camp. Wait first, Princess Xinyang said. She didn't want people to find out that she had come to find Xiao Ji. The two chatted happily for a long time, when General Qian suddenly mentioned that he wanted to invite Marquis Xianping to Soft Fragrance Pavilion to listen to music. Soft Fragrance Pavilion was a famous brothel in the capital. It was as famous as a mortal music house, and the girls inside were all beautiful. Recently, many beauties have come to Soft Fragrance Pavilion. This one boldly invites the Marquis to listen to some music. General Qian said with a smile. Eugene looked at her family's princess without batting an eyelid. Princess Xinyang's expression didn't change at all. She said in a low voice, Princess. Princess Xinyang said firmly, he won't agree. He still has to go back and coax E. Then Marquis Xianping boarded General Qian's carriage. After the two left, Eugene didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Return to the residence. Princess Xinyang said coldly. Aren't you going to take a look? Eugene asked in a low voice. Princess Xinyang said unhappily. What's there to see? If he wants to go to a brothel, do you think I'm going to stop him? He can go wherever he wants. It has nothing to do with me. Little E probably felt her mother's murderous aura, so she obediently stayed motionless and didn't cry for her father. Half an hour later, Princess Xinyang's carriage stopped at the entrance of Soft Fragrance Pavilion. Chapter 9:39. Princess Xinyang's face darkened. Why are we here? Eugene's eyes flashed, and she smiled awkwardly. The carriage broke down. The coachman said, "Aya, the wheels are loose. I have to fix it." Xiao Yi, who was nestled in the bride's arms, cried out, "Wow!" Princess Xinyang. She raised her chin like a proud peacock. "Don't do these useless things. I won't go in and catch them in the act." She was a princess of a country. How could she lower herself and step into such a brothel? Besides, she and Xiao Ji weren't real husband and wife. They had agreed that she wouldn't interfere with him no matter what he did. She lifted the curtain and said to the coachman, "Is it fixed? If not, you don't have to come to the princess residence tomorrow." The coachman trembled in fear and glanced at Eugene awkwardly. He could only help here. If this went on, his bowl would be gone. Xiao Yi pursed her lips. Princess Xinyang looked at her fiercely. "You too. Don't cry." Her mother was murderous. Xiao Yi shut her mouth, feeling wronged. Princess Xinyang put down the curtain and was about to leave when she caught a glimpse of a sneaky figure from the corner of her eye. She saw it first, so she put down the curtain. But people didn't react so quickly. When she lifted the curtain again, the figure was gone. She felt strange and felt that things weren't simple. "Hold Yi and wait for me in the carriage." She handed Xiao Yi to Eugene. Eugene didn't know what she had seen and thought that she had seen the marquis and was going to catch them in the act. "Princess, don't worry. I won't disturb you." Princess Xinyang didn't explain to her and got out of the carriage. That person first entered the alley and used a long knife to open General Qian's carriage. There was no one in the carriage, so he turned and entered soft fragrance pavilion from the back door. At this point, Princess Xinyang was certain that the other party had come for Xiao Ji or General Qian. It was very likely that it was Xiao Ji. After all, this person was used to attracting hatred. It could be said that within 10 steps, there would always be an enemy. She chased after him. Soft Fragrance Pavilion didn't look big from the front, but in fact, there were a few small gardens in the backyard. When she went around the corridor to the second small garden, she saw a figure in front of the rockery. She recognized that it was Xiao Ji. "Someone wants to kill." Before he could finish, Xiao Ji raised his knife and stabbed it into the assassin's heart. The assassin didn't even have time to scream before he fell into a pool of blood with his eyes wide open. Princess Xinyang froze in place. She only opened her mouth when Xiao Ji stabbed her. It was too late for her to withdraw her hand. She didn't want to be so bloody in front of her. He kicked the assassin's body into a crack in the fake mountain and threw the murder weapon inside. He wiped his hands with a handkerchief before turning to look at Princess Xinyang. He smiled nonchalantly. "Qin Fengwan, you followed me all the way just to say this?" "Followed me all the way." This guy already knew I was following him? Princess Xinyang's heart shook, but she didn't show it on her face. She said calmly, "I didn't follow you. I was just passing by. You, on the other hand, knew that Yi was coming to find you, yet you still got into the carriage with someone else." Xiao Ji tilted his head to look at her, his good-looking lips curling up slightly. "Qin Fengwan, are you jealous?" Princess Xinyang glared at him fiercely, but didn't want to argue with him. She turned to leave. At this moment, General Qian came over from another small garden and walked in their direction. She couldn't let anyone find out that she was here. Not only would it lower her status, but the rumor that she caught Xiao Ji in the middle of the night visiting a brothel would spread throughout the capital the next day. She, Qin Fengwan, couldn't afford to lose face like this. She gritted her teeth and quickly walked toward the rockery, planning to hide behind it. But when she got there, she saw how terrifying the bloodstains on the ground were. She couldn't step over them. "Marquis." General Qian smiled and greeted Xiao Ji. Qin Fengwan trembled all over. Xiao Ji glanced at her, pulled her over, and moved 2 steps to the side, pressing her against the other half of the rockery that wasn't splashed with blood. The grass under her feet was also clean. He used his broad body to block her, his arms on both sides of her. The two were so close that they were almost face to face. Their breaths intertwined. Princess Xinyang, who wasn't used to being so close to a man, felt her heart tighten. Her breathing instinctively quickened and became difficult, and her body started to tremble slightly. Xiao Ji took in her symptoms and frowned. He moved back slightly to create some space between them. Marquis, why are you here?" General Qian asked. Don't come over, Xiao Ji ordered. He didn't look back and just stared at Qin Fengwan without blinking. I have something to do. Go back to your room first. General Qin paused in his steps. He didn't understand why Marquis Xianping was like this. He craned his neck to take a look. Marquis Xianping was tall and muscular. He could block people, but he couldn't block Princess Xinyang's dress that was blown up by the night wind. General Qin smiled meaningfully. So Marquis is here to meet a beauty in private. Is it Miss Chun Xiang? No wonder Marquis agreed so readily tonight. You must be missing the beauty. Princess Xinyang looked coldly at Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji's teeth hurt. He wished he could turn around and give Qin a kick. General Qin didn't seem to know that his head was already tied to his belt and continued to court death. Since Miss Qin Xiang is also here, why don't Marquis bring her up to sit? It's not Qin Xiang. Xiao Ji gritted his teeth. Oh, then who is it? General Qin was curious. Xiao Ji looked at Qin Fengwan's cold gaze and narrowed his eyes. He suddenly laughed hoarsely. The new beauty is very shy, so she won't meet you all. His flirtatious tone made Qin Fengwan want to raise her knee and kick him. That place. Make him unable to do it again. General Qin chuckled. Is there a shy girl in Soft Fragrance Pavilion? It's just a method to seduce men. Marquis just came down, and she created a chance encounter with Marquis. In my opinion, her methods are impressive. Listen, does this sound like something a human would say? It's not unreasonable that he hasn't been promoted for 10,000 years. Princess Xinyang wanted to sentence General Qin to death. Seeing her bristling with anger, Xiao Ji couldn't help but smile. Her methods are indeed impressive. Princess Xinyang glared at Xiao Ji. Xiao Ji smiled unrestrainedly at her, but the words he said to General Qin didn't have the slightest bit of warmth. Go up, Marquis, military order. General Qin's expression turned solemn. Yes. After he left, Xiao Ji released her from his arms and walked to the side. He looked at her indifferently and said, Don't come to this kind of place in the future, and don't follow assassins. Princess Xinyang said expressionlessly, Just take care of yourself. Xiao Ji said, I was followed yesterday. Today, I purposely went to the military camp to lure them out. They were very cautious and didn't make a move. Princess Xinyang looked at him. Did I ruin your plan? Xiao Ji sighed. Yes, he discovered you. If I didn't kill him, you would have been in danger. If I killed him, I would have alerted the enemy, and his accomplices would have all run away. Princess Xinyang lowered her eyes. Xiao Ji looked at her and said with a faint smile, Qin Fengwan, you're suddenly so concerned about me. Don't tell me you've really fallen for me? The guilt in Princess Xinyang's heart disappeared in a second. The king of atmosphere ruining Xiao Ji. Princess Xinyang returned to the carriage. Xiao Ji also followed. Princess Xinyang didn't let him get on the carriage. What are you doing here? Aren't you going to continue visiting your brothel? Your Miss Qin Xiang is waiting for you. Inside the carriage, Xiao Yi started crying. Daddy's here. Act coquettishly. Let's go. Xiao Ji raised his brows and gestured in the direction of her hand. Princess Xinyang glared at the crying little fella in Yujin's arms with a dark expression. He really is your father's biological son. After returning to the residence, the first thing Xiao Yi did was to use her eyes to find a washboard for her father. Xiao Ji. 3 days later, Xin Yuanqi and Liaochen set off, accompanied by young Master Mingyue and his servant. They brought a troop of the Dark Shadow Division and entered the Yin Kingdom through the waterway. Then they went all the way to the northwest and advanced towards the ice field. On the 3rd day of the 7th lunar month, the capital of the Zhao Kingdom held a junior advisor exam. It was jointly hosted by the Imperial Cabinet and the Ministry of Rights. The main content of the exam was 8-part essay in political theory. In order to not restrict talents to one category, Grand Secretary Yuan relaxed the requirement for the exam and raised the age limit to 25 years old. The original limit was 20 years old. Those who met this age requirement could participate in the exam. Feng Lin and Lin Xingye were the same age, but unfortunately, one of them was ranked 123rd and the other was ranked 99th. They were both grand scholars. Du Ruhan, on the other hand, was ranked 13th and was ranked Grand Scholar on both lists. He was one day away from reaching 25 years old. Empress Dowager Zhuang held a letter in her hand. It was sent to the border. Zhuang Yuhang was the previous year's second place. He was only 1 year older than Xiao Hong. But in the end, this letter was not sent out. He can't beat A Hong. This widow just wants to use this chance to have him return to the capital for this widow to take a look. This widow is already so old. I don't know how many years I have left to live. I want to see him. But that child might not want to return to the capital. The junior advisor exam had been registered the previous year. During this year, the other examinees had been busy preparing for the exam. Xiao Hong, however, had gone to the distant Yin kingdom and was completely unaware of this matter. After returning to the country, he had been busy with the Ministry of Justice and the wedding. He had very little time to prepare for the exam. Even Princess Xinyang felt that her son had neglected his studies for too long and that his chances of passing were not high. When the results came out, everyone was dumbfounded. In the 3 exams, Xiao Hong had obtained first place with an overwhelming advantage. Looking at the exam papers sent by the Ministry of Rights, Princess Xinyang did not dare to believe her eyes. You're like a boy who has just eaten meat all day long. You're always together with your wife, but I don't see you studying. Little Jing Kong also ran over to look at his bad brother-in-law's exam paper. After reading it, he nodded seriously and turned to go to Xiao Heng's study. I heard that you're going to be a junior advisor. He got straight to the point. Is a junior advisor very good? Is it a very high-ranking official? Xiao Heng showed off. Of course it's very good. It's standard 3rd rank. It's the same rank as son-in-law. Finally, the joke of being the last place could be passed. Little Jing Kong waved his small hand and sternly said, since you're going to be a high-ranking official, the rent for Bai Shui Alley should be increased. The family price is 100 taels per month. Yearly payment. Xiao Heng. On the 18th of July, they had been married for a month. They could no longer live in a bridal chamber. The people of Chongping Marquis residence set off for their fief. Gu Jinyu did not bid farewell to anyone, including old Madame Gu, who had facilitated this marriage. The procession went out of the east city gate. Gu Jinyu and Chun Lu sat silently in the carriage. The curtain was lifted by the breeze, and light came in. Gu Jinyu's expression was cold. She still wore a veil in the carriage, but could not hide the bruise on her brow bone. On the second day after Gu Jinyu left the capital, Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao discussed where to live in the future. They could move into the princess residence that her great-aunt gave to Gu Jiao at any time, but Lady Yao and her great-aunt were used to Bai Shui Alley. They decided to live in Princess Xinyang's residence in Bai Shui Alley. Sometimes, a small decision could affect the whole family. Because the children were here, Princess Xinyang did not mention moving back to Zhuke Avenue. Shang Wanqing was also preparing to leave. He had stayed in Zhao country long enough and needed to go back to accompany Shang Wanyan. But because the 2 new guns that Xiao Heng promised to give him were not ready yet, he had to wait for a few more days. In late July, a bolt of lightning flashed over the capital. The power was like 10 tons of gunpowder exploding. The windows of the princess residence trembled. Xiao Yi, who was taking an afternoon nap, was woken up by the thunder. She was so scared that she cried loudly. Eugene and Princess Xinyang were in the flower room. The wet nurse was guarding the room. The wet nurse hurriedly picked up the little master. Xiao Yi screamed at the top of her lungs. Her loud and clear cries seemed to want to shake down the thunder. The wet nurse did not know whether she was noisier or the thunder. Who would have thought that as she cried and cried, she suddenly stopped crying? She opened her big teary eyes and looked unblinkingly at the door. She did not know when, but a handsome and cold youth in black clothes appeared there. The terrifying lightning circled above his head like a dragon, but it seemed to be blocked by him. Xiao Yi's little face was covered in tears as she stared at him blankly. The youth in black clothes walked in. He thought for a moment and took out the candied haws in his hand. He handed it to her and said, "Do you want to eat?" Xiao Yi. Chapter 940. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. This was the first time Xiao Yi met someone who wanted to give her hard, candied haws. She didn't even have teeth. When Princess Xinyang and Eugene returned to their room from the greenhouse, Xiao Yi was being held in the arms of the young man in black. Her small hands were holding a string of shiny, candied haws, and she was licking them. The wet nurse stood at the side, trembling with fear, not daring to even breathe loudly. She didn't know this person, but she couldn't snatch it away from him. Eugene looked at the young man who suddenly appeared and was shocked. Chongjing, Marquis. In Marquis Schwamping's practice room, Xiao Ji was helping Shangguan Qing get into the horse stance when Steward Liu rushed over. What's the matter? Xiao Ji glanced at him. Steward Liu raised his hand to wipe the sweat on his forehead and said with a smile while panting, Chongjing is back. He's with the princess. He said come back, not come. In everyone's heart, Chongjing had long been regarded as a member of the Marquis' household. Shangguan Qing looked at his father. Chongjing, the black-clothed young master? Xiao Ji's expression was very calm, but his following words revealed his urgency. He said to his son, get into the horse stance first. There's still an hour left today. Don't be lazy. I'll go over. Lu Huan, watch him. Steward Liu hurriedly said, yes. Marquis. Xiao Ji turned around and left. Shangguan Qing changed his posture in a second and stood up calmly. Steward Liu sighed helplessly. Wasn't it a waste to let him watch the young master? How could he win against this little sesame rice ball? Xiao Ji went to the princess's residence. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he realized that something was wrong. Chongjing was back and should have come to the Marquis' residence first. Why did he go to the princess's residence instead? Could it be that this fellow is still thinking about Qin Fengwan? Chongjing had been attracted to the princess residence by Xiao Yi's cries, but Chongjing's longing for Princess Xinyang was not fake. Princess Xinyang didn't like Xiao Ji, but she didn't dislike Chongjing. Once, Chongjing passed by a house on Vermilion Bird Avenue injured and was seen by Princess Xinyang. She called him into the house and personally bandaged his wound. Since then, he would often pass by that place when he was injured. After his wounds were bandaged, he would occasionally freeload a meal before returning to the Marquis' estate. Xiao Ji knew nothing about this. Chongjing did not have a mother, only 7 older sisters. He felt the power of a mother from Princess Xinyang, and he liked Princess Xinyang very much. When Xiao Ji entered the house, Xiao Yi had already been snatched away by her mother. She had washed her hands and was lying obediently in the cradle. Chongjing sat at the table and ate yangchun noodles. He was hungry, so he ate very fast. That was not the main point. The main point was that there were several exquisite dishes in front of him, all of which were his favorite. There were 2 possibilities. 1, he asked for it himself. 2, the princess residence prepared it for him. If it was the first possibility, he didn't treat himself as an outsider. If it was the second possibility, he really wasn't an outsider. The princess residence even knew what he liked. Xiao Ji suddenly felt that his status in the family had been affected. You guys chat. I still have something to do. Princess Xinyang saw him come over, so she took Yujin to the greenhouse to continue taking care of the newly bought peonies. The thunder had stopped, and the sky was dark. It looked like it would rain in the next second. Xiao Ji first looked at his youngest daughter. She was playing happily by herself. He sat down opposite Chongjing. They hadn't seen each other for more than half a year, and Chongjing had grown taller again. He had a heroic spirit between his eyebrows, but he was still a young man. Did you run away from home again? Xiao Ji asked indifferently. Chongjing finished his noodles before replying. No, this time I didn't. Not this time. Xiao Ji observed him. He hadn't noticed before, but today he noticed that his eating manners weren't bad. It was obvious that he had been restrained by Qin Fengwan. Chongjing finished his bowl of noodles and drank the broth clean. He placed his bowl and chopsticks properly. Xiao Ji's mood became even more subtle. I came to find you. Chongjing went back to the topic. I thought you were dead, so I brought people to collect your body. Xiao Ji choked. Thank you. Chongjing continued. After we arrived at the border of the Yin Kingdom, we heard that you returned alive. Xiao Ji said indifferently. Then your father agreed to let you come all the way here to find me? Chongjing said, no, he didn't agree. I couldn't leave the icy plains. Xiao Ji looked at him in amusement. Then why did you say you didn't run away from home? What's going on? Chang Jing said seriously. I told my father that you're my future father-in-law. You betrothed your daughter to me. He agreed to let me bring people to propose marriage. How can I have a daughter for you? Xiao Ji ate half of his noodles in disdain. His gaze turned and looked at Xiao Yi, who was playing with her feet in the cradle. He stood up and picked up the stool he had just sat on. How dare you have designs on my daughter? Chang Jing rushed to the door and explained, I didn't know you really had a daughter. I just said it casually. Chang Jing left the Zhao kingdom with Xiao Ji. The two of them didn't know that Princess Xinyang was pregnant. The ancient times weren't the information age, so the news of Princess Xinyang giving birth to a daughter couldn't spread to Dark Night Island. Chang Jing was purely looking for a strong excuse to fool his father and 7 sisters. Xiao Ji didn't care. He was angry, very angry. He grabbed the stool and chased Chang Jing out of the mansion. Half an hour later, the two of them stood in the garden, out of breath. They were about a dozen steps away from each other. Xiao Ji had an injury on his waist and couldn't chase him. Chang Jing's face was already bruised. Xiao Ji glared at him, panting. He threw the stool away and turned to go back to the study. Chang Jing pursed her lips in grievance and limped after him. Xiao Ji didn't sit well in the study. He got up and went to the princess's mansion. He picked up Xiao Yi from the cradle and said seriously, You can't get married until you're 80 years old. Do you hear me? Xiao Yi. Xiao Heng had just gone to take measurements. The imperial court wanted to make a junior assistant robe for him. After everything was ready, he would officially go to court to receive his title. The moment he returned to the mansion, he heard about Chang Jing's return and how she was beaten up by Xiao Ji. Coincidentally, Gu Jiao was free at the moment, so he went to the Marquis's mansion with Gu Jiao. They bumped into Xiao Ji, who came from the princess's mansion. Father, Xiao Heng greeted him. I heard that Chang Jing is back. His father missed Chang Jing and must be very happy. However, his father didn't look at him and snorted coldly. Xiao Heng, what kind of reaction is this? Is he angry at me? Xiao Heng asked Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao said, I think he's angry at Chang Jing. Why? Xiao Heng didn't understand. He had just returned from outside and didn't know the details. Gu Jiao pointed to the piles of gifts in the courtyard. Those are your sister's betrothal gifts. Xiao Heng. Chang Jing was joking, but Chang Kun took it seriously. Not only did he let Chang Jing go back to Zhao country, but he also asked Uncle Li, who had watched Chang Jing grow up, to bring a lot of betrothal gifts to show his sincerity. This was truly a huge blunder. After the beating and scolding, it was time to ask about serious matters. The 4 sat down in the study. Chang Jing sat on the other side of Gu Jiao and used Gu Jiao to block Xiao Ji's murderous gaze. Xiao Ji was still angry and didn't want to talk to him. It was Xiao Heng who spoke. He asked, Chang Jing, did you run into General Xin Yuan and Liao Chen on your way back? Chang Jing was confused. Why would I run into them? Xiao Heng said, they went to find the Soar Hut. They took the water route and left last month. You just came from that direction. The base of the Soar Hut was also on an island, not far from the Dark Night Island. Chang Jing shook his head. I took the land route and didn't run into them. Because they had brought a lot of valuable betrothal gifts, they were worried that the boxes would get wet if they took the water route, so they chose the official road. Chang Jing thought deeply. Did they go to the Sword Hut to take revenge for what happened to the Shadow Department? If so, they might have come for nothing. Why do you say that? Xiao Heng asked. Chang Jing said, the Sword Hut has been destroyed. Xiao Ji looked up and glanced at him impatiently. Who did you hear that from? Chang Jing said seriously. I didn't hear it from anyone. I saw it with my own eyes. When spring came, my father took me to destroy the Sword Hut, the real Sword Hut. The Sword Hut thought that it had hidden well, but in reality, the Dark Night Island knew its exact location. However, Chang Kun was not an ambitious person. If the Sword Hut didn't offend him, he wouldn't provoke the Sword Hut either. Xiao Ji frowned. Why did your father want to destroy the Sword Hut? Chang Jing felt wronged. Isn't it because of you? My father died in the ice plains because of you. To make me feel better, he agreed to destroy your enemy the Sword Hut. Strictly speaking, the Sword Hut was not Marquis Xianping's enemy. However, the Sword Hut had repeatedly attacked the Xian Yuan family, Shang Wanqing, and Gu Jiao. Marquis Xianping really wanted to destroy them. Continue, Xiao Ji said. Chang Jing continued. When the people of the Dark Knight sect went to the island of the Sword Hut, we found that there were corpses everywhere. There were no survivors. Someone had destroyed the Sword Hut before us. The weather was not hot, and the corpses were not badly decomposed. According to Uncle Li's guess, they were killed about 3 days ago. Gu Jiao made a sound of surprise. Who could be so powerful? The Sword Hut was arrogant. It was not strange for them to have enemies. But what kind of enemy could destroy the entire Sword Hut? Chang Jing said the wounds on those people were all the same. My father and Uncle Li both thought that they died under the sword of the same person. Gu Jiao opened her eyes wide. You mean one person destroyed the entire Sword Hut? Xiao Ji and Xiao Hong were silent. A name flashed through the hearts of the father and son at the same time. Xiao Hong narrowed his eyes and said, Long. Chapter 941. Gu Jiao nodded. Yes, it's like Long Yi. Long Yi is going to find the Sword Hut, and other than him, I can't think of anyone else who has such strength. Cough, cough. Xiao Ji coughed heavily. The three of them looked at him in unison. Xiao Hong was speechless. Father, this is not the time to pretend, right? Gu Jiao touched her delicate little chin and said, Long Yi and you all went to the Sword Hut Island at the beginning of spring. Xin Yuan Shi and the young master of the Sword Hut left with the sect master's sword last month. It seems that there is indeed another way to enter the Sword Hut Island. Chang Jing confirmed her guess. Yes, the entrance of the Sword Hut Island is full of mechanisms, but we know a secret passage. I don't know how long he went up. Did he also go through that secret passage? Xiao Ji raised his eyebrows. It's not certain whether it was Long Yi or not. Although he said this, he understood in his heart that if the Sword Hut was really exterminated by someone, that person could only be Long Yi. Gu Jiao frowned in confusion. But why did Long Yi exterminate the Sword Hut? He is a member of the Sword Hut. Does he have a deep hatred with the Sword Hut? Xiao Hong paused and guessed. He didn't complete the mission given to him by the Sword Hut in the past. Perhaps the Sword Hut wanted to clean up the sect, so they made a move against him first. Gu Jiao pondered and nodded. That makes sense, but I still don't understand. Why did Long Yi give up his mission at that time? He suddenly didn't kill Xin Yuan Qi. It's really strange. Xiao Hong sighed. We can only wait for Long Yi to come back to know the truth. I hope he has already recovered all his memories. Gu Jiao. Xiao Hong grasped Gu Jiao's hand and felt relieved. No matter what, since the Sword Hut has been destroyed, your danger has been resolved. What danger? Chang Jing was confused. She looked at Gu Jiao and asked, Does someone from the Sword Hut want to kill you? It was a long story. Gu Jiao thought about it and said, something like that. Gu Jiao was the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry of the Xian Yuan family. She had a grudge with the Sword Hut at the border. It was not strange that the people of the Sword Hut wanted to kill her. Thinking of this, Chang Jing did not suspect anything and said, Then you don't have to worry. That's not right. You said that the Sword Hut still has a young master. Oh, don't worry. He was poisoned by the goo poison on the island. When he returns, he will find that the goo master who could detoxify the poison is dead. Even if he survives, his martial arts will be crippled. Gu Jiao asked, I forgot to ask earlier. The disciple of the Dark Knight sect walked forward and handed Gu Jiao a bloody nail wrapped in a clean handkerchief. Gu Jiao frowned. It really is a rusty nail. It seemed that he had to get tetanus. Gu Jiao looked inside. But it was not an immune tetanus. It was the kind that required a skin test. Bear with it, Gu Jiao said to Li Jianping. Li Jianping looked curiously at Gu Jiao's medicine box and said in a daze, Okay. Speaking of which, young madam, what kind of treatment method is this? I have never seen it before. Gu Jiao said, It was created by my master, so it is not convenient to disclose it. Li Jianping smiled and tactfully didn't pursue the matter. Instead, he said, I presume young Madam's master is a hidden expert. The first island master of our Dark Night Island was also an expert. Chongjing. Xiaohong called out to Chongjing. Chongjing understood and said to the disciples of the Dark Knight sect, "You can leave first. I will call you later." Yes. Everyone left. Gu Jiao took out the needle and tested it. Li Jiangping was in so much pain that he made an emoji. After 15 minutes, there were no adverse reactions. Gu Jiao injected tetanus into his muscles. Li Jiangping contributed another wave of emojis. Chongjing said to Li Jiangping, "Uncle Li, it is enough that you know young Madam's medical skills. Don't mention it to outsiders." Li Jiangping wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring is a crime. I understand, don't worry." Chongjing stayed behind to take care of Li Jiangping, and the young couple returned to the princess residence. Gu Jiao had just sat down when she found a bowl of medicine in front of her. Princess Xinyang said lightly, "The medicine is ready. Drink it first. I have asked the imperial doctor. This prescription is more effective when taken before meals." Gu Jiao sighed for her secretly. Whatever prescription was useless. After all, Tao Dao was so powerful. Xiaohong looked at the dark medicine. He could guess how bitter it was without tasting it. He leaned close to Gu Jiao and whispered, "Don't drink it. It's okay." She drank the medicine and almost vomited. Today's medicine is so bitter. Princess Xinyang wondered, "Is it bitter? Isn't it the same as yesterday?" Xiaohong couldn't bear to see his dear wife continue to be tortured by the bitter medicine. He decided to tell his mother the truth. "Mother, actually we don't plan," till a plate of soft and oily braised pork trotters was placed in front of Gu Jiao. It looked, smelled, and tasted good. There was Gu Jiao's favorite rice chili in it. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiao only took a sniff before she suddenly turned around and retched. He thought to himself, it was clearly just once. Moreover, both of them were unorganized, stumbling, and did not experience it well for the first time. Did they succeed that time? Were they using contraceptives to avoid loneliness later on? This was really, he didn't know what to say. Wait a minute. She was just retching. She might not be pregnant. Perhaps his mother had been happy for nothing. Xiaohong poured a cup of warm water for Gu Jiao and had the servants take away the plate of braised pork trotters. Princess Xinyang had a light palate. In the years when Xiaohong wasn't by her side, she started eating vegetables. After she became pregnant with Xiao Yi, she started eating meat again to increase her nutrition. Even now, when she was breastfeeding, she still couldn't stop eating meat like fish soup. But overall, it wasn't greasy. Pork trotters and braised pork trotters were dishes that catered to the children's tastes. In the end, she was worried that the two of them wouldn't be used to it. So she had the servants bring some pickled vegetables and pickled vegetables over. The imperial physician came very quickly. Before they finished eating, he was already waiting outside the courtyard. "I'm full," Gu Jiao said. "I'm also full," Xiaohong said. Today, Yujin wasn't here. Princess Xinyang summoned the other servants and had them clean up the room. She brought the two children and planned to meet the imperial physician in the wing next door. However, as soon as the three of them stepped over the threshold, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. There was a dense mass of human heads. Did they empty out the imperial medical department? They didn't even leave a night shift for the emperor, right? Xiaoji turned around and said to the imperial physicians with his head held high, one by one. That night, Gu Jiao didn't do anything. She just sat on the chair and let the imperial physicians take her pulse. In the end, everyone came to the same conclusion. She was pregnant. Everyone has worked hard. Princess Xinyang gave each imperial physician a large red envelope. The imperial physicians' complaints about being dragged in by Marquis Xianping with a knife to their necks disappeared. "All right, you two should go back and rest early," she said to Xiao Hong and Xiao Hong. "Be careful for the first 3 months. Don't be too indulgent." If she really didn't let them do anything, it probably wouldn't work. She could only settle for the next best thing. Xiao Hong coughed lightly. "I know, mother." He held Gu Jiao's hand and returned to Lantern Courtyard. Little Jing Kong and Shang Wanqing had gone out and weren't in the Fu. Lantern Courtyard was very quiet. The two of them strolled along the limestone path, overflowing with the fragrance of flowers. There were servants in front of them who wanted to salute the two of them. Xiao Hung raised his hand, and everyone understood and silently retreated. Yuya came from the corridor with the clothes that had just been dried. Just as she was about to call out Miss, the mama beside her tugged at her sleeve. The mama shook her head at her. Oh, Yuya wasn't stupid. She turned around and went back to her room. Just now, was it morning sickness? Xiao Hung asked. From the start of the meal until now, Gu Jiao had not said a word. He couldn't figure out what she was thinking, so he could only try his best to start conversation. Gu Jiao grunted, I think so. She was still willing to talk. Xiao Hung secretly sighed in relief. He turned to look at her calm expression. He couldn't guess if she was as calm as she was inside. Actually, it's not bad to have a child. He said softly, if it's a son, it'll be like Jing Kong and Xiao Bao. If it's a daughter, it'll be like Yi. Don't you think it's quite cute? Gu Jiao looked at him in surprise. You actually praised Jing Kong for being cute. Xiao Hung was stunned. Did I praise him wrongly? He's not cute. If he's not cute, how did you fall into his trap in the first place? You even didn't find it annoying that he stuck to you all the time. Gu Jiao said, he's cute. It's just that it's strange to hear it from you. The two of them have been fighting since the first day they met. They've been fighting with wits and courage. She knew that they had used all kinds of martial arts skills. The window paper was broken just like that. Xiao Hung showed a decent smile. The scenery of the princess residence was pleasant. Its style and layout were among the top 3 in the entire capital. The cool breeze and the fragrance of flowers made people feel relaxed and happy. The two of them walked forward for a while. Actually, Gu Jiao opened her mouth. Xiao Hang's heart suddenly tightened. He seemed to be afraid of hearing something he didn't want to hear from her, so he decided to make the decision himself. Actually, we're still young. I've just started my career. I really don't have the energy to take care of a child. When he said this, his breathing became tight. It was too uncomfortable. He couldn't say it out loud. Gu Jiao stopped. The two of them were holding hands, so he stopped as well. Gu Jiao looked at him steadily. You don't want this child? That's not what I meant. Xiao Hung instinctively refuted. How could he not want it? She was asking him. He looked at her with a hint of nervousness. Jiao, why do you ask? Do you want it? Gu Jiao looked down at her flat belly and nodded. Xiao Hang's eyes flashed with a hint of ecstasy. Jiao, why do you have such an expression? Do you think I don't want it? Xiao Hung smiled awkwardly and didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he said, Then why didn't you say anything just now? I thought you were unhappy. I just haven't recovered yet. She looked at her belly seriously. How did I get baby? She had become a curious baby. Xiao Hang's heart melted. How could there be such a wonderful Jiao in the world? He patted her head and couldn't help but ask, Why did you suddenly change your mind? Gu Jiao said honestly, it wasn't sudden. After I met Tang Yueshan that time, my state of mind seemed to have changed a lot. That was because Tang Ming was not a perfect son. He could not even be considered a good son. He had too many personality flaws, but Tang Yueshan's love for him had never weakened. He had never given up on this son of his. The strength that she had lost when she was abandoned when she was young was regained from Tang Yueshan. Xiao Hung really didn't expect that the person who changed her state of mind was Tang Yueshan. He pulled her into his arms and gently patted her head. He had a lot of words in his heart. He wanted to thank her and praise her, but when the words reached his lips, he realized that there were no words that could properly express them. He just hugged her tighter and let her feel his emotions. He wanted his child with her. He was looking forward to the birth of this little life. Chapter 943. After returning to the house, the first thing Gu Jiao did was to take out the small medicine box. She asked Xiao Hung to take a shower first, while she stared at the small medicine box. Tell me, did you do something? Did little Dudu poke holes? A gust of night wind blew, and the small medicine box was as quiet as a chicken. No one would ever know if it was a coincidence, or if it was a flaw in the family planning of some unscrupulous little medicine box. After Gu Jiao took a shower, Xiao Hung kissed her for a while, but didn't go to the last step. He endured it and let her go to sleep. The fact that she was pregnant was not completely untraceable. For example, she was tired quickly in the past few days. He thought it was because he was too strong and made her too tired. So you're pregnant. But I am indeed very strong. Xiao Hong looked at Gu Jiao, who fell asleep in his arms. He raised his eyebrows, stroked her cheeks, kissed her, and then pulled a thin silk cloth to cover her. The sound of quarreling came from outside the courtyard. It was little Jinkong and Shang Wanqing who had returned. Xiao Hong glanced at Gu Jiao, got out of bed quietly, opened the door, and said to little Jinkong, "Jiao Jiao is asleep. You go take a shower first." Hearing that Jiao Jiao was asleep, little Jinkong immediately turned on the silent mode, waved at Shang Wanqing, and said silently, "Brother Qing, goodbye." Shang Wanqing leaned on the pillar, exhausted. He didn't even have the strength to twitch the corner of his mouth. "Haha, it's best if we don't meet again." Little Jinkong was so energetic that it was scary. The two of them went out together, shopping, watching lanterns, and going to the lake. They did exactly the same things. He was 6 years old now, so he didn't need Shang Wanqing to carry him all the time. Shang Wanqing was exhausted, but little Jinkong was still bouncing around. He jumped onto the steps, waved at his bad brother-in-law, and went into the house to visit Gu Jiao. Seeing that she had indeed fallen asleep, he secretly nodded his head. Bad brother-in-law did not lie to him. "You're so sweaty. Hurry up and take a shower," Xiao Hong urged him in a low voice. Little Jinkong put his hands on his waist and said in a low voice, "My sweat is fragrant. Your sweat is the stinky one. Stinky brother-in-law." Xiao Hong, "Little monk, it's been 3.5 years, but you're still as arrogant as ever. Don't you know that you're about to fall out of favor?" Yuya fetched some water for little Jinkong. He stripped himself naked and climbed into the wooden tub to take a bath. He was very happy today, not only because he had gone shopping with Brother Qing, but also because Jiao Jiao had promised to take him on a trip to the Imperial College tomorrow, the kind that won't lead brother-in-law astray. As he bathed, he started singing again in his small bathhouse. The door was closed, so he was not worried that he would disturb Gu Jiao. However, the maidservants on duty outside the door overheard him. At first, there were only 2 of them, but gradually 3 or 4 of them came. By the time Xiao Hong came over to check on his bath, all the servants in the courtyard had gathered here. They pricked up their ears to listen to the song, and they were having fun as they listened. "A young master." Yuya was the first to notice Xiao Hong. As soon as she called out, the rest of the servants came back to their senses and respectfully moved aside. Xiao Hong did not say anything and pushed the door open to enter the room. Little Jing Kong stood in his small wooden tub, struck a pose, and gazed affectionately in front of him. "Where's my young master?" Immediately, he changed his tune in a second and sang with perfect articulation. "In order to save young Masterly, I left my home." Who would have thought that the #1 scholar of the Imperial College would be wearing a red robe and a hat with palace flowers on it? So fresh. He looked as proud as he could be, as if he had really made it to the top of the Imperial examination. Xiao Heng's mouth twitched, and he said ruthlessly, "Jiao Jiao won't be able to go on an excursion with you tomorrow." The unruffled singing stopped abruptly. "What?" Little Jing Kong turned around and asked seriously. Xiao Hong flicked his wide sleeves, raised his chin, and said, "Jiao Jiao is pregnant. From now on, your position will be in danger. Good night." After Xiao Hong said that, he walked away valiantly. Little Jing Kong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His small body swayed in the wooden tub. He stretched out one hand in front of him and covered his heart with the other. With a sorrowful expression, he sang with a strong, choking voice, "Life is like a ruthless carving knife. It has changed our appearance. Will we wither before we bloom? I once had a dream." Shang Wanqing went to the princess's residence and learned from Princess Xinyang that Gu Jiao was pregnant. He was quite surprised. So fast, his stinky brother and that girl had only been married for less than 2 months. Xiao Yi had fallen asleep. After Marquis Xianping coaxed his daughter, he took Chong Jing out of the residence to carry out mission. Princess Xinyang glanced at her son and said, "Is it fast? He's already 20. He'll be 21 soon. He's still young." Shang Wanqing muttered, Princess Xinyang said, "Let's not talk about your brother. Let's talk about you. When do you plan to get married? Does your mother have any plans?" Shangguan Qing sighed bitterly. "Mother, why are we talking about this again? Didn't we not talk about it?" Princess Xinyang said earnestly, "We didn't talk about it before because your body didn't allow it. Getting married would only delay her. Now that you've recovered, you're no different from a normal person. Naturally, you can get married and have children like a normal person." Shangguan Qing didn't want to get married so early. He wanted to play around for a few more years. Princess Xinyang continued, "Your brother's going to be a father soon. You don't even have a wife. Chang Jing is 2 or 3 years younger than you, but she knows to bring betrothal gifts to the capital to find a suitable marriage. I'm not asking you to get married immediately. If you agree, I'll take a look for you first." His mother's will was so firm. It looked like it would be hard to refuse. Shangguan Qing put on an act and said, "But mother, I have high standards." "How high?" Princess Xinyang asked. Shangguan Qing's eyes flashed. "First, she has to be as beautiful as you and mother. Then, she has to be as gentle as you and as humorous as mother. She also has to be educated and reasonable, literate, poetry and songs proficient in everything." He racked his brains. "Martial arts. Yes, she has to know martial arts. Her martial arts can't be worse than sister-in-law's. Otherwise, how can she protect me?" Princess Xinyang was speechless. It was late at night. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and the stars shone brightly. The singing in Little Jing Kong stopped and was replaced by the continuous chirping of cicadas. The two mansions next to each other fell into a deep sleep one after the other. The weather was hot and dry, and Gu Jiao was sweating all over. She was pregnant, so Xiao Heng didn't dare to put too many ice cubes in the room, fearing that she would catch a cold. Xiao Heng went to get a cattail leaf fan and lay down beside her, fanning her again and again. When his left hand got tired, he switched to his right hand. When his right hand got tired, he switched back to his left hand. After a while, both his arms were sore and his eyelids drooped. Finally, after the folding fan fell from his hand again, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The moon was dark and the wind was strong. The chirping of cicadas on the tree and the croaking of frogs in the lotus pond lingered in the dark night. Xiao Heng left a small candle for Gu Jiao. The weak candlelight shone on the small medicine box beside her. Compared to its shabby appearance when they first arrived, it had been renovated a lot. Although it still wasn't shiny, the brown wooden box made it look more in line with the characteristics of this dynasty. Suddenly, a figure flashed by outside the window. Immediately after, the door latch was slowly pried open with a dagger. The wooden door of the new room didn't creak, and it didn't cause any noise when it was pushed open. A masked figure dressed as a maidservant flashed in. She first glanced warily at the bed with the curtains. After making sure that the two of them hadn't been awakened, she tiptoed around the room to search. First, she searched the cabinet, then the box, and even the treasure chest. But the moment she turned around, she was surprised. She didn't expect that the thing she was looking for was on the table, and that she had wasted so much time looking for it. She came to the table and looked greedily at the small medicine box. First, she tried to pry it open with her hands, but when she couldn't, she used the dagger to pry it open. However, when she couldn't pry it open, she curled her lips and laughed. "It's you." She put away the dagger and opened her arms to move the small medicine box. Something unexpected happened. "What's going on? Why can't I move it? Is there something stuck to the box?" But she quickly thought of a problem. Even if the box was stuck, the table wasn't. With her strength and skill, it wouldn't be a problem for her to move it. She tried a few more times, but found that the table didn't show any signs of being moved. So, the box was really too heavy, causing her to be unable to move it? "No, I'm already here. Even if I can't move it, I still have to move it." She sank her chi into her dantian and circulated almost all of the internal energy in her body, transferring it to her arms. The blood vessels in her pair of strong arms quickly expanded, as if they were going to burst out of her sleeves at any moment. She gritted her teeth and shouted in her heart. This time, she finally moved the small medicine box. Actually, it was only difficult when she moved it, but it wasn't that heavy when she moved it. She smiled coldly and carried the box out of the room. The moment she disappeared into the night, Xiao Hung slowly opened his eyes from within the curtains. His eyes were clear, without the slightest hint of sleep. Chapter 944. The masked servant girl took the small medicine box and left the Lanting courtyard without stopping. Then she left the princess's residence and went straight to the side door of Marquis Xianping's residence. She probably planned to jump over the wall there. The Marquis's residence was heavily guarded. From time to time, patrolling guards would pass by with swords. The servant girl's Qigong was very high, and she could successfully avoid them every time. Finally, the servant girl came to the wall. Marquis Xianping was the first Marquis of Zhao country. The wall of his residence was higher than normal people's. Of course, to the servant girl, this was not a problem. The servant girl hugged the small medicine box and easily jumped up. Her toes touched the wall, and she jumped out of the residence. However, the moment he landed, something unexpected happened. A huge net fell from the sky and covered the maidservant from head to toe. The servant girl's reaction was fast. She quickly pulled out the dagger at her waist and cut the net open. But in the time it took for her to move, a row of spears was placed on her neck. It was just a group of guards. The servant girl did not think much of them. But in the next second, the servant girl did not dare to act rashly. Because outside, more than 100 archers had drawn their longbows and aimed their cold arrows at him. This was not a one-on-one or one-on-many fight. This was an absolute tactical suppression. No expert could easily escape. The maidservant held a dagger in one hand and a small medicine box in the other. Her eyes were cold as she thought about how to deal with the situation. Behind the archers, a man in a crescent-white robe came forward, surrounded by a dozen shadow guards holding torches. The archers opened up a path in an orderly manner, and when the man and his group entered the encirclement, they quickly closed up their formation. The light of the fire shone on the young man's face. The servant girl recognized him, and her eyes trembled. Xiao Hing stopped about 10 steps away from the maidservant. He looked at her coldly and said indifferently, "You really didn't disappoint me." The servant girl was about to say something, but immediately covered her mouth. Xiao Hung smiled faintly. "There's no need to pretend. I've already recognized you, elderly." The servant girl's body stiffened at the mention of elderly. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch her face. Xiao Hung calmly said, "The human skin mask didn't fall off." The maidservant went to touch her chest again. Xiao Hung said, "It didn't drop either." The maidservant was only short of going to scout the birds. Xiao Hang's face darkened. "Stop." The maid. No, to be precise, it was Li Jiangping. He frowned and looked at Xiao Hung in shock. Xiao Heng's expression was calm, without a trace of doubt. From this, it could be seen that he was certain of his identity. There was no point in denying it. He asked in a low voice, "How did you guess?" Xiao Hung said coldly, "It's very simple. You revealed a flaw from the very beginning." Li Jiangping frowned. "I don't understand." Xiao Hung raised his finger, and an accompanying secret guard took out a handkerchief from his bosom. He opened it and handed it to Xiao Hung. Xiao Hung picked up the iron nail that had long dry blood and said, "You were injured because your palm was accidentally pierced by a nail when you were carrying the betrothal gifts. You did put on a show and nailed the nail into the box. However, this is where the problem lies. These betrothal gifts are very precious. In order to prevent moisture, you gave up on taking the water away. This measure was clearly effective. The other nails were all dry and intact, but this one was rusty. Moreover, its hole was new. It could be seen that it was just nailed in. Perhaps you will say that I'm just mending a nail, but I think that no one will mend a rusty nail." Li Jiangping never expected that he would make such a mistake. No, this was not a mistake. This was flawless. It was just that this guy was too abnormal, and his thoughts were too meticulous. Even such a tiny clue couldn't escape his eyes. Li Jiangping gritted his teeth. "Just based on a rusty nail?" "More than that." Xiao Hung said, "When Chang Jing told you not to spread Gu Jiao's medical skills, do you remember what you said? An ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring is a crime." "I understand, don't worry." At that time, The words flashed through his mind. Li Jiangping did not understand where his flaw was. What's wrong with this sentence? Xiao Hong said indifferently. You didn't notice it yourself, right? Before you said this, you glanced at the small medicine box on the table while wiping your sweat. Therefore, I'm very sure that what you said about treasuring a jade ring is referring to my wife's box. You deliberately got injured to test the medicine box in my wife's hands. Was this fellow a judge? His eyes were so sharp. Li Jiangping originally wanted to deny it, but it seemed impossible now. This was definitely the first time he had exposed himself so quickly. What the hell? He was clearly a guy who did not know martial arts, but for some reason, his eyes and aura were enough to make people's hearts jump. All of this happened too quickly. Li Jiangping was stunned, and there was too little time for him to react and make a decision. He could only rely on his many years of martial arts practice to rush toward Xiao Hong, the only one who did not know martial arts at the scene. Xiao Heng's appearance happened to block the line of sight of a wave of archers for him. As long as he was fast enough, he could catch Xiao Hong and force these people to let him go. As for the secret guards by Xiao Heng's side, they were no match for him at all with their mediocre skills. Li Jiangping was an expert of Dark Knight Island, and there was no doubt about his skills. His internal strength shook off those secret guards, and his hand fiercely grabbed Xiao Heng's neck. But just as he was about to succeed, a certain someone who had been hibernating on the tree for a long time curled his lips disdainfully, aimed at him, and pulled the trigger. With a loud bang, Li Jiangping was sent flying. He hit the wall behind him heavily and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Tisk, Shangguan Qing, who was on the tree branch, frowned and seemed to be dissatisfied with the shot. The shot just now hit the small medicine box in Li Jiangping's arms. He was not shot open on the spot, but he was still badly shaken. He spat out a mouthful of blood. This time, the steam bun in his lapel really fell out. Shangguan Qing's eyes were burning. Little Jing Kong can burn me, but you can't. He decisively loaded the gun. This was a newly improved gun. Its accuracy and speed had increased, and the corresponding recoil was also much stronger. He was still not used to it. I'll use you to practice tonight. He aimed at Li Jiangping's head. Right at this moment, an unexpected event occurred abruptly. Numerous terrifying sword chi slashed down from the sky and forcefully pushed back the secret guards of the Marquis of Schwamping's estate. Subsequently, a gray-clothed swordsman flashed down to grab Li Jiangping, who was on the ground, before swiftly leaving the scene. That person's lightness skill was probably not inferior to Gu Qingfeng's. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace with Li Jiangping. Shangguan Qing jumped down from the tree branch with a new gun in his arms. He looked at the place where Li Jiangping fell, and then looked at Xiao Hong. Aren't you going to chase? Xiao Hong looked in the direction of the two people and said, No need. Shangguan Qing carried the gun on his shoulder, but they also took away Jiao Jiao's box. Li Jiangping's hands were fast. Before leaving, he did not forget to hold the small medicine box on the ground. It's okay, Xiao Hong said. Shangguan Qing said, What do you mean it's okay? That box is very precious. Okay? I shot it just now, but it didn't break. Xiao Hong was not surprised. Jiao Jiao said that the small medicine box was not something from their world, and the medicine box might not be its original body. It was just that in their dimension, it could only appear in this form. Shangguan Qing snorted. Is it really okay? If Jiao Jiao wakes up and finds that the box is gone, she will be angry. I'll see how you coax her. Xiao Hong smiled and did not continue the topic. Instead, he asked, Are you okay? Are you hurt? The new gun had a lot of recoil. Shangguan Qing rubbed his small chest. Chang Jing still did not understand. But Uncle Li, why didn't Li Jiangping make a move? Even if we had some casualties on the Sword Hut Island, we would not have suspected him. He could have used this opportunity to weaken the strength of the Dark Knight Island. Xiao Hong looked at him seriously. What if he hurt you? You can't come to Zhao country to propose marriage, so he can't get close to Jiao Jiao. Chang Jing said, Oh, at this point, the last trace of hope in the bottom of Chang Jing's heart was extinguished. Li Jiangping was a spy through and through. In fact, there were still some doubts. Xiao Hung wanted to go back and slowly sort out his thoughts. Is that box really okay? Shang Wanqing was still thinking about the small medicine box. After all, it was something that could not be broken even by a gun. It should be known that even the armor on Gu Jiao's body could not withstand the power of a gun. Xiao Hung said with certainty, "It's okay. They can't steal it." On the quiet long street, a carriage was moving quickly. After Li Jiangping got on the carriage, he immediately put the small medicine box under the seat and covered it with his feet to prevent it from falling out of the carriage due to the bumps. The swordsman who saved him gave him an elixir for internal injuries. He raised his head and swallowed it. After circulating his qi for a small cycle, he took a deep breath and said with relief, "It was too dangerous just now. What weapon did that guy have in his hand? It almost killed me." "It's called a gun," the swordsman said. He hesitated and said, "But in Ghost Mountain, the gun was not so powerful." The swordsman did not participate in the Battle of Ghost Mountain, but Elder Liu and the others sent letters back to the Sword Hut. Li Jianping sighed and said, "My identity has been exposed. I can't go back to the Dark Knight sect in the future." Speaking of this, Li Jianping became angry. He had been hiding for 20 years and deceived the entire island. But in the end, he was defeated by a young man who was still wet behind the ears. The swordsman said, "It's okay. You got the medicine box and completed your mission. You don't have to go back to the Dark Knight sect in the future." Li Jianping sighed and said, "I didn't expect that the thing you were looking for would be in the hands of a little girl." The swordsman was also in disbelief. "Yes, we always thought that the thing was in the Dark Knight sect. You spent 20 years on the Dark Knight island in vain." Li Jianping smiled and said, "It wasn't in vain. If I hadn't been hiding on the Dark Knight Island, I wouldn't have had the chance to come to the Zhao Kingdom with Chong Jing." The swordsman said, "That's true." Li Jianping frowned and said, "But I have a question. How did you know that the medicine box was in the hands of the Duke An's adopted daughter?" The swordsman explained, "A female doctor from the Qin Kingdom told the Han family of the Yin Kingdom. The Han family then told Gong Sunyu. Our people happened to be nearby and heard it. Gong Sunyu was not interested in it, so it made things easier for us." Li Jianping suddenly understood. "I see." The swordsman smiled faintly and said, "Chong Jing and the Duke An's adopted daughter's husband's family happened to have this relationship. It seems that it was heaven's will for the Sword Hut to obtain it." As he spoke, he looked at Li Jianping and said, "You have made a great contribution this time. The swordsman will definitely reward you well." Li Jianping couldn't hide his smile. He lowered his head to pick up the medicine box on the ground. Then, something unbelievable happened. "Where's the medicine box?" He was shocked. The swordsman frowned. "Didn't you put it under the stool just now?" "Yes, I put it here." Li Jianping squatted down. Not only did he look under his stool, but he also looked in every corner of the carriage. But the medicine box was gone. Dash. Chapter 945. The novel will be updated more quickly. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. After an hour, Xiao Hung finished talking with Marquis Xian Ping Ho and the others and returned to the princess mansion with Shang Wanqing. Shang Wanqing yawned and waved at Xiao Hung. "I'm so sleepy. I'm going to sleep. You should rest early too." "Got it," Xiao Hung said to him. Shang Guanqing swaggered away with his new gun in his arms. Xiao Hung looked at his footsteps, which were exactly the same as his father's, and shook his head in amusement. When he returned to the room, he saw the small medicine box on the table. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He walked over, raised his slender hand, and patted it lightly. At dawn, Gu Jiao woke up slowly. She felt that someone was looking at her, and she couldn't ignore it. When she opened her eyes, she saw little Jing Kong lying on the bed. Little Jing Kong's eyes were full of concentration. She didn't know how long he had been waiting here. The moment he found that she had woken up, his little face lit up. "Jiao Jiao, you're awake?" he said crisply. Gu Jiao smiled. "Have you been here for a long time?" A beautiful day began with admiring the little handsome boy. Although he wasn't a 3-year-old boy, he was very cute and handsome at the age of 6. Little Jing Kong shook his head. "I just came." "Oh, you've been here for an hour." Someone stepped in with a book and mercilessly exposed the little guy's lie. Little Jing Kong turned around and glared at his bad brother-in-law. He corrected him. Being with you, a day feels like a year. Being with Jiao Jiao, time flies like an arrow. He blurted out two idioms in one breath, and they even rhymed. He was indeed a child in the prodigy class of the Imperial College. Gu Jiao got up and went to wash up. Little Jing Kong followed behind her like a little tail. He peeked at her from time to time, but didn't say anything. Gu Jiao put down the handkerchief in her hand and asked him, "What's wrong?" Little Jing Kong hesitated for a moment and decided to ask the truth. "Jiao Jiao, are you pregnant?" Gu Jiao glanced at Xiao Hong, who was tidying up the desk. She almost understood where the news about little Jing Kong came from, pulling out a kiss and showing off the baby. "As expected of you." Gu Jiao nodded and said, "Yes, we have a baby. A baby as cute as Jing Kong." "Is she as cute as me?" Her words were so pleasing to the ears that little Jing Kong became excited all of a sudden. He even started to look forward to the baby in Gu Jiao's belly. However, he thought of something and muttered hesitantly, but, Jiao Jiao has a baby. Will she still like me? Am I still the most handsome little man in Jiao Jiao's heart?" Gu Jiao smiled and pinched his little face. She bent down and looked at him at eye level. She said with a smile, "Of course she will. She will always like you. She will like you more every day than yesterday." Oh, little Jing Kong was so shy that his cheeks turned red. He turned around and covered his hot cheeks. "I'll go and get breakfast for Jiao Jiao first." After that, he ran out shyly. When he reached the corridor outside, he suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Hong, who was tidying up the desk in front of the window. He puffed out his chest and said proudly, "Jiao Jiao likes me. I'm most handsome. Umph." Little Jing Kong, who had turned the tables, left valiantly. Xiao Hong had a toothache. While little Jing Kong went to get breakfast, Xiao Hong and Gu Jiao talked about what happened last night. Gu Jiao was not too surprised by Li Jianping's betrayal, but the point that aroused her suspicion was different from Xiao Hang's. She recalled, "When they gave me the nail, they wrapped it in a clean handkerchief. I've seen too many people with such injuries at the border. Most people would not keep the nail. They would throw it away immediately to prevent a second person from getting hurt. Even if they kept it, they would just put aside casually. They wrapped it in a handkerchief as if they were afraid of destroying the blood and rust on it." Xiao Hong looked at her with admiration. "Jiao Jiao is so smart." Gu Jiao nodded seriously. "Yes, I'm very smart." Xiao Hong smiled. Gu Jiao thought of something and asked, "But how did you know it would come back by itself?" "I don't know." "You don't know?" Xiao Hong was surprised. He thought she knew her small medicine box like the back of her hand. Gu Jiao shook her head. Xiao Hong helped her recall. "Do you remember that time you were crushed in a collapsed wine cellar?" Gu Jiao said, "I remember. You jumped down and looked for me." She was almost out of breath with the boulder on her chest. She thought she was going to die. In the darkness, he grabbed her hand. Xiao Hong said, "Later, we were all rescued. Your medicine box fell in the ruins. The scene was too dangerous at that time, so there was no way to dig it out. But when I went back, I found it in your small basket. I thought I was mistaken at that time. It was not until later when you told me that it was not an ordinary medicine box that I was sure I was not mistaken." When he said that, Gu Jiao also remembered something. It was during the archery competition in the Yin Kingdom. She remembered that she did not bring the small medicine box, but it was in her basket. She thought that it was Gu Xiaoshun and Gu Yin who put the small medicine box in her basket. In addition, when she first transmigrated here, the small medicine box was not with her. It only appeared when she urgently needed it. Gu Jiao looked at the small medicine box on the table bitterly. "If I had known it would be like this, I would not have taken so much effort to bring it with me. It was tiring to move it around." Gu Jiao pointed at the small medicine box. "Can't you be more obvious? Sometimes, if I didn't bring you, wouldn't I have found out if you appeared a few more times? Did you do it on purpose? Do I have to hug you every day to be happy?" A gust of morning wind blew, and the small medicine box was as quiet as a chicken. Xiao Hong sorted out what happened last night. There were 3 questions that he had no clue about. First, how did the Sword Hut know about the small medicine box? Second, why did the Sword Hut want the small medicine box? Third, What was the purpose of Li Jiangping lurking in the Dark Knight gang? If it was to deal with the Dark Knight gang, it did not make sense that he could not find a suitable opportunity to take action in 20 years. Gu Jiao had no clue about the first 2 points. As for the third point, she had her own opinion. The Sword Hut let Li Jiangping lurk in the Dark Knight gang for many years. Other than sending messages to the Sword Hut, the only big thing he did was to steal the small medicine box. Xiao Heng stared. You mean that he lurked in the Dark Knight gang for the small medicine box? But he was already on the Dark Knight Island 20 years ago. At that time, Chongjing was not born yet. You were not born either. Could they be like the state preceptor, who could predict the future? Gu Jiao paused. What if they thought that the small medicine box was on the Dark Knight Island? Huh? Xiao Heng was slightly stunned. Gu Jiao said, the purple grass came from the small medicine box. The earliest purple grass was planted by the first island master of the Dark Knight Island. Now I suspect that the small medicine box once appeared on the Dark Knight Island. Chapter 946. Xiao Heng wondered, but isn't the medicine box yours? Why did it appear on Dark Knight Island? Gu Jiao shook her head. I don't know. It was indeed a mystery. Even she had no clue. The two of them decided to ask Chongjing. Did your box appear on our island? I don't know. In the garden of the Lord Protector's manor, Chongjing looked confused. Then he asked the same question as Xiao Heng. Why did your box appear on our island? You haven't been to our island. If Gu Jiao knew the answer, she wouldn't have to ask Chongjing. She said again, how much do you know about the first island owner? Chongjing said helplessly, Dark Knight Island was originally a deserted island. After he came, he reorganized it into a sect, took in the nearby fishermen, and planted purple grass. That's all I know. If you want to know about the first island owner, you can only ask my father. Even Uncle Li doesn't know much about it. Was he a man or a woman? Xiao Heng asked suddenly. Chongjing said subconsciously, a man. Xiao Heng said seriously, what do you mean by a man? Are you sure or not? Chongjing thought for a while and said, no one told me. But aren't all island owners men? Is there a woman who can be an island owner? If there is, can my sister also be an island owner? Then I don't have to inherit the Dark Knight sect. The two of them exchanged a look. Chongjing's state of mind was completely different from theirs. No wonder he got along well with Jing Kong. Xiao Heng said to Gu Jiao, I will investigate them. Don't worry. Okay. Gu Jiao was not a person who would give up eating for fear of choking. Although the people of the Sword Hut had sneaked into the capital, they still lived their lives as usual. After breakfast, Gu Jiao took little Jing Kong to the carriage for an outing. Little Jing Kong swung his legs and said in a low voice, Jiao Jiao, let's not go for an outing, shall we? Why? Gu Jiao asked. Little Jing Kong looked down and said, I'm a little tired today. Gu Jiao smiled and said, you're not tired. Little Jing Kong opened his mouth and was about to say something when Gu Jiao added, I'm not that weak. It was just a pregnancy. Other than the difference in appetite and sleep, there was no other difference. During this period of time, she had been busy with her own affairs and neglected little Jing Kong. He was growing up day by day. She did not want to look back one day and realize that he had become independent and that she had missed out on his growth. She looked at little Jing Kong and said seriously, I want to go for an outing with you. Are you willing to go with me? Little Jing Kong looked into Gu Jiao's eyes and could feel that Gu Jiao really wanted to go. He immediately became energetic and nodded vigorously. Yes, yes. I love going out with Jiao Jiao the most. Gu Jiao was infected by his childlike innocence and imagined how the baby would look like. She thought that she would really like it if it was the same as Jing Kong. She touched his little head and said, let's go to the Duke's public house for dinner tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go to Bai Shui Alley to play cards with Grandaunt. Little Jing Kong raised his hands and feet in agreement. We'll listen to Jiao Jiao. Bai Shui Alley. Guyan stood at the door and looked around. Gu Xiaobao also looked around. What are you doing? He asked Gu Xiaobao. What are you doing? Gu Xiaobao asked him back. Guyan was annoyed and amused by Gu Xiaobao's adult tone. I'm waiting for someone. Gu Xiaobao said, I'm also waiting for someone. Guyan said, I'm waiting for Xiaoshun. I'm also waiting. I'm not waiting for Xiaoshun. Gu Xiaobao waved his little hand and learned from Gu Yin to call Xiaoshun. You have to call Xiaoshun brother. Also, sister won't be coming today. Gu Yin hit the nail on the head. Gu Xiaobao raised his head and looked at his brother unhappily. She's coming. Not long after, Gu Xiaoshun came back. Gu Yan's eyes lit up. Is it done? Gu Xiaoshun said sneakily. It's done. Let me see. Gu Yan stretched out his hand. Gu Xiaobao looked at his two brothers in confusion. He didn't understand what they were doing. Gu Xiaoshun sneakily stuffed the thing into Gu Yan's arms. There's so many on the streets. You had to draw it yourself. I don't know if it's to your liking. There's no silver left. I found the most experienced master craftsman. Gu Yan said, Okay, you look after Xiaobao. I'm going out. Okay. Gu Xiaoshun carried the little boy into the house. Gu Yan took a carriage to the military camp. Gu Changqing was observing the soldiers drill. Suddenly, a guard walked over quickly and whispered something in his ear. He raised his finger and said, Got it. Then, he said to the generals who were watching the drill together, Sorry, I have to leave. The generals looked at him strangely and exchanged glances. This was a big drill that happened once every 3 months. Did something big happen? Why did General Gu leave midway? He left in a hurry. Gu Changqing quickly walked out of the military camp and saw a thin figure pacing back and forth beside a carriage. Yan, he called out to him. Gu Yan heard and turned around in a daze. Why did you come out? Gu Changqing smiled. Someone told me that you came to look for me. I didn't. Gu Yan subconsciously retorted. It was true that he came to look for him, but he didn't mention it to anyone. He knew that the military camp was busy and didn't want to disturb him. He wanted to wait for him to finish before coming out. Gu Changqing didn't tell Gu Yan that it was his personal guard who recognized him. Gu Changqing was a cold-faced Yama in the military camp. However, in front of Gu Yan and Gu Jiao, he was always a doting brother. He saw that Gu Yan's cheeks were red from the sun and quickly brought him to his tent. Bring some ice. He ordered the guard. The guard was shocked. Didn't you say that you didn't use these things? Yes. The guard glanced at the pampered young master and understood. He went to bring over 2 large basins of ice cubes and placed them on both sides of Gu Yan. Gu Yan felt a chill run down her spine. You can leave. Gu Changqing ordered. Yes. The guard retreated. Gu Changqing picked up the fan on the table and gently fanned Gu Yan. Gu Yan raised his small neck comfortably and turned 180 degrees. He wanted a fan here. He also wanted a fan here. Gu Changqing smiled and fanned harder. Don't you have to go to class today? Today is a holiday. Gu Yan said. Gu Changqing asked, Why did you come to the military camp to look for me? Gu Yan hesitated for a moment. He took out a mask and handed it to Gu Changqing. What is this? Gu Changqing took the mask with a hand that didn't need a fan. He looked at it carefully and didn't forget to continue fanning Gu Yan. Gu Yan said, Aren't you engaged? This is an engagement gift for you. It was a silver half-face mask. It was very light and exquisite. The design was also new. Gu Changqing had never seen it on the market. He looked at Gu Yan. Did you specially find someone to make it? Yes. Gu Yan pulled his small ears and admitted with some embarrassment. It seemed that he had put a lot of thought into it. Gu Changqing's heart softened. Why did you think of giving me a mask? Gu Yan pursed his lips. Aren't you an expert in the underground martial arts arena? I heard that the people there all wear masks. If you don't like it, I like it very much. Gu Changqing smiled and said to him, I will wear it when I go to the underground martial arts arena in the future. I will also bring you. This way, you will be able to recognize who I am at a glance. Gu Yan's eyes moved. He did his best to suppress the joy in his heart and nodded coldly. If you insist on bringing me, then that's fine too. Gu Changqing smiled warmly, his eyes full of pampering. Marquis Xin Ping's estate. Xiao Hong went to court today and accepted the title of junior assistant. From today onwards, he would be the first junior assistant under the emperor's rule. When he left court, he was surrounded by civil and military officials. Everyone congratulated him one after another. All of this happened suddenly, but when he thought about it carefully, he felt that it was logical. At the age of 13, he became the young chancellor of the directorate. If it wasn't for the unforeseen event, he would have already become Zhao Country's junior assistant. He lost some of his noble youthfulness and gained some steadiness and calmness. If it was said that the young chancellor relied somewhat on his birth, then the 3 Yuan imperial examinations, the Zhuiyuan parade, and the junior assistant were all the results of his own hard work. Congratulations to Grand Secretary Yuan. You have a successor. There were also officials congratulating Grand Secretary Yuan. Grand Secretary Yuan stroked his beard with a smile. Another official said, I think Grand Secretary Yuan is blessed with double happiness. You have a proud student, as well as a son-in-law and a grandson-in-law. Grand Secretary Yuan's smile deepened. That's right. The 2 matters that had been troubling him for a long time had been settled. Next was Bao Lin and Gu Chongqing's wedding. He had to ask the imperial astronomer if they had calculated the auspicious day. Xiao Heng finally escaped from the encirclement of the officials with great difficulty. His entire body was covered in sweat. He returned to the princess manor. As soon as he entered the room, he saw that Shangguan Qing was also there. He laid out a dozen masks on the table and asked Gu Jiao, who was sitting to the side, take a look. Which one is the mask you dreamed of? Did you find someone to make all of these? Gu Jiao asked. Shangguan Qing said, that's right. I gave your blueprints to the master of the blacksmith shop. Everyone's masks are different and have subtle differences. Take a look and see which one is the most similar. Yes, this one. Gu Jiao picked up the 3rd bronze mask with fangs on her right-hand side. This matter had already passed, but when he heard that the people of the Sword Hut had infiltrated the capital again, Shangguan Qing began to pay attention to it again. Aren't you going back to the Yin kingdom? Gu Jiao asked him. Shangguan Qing said calmly, I can go back a few days later. He wanted to kill all the bastards of the Sword Hut first. He took out the mask Gu Jiao had picked out and glanced at his stinky younger brother. He hurriedly said, you came at the right time. Draw this mask again and make it look more similar. This way, it'll be easier to make a copy and distribute it. Have the guards find it. Okay. Xiao Heng agreed. Gu Jiao had seen it a long time ago. She wore the dark red official robes of the junior secretary, which made her devastatingly beautiful and elegant like jade. The young couple stared at each other. Even the air was sweet. Shangguan Qing wanted to roll his eyes again. Am I here to eat dog food? That's enough. Xiao Heng entered the room and sat down. He picked up a brush and paper and began to draw the mask. He did not just draw a single mask. He also combined the attire of the disciples of the Sword Hut with the Xianyue sword. My stinky younger brother is good. Shangguan Qing looked at him in amazement and said, this is much easier to recognize. Speaking of which, how did you get the box back? The 2 looked at each other. Xiao Heng said calmly, it's a secret. TSK, Shangguan Qing snorted. If you don't want to say it, then forget it. However, if they didn't succeed the first time, they will definitely come a second time. Guess, will they come tonight? Without waiting for the 2 to speak, Yu suddenly walked in hurriedly. Miss, son-in-law, Steward Zheng is here. Steward Zheng was Duke N's confidant. His visit must have something to do with Dukin. The 2 hurriedly let bring Steward Zheng in. Steward Zheng stumbled into the room. When he came in front of Gu Jiao, his legs gave way. Gu Jiao held his arm in time. Steward Zheng, what happened? Let's talk nicely. Steward Zheng broke down and cried, Duke! Duke went out to buy a shop for Miss today, but someone came out of nowhere and took Duke away. Dukin always brought his men of sacrifice with him when he went out. Their martial arts were not bad. To be able to take Duke away from them, it was obvious that the other party was not an ordinary master. The 3 of them exchanged glances and had the same guess in their hearts. The Sword Hut, Gu Jiao asked, did they leave any messages? Steward Zheng cried and shook his head. No, there was nothing. They left after taking him away. Gu Jiao asked seriously, where did it happen? Steward Zheng choked with sobs. The East River of Lake Li. I saw them go in the direction of the West City Gate. Xiao Heng's eyes turned cold. The West City Gate. Do they want to take Dukin back to the Sword Hut? Yes, Jiao Jiao was Duke N's adopted daughter. With Duke N in their hands, were they afraid that they could not control Jiao Jiao? They wanted to lure Jiao Jiao to the Sword Hut because they realized that to take away the medicine chest, they had to take away Jiao Jiao. I'm going out. Wait for me at home. Before Xiao Heng could finish speaking, Gu Jiao had already tied up her long hair without hesitation. At dusk, a seemingly inconspicuous carriage drove out of the north city gate of the capital. The coachman drove the carriage vigilantly, followed by 4 attendants on horses. Inside the carriage, 2 men sat facing each other. One of them was the kidnapped Dukin, and the other was the swordsman who had saved Li Jiangping last night. The swordsman wore a silver mask that distorted his original appearance. However, from the skin on his neck and hands, one could tell that he was not old. When he spoke, he confirmed Dukin's guess. At most, he was around 30. Dukin, we have no ill intentions. Please calm down. He smiled and said to Dukin, and was very calm from beginning to end. He did not make any unnecessary calls for help. Hearing the other's words, he said calmly, "Where do you plan on taking me?" The swordsman smiled coldly. "You don't need to know. Just cooperate obediently. Otherwise, I don't mind making you suffer." Dukin was not frightened by his threat. He said calmly, "You are from the Sword Hut." A glimmer of shock flashed through the swordsman's eyes. Clearly, he had not expected the other to guess so easily. However, he quickly smiled again. As expected of Dukin, "You are extremely quick-witted." This was an admission. It seemed that his situation was not good. After all, only the dead could keep secrets. They did not plan on letting him leave alive. It did not matter if he died. He was only worried that he would implicate Jiao Jiao. The swordsman smiled coldly. "Why aren't you speaking? Are you thinking of how to escape? Don't waste your time. You can't escape. Don't count on anyone coming to save you. They all think that we are going to the western city gate. By the time they react, we will have already boarded the ship." Dukin looked at him calmly. "Who are you trying to threaten by capturing me? The Duke and his state, the Xinyuan family, or the Yin royal family?" "None of them." The swordsman smiled. "We only hope to invite your adopted daughter to the island as a guest." As expected, they had come for Jiao Jiao. Murderous intent flashed through Dukin's eyes. The swordsman saw the murderous intent and said mockingly, "Oh, you want to kill me? What can a cripple like you do? I can crush you to death with my fingers. However, don't worry. Your body is so weak. I am afraid that I will not control my strength. If I kill you, I will not be able to invite your adopted daughter." Dukin asked calmly, "Jiao Jiao has no enmity with you. Why do you want to attack her?" The swordsman laughed. "There is enmity. After all, she killed so many disciples of the Sword Hut at the border. Of course, they were all outer sect disciples. The enmity is not great. As long as she is willing to obediently hand over what we want, we may consider letting her go. Letting Jiao Jiao go was fake. What they wanted from Jiao Jiao was real." Nguagong said, "What do you want? I'll buy it for you. Do you want her armor or her weapon?" The swordsman said meaningfully, "It is much more precious than those things. You would not understand even if I told you." After speaking, he lifted the curtain and asked the driver, "How long until we reach the ferry?" 6 hours, the driver said. "Is there no shortcut?" the swordsman asked. "There is." "Then let's go. The shortcut will take us through a forest. We may encounter wild beasts." "Are we afraid of wild beasts?" "Take the shortcut." Since the swordsman had spoken, the driver could only follow. Fortunately, their luck was good. They did not encounter any danger in the forest. 2 hours later, they were on the official road of Jadewater Town. "The ferry is ahead." "Sir, are you sure there is a boat?" the driver asked. "This is not something you should worry about." The swordsman was not as patient with the driver as he was with Duke and Yes. The driver angrily closed his mouth. Of course there was a boat. Everything had been prepared. They would enter the Yin Kingdom by water and return to the Sword Hut from the Yin Kingdom. He had left a steward behind to inform the girl. As long as the girl was not an idiot, she would be able to guess that they had to go to the Sword Hut to find someone. "Girl, see you at the Sword Hut." The carriage stopped at the ferry. A large boat with a black awning slowly approached. Li Jiangping stood on the boat and waved in their direction. The swordsman saw through the window. He nodded, lowered the curtain, and jumped off the carriage. Just as he was about to move Duke and his wheelchair down, an eagle's cry suddenly came from the silent roof. The entire night sky seemed to have been torn open by this eagle's cry, and a majestic, murderous aura surged out like a tsunami. The swordsman and Li Jiangping's hearts shook. An ominous premonition swept through their hearts. The sound of heavy horse hooves approached. The two turned their heads to look. In the dark night, Gu Jiao rode over with a red-tasseled spear on her back. She carried a killing intent that could trample mountains and rivers. Her red battle clothes were blown by the night wind. Her black armor reflected a cold light under the moonlight. The swordsman was shocked. Li Jiangping had seen Gu Jiao before, but the Gu Jiao and the manner and the person on the horse emitting the fury of a killing god were like two different people. He did not dare to recognize her for a moment. Get on the boat. He finally came to his senses. Gu Jiao rode on the Black Wind King's strong horse. She coldly pulled back the bow in her hand and shot him into the water with an arrow. Chapter 947. Novels with content that can't be found online can be found here. Li Jiangping was an elder of the Dark Night Island, but he was sent flying by an arrow. What kind of terrifying strength was that? The swordsman frowned and said to his 4 subordinates, "Go." The 4 of them drew their swords and flew towards Gu Jiao with their lightness skills. Gu Jiao fired 3 arrows at the same time. Their speed was unbelievably fast, and they tore through the air with unstoppable force, directly hitting the hearts of the 3 swordsmen. The 3 of them didn't even have time to fight back before they screamed and fell. The last swordsman saw that his 3 companions were killed and couldn't help but stop. In this short moment, the Black Wind King had already arrived under him. Gu Jiao pulled out the red-tasseled spear from her back and nailed him to a tree not far away. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His head tilted, and he stopped breathing. The swordsman's eyebrows twitched. He couldn't believe it. In a flash, an image appeared in his mind. "I know who you are. You are Duke An's adopted daughter, the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. Should I call you Xiao Lulang or young madam?" To be honest, when he heard that the commander of the Black Wind Cavalry who killed Gong Sun Yu was a woman, he was more shocked than if he had seen a ghost, other than the Master of Shadows. He didn't expect there to be a second woman who was so powerful. That's right, the first Master of Shadows was a woman. Perhaps even the members of the Shadow Division didn't know this secret, but the head of the Sword Hut had interacted with her before. The Black Wind King stopped 10 steps away from him. If Dukan wasn't still in the carriage, it would have rammed into him. Gu Jiao held the reins with one hand and pointed the red-tasseled spear at him coldly. "Let go of my adopted father, and I'll leave you with a whole corpse." The swordsman laughed mockingly. "Only a whole corpse? Huh, girl, you sure talk big." Gu Jiao sat on the back of the horse and looked down at him. "It seems that you don't want to choose. That's good." The swordsman sneered. "Do you really think you can kill me? Although I admit that your martial arts are stronger than I imagined, you are still no match for me." Noisy. Gu Jiao finished speaking word by word and jumped down from the horse's back. Her long spear was like a rainbow as she fiercely stabbed towards the swordsman. The assassin drew his sword to block, but he had underestimated Gu Jiao's strength and the sharpness of the red-tasseled spear. His sword was cut in half, and his arm went numb. He took a few steps back and looked at Gu Jiao in disbelief. To be honest, Gu Jiao was also very surprised. Ever since the battle, she had not properly dueled with anyone. The swordsman was her first real opponent, although his strength was not enough. The swordsman threw away the long sword in his hand and took out another sword from under the carriage. But as expected, it was still cut in half by Gu Jiao's spear. He finally realized that he had kicked an iron board and planned a retreat. Gu Jiao did not give him the chance as her spear cut off his head. He watched as his body went further and further away. The world spun and dust entered his mouth and nose. Then, there was no more then. Adoptive father. Gu Jiao quickly opened the curtain of the carriage. Who would have thought that she would find nothing? There was not a single person inside. She looked carefully and found that when she was dueling with the swordsman, Another expert had taken advantage of the situation and taken away Nguagong from the back door of the carriage. She looked at the sky. Little Nine. Little Nine flapped its wings and chased after her. Gu Jiao also got on the horse and chased after Little Nine's eagle cry, running into the night. There was no horse faster than the Black Wind King in the world. When Xiao Hung and Shang Guanqing arrived at the ferry, there was no trace of Gu Jiao and Nguagong. There were only a few corpses on the ground, and one of them was a headless corpse. Shang Guanqing frowned. After chasing them for so long, did we still lose them? Xiao Heng's eyes swept over and said cautiously, "There is someone in the water." The accompanying secret guard went into the water and pulled Li Jiangping out of the water. Li Jiangping still had one breath left. "Who is this guy?" Shang Guanqing asked. When Li Jiangping came to the house, he happened to take Jing Kong out and did not see Li Jiangping face to face. Xiao Heng said, "Li Jiangping, he is the traitor of the Dark Knight sect?" Shang Guanqing squatted down and checked the arrow in his chest. "It is Jiao Jiao's arrow." Xiao Hung walked forward and looked coldly at the dying Li Jiangping. Where did Jiao Jiao and Nguagong go? Li Jiangping did not want to say it first, but Xiao Hung had someone cut off his fingers. Shang Guanqing clicked his tongue. "No way. My little brother is so cruel." Xiao Hung said expressionlessly, "If you don't say it, I will cut off your ears, nose, and mouth and feed them to you." Shang Guanqing thought, damn, today was the day that my little brother refreshed his knowledge. Li Jiangping could not withstand the torture in the end. Go east 3 miles, there is a Songjin Villa. The people of the Sword Hut should be there. The Songjin Villa was a small sect near Zhaodu. The Sword Hut needed a place to hide when they came here, so they robbed the Songjin Villa. According to the plan, Li Jiangping and the swordsmen would bring Nguagong to board the boat first, and the people of the Sword Hut would follow behind to ensure that no masters could catch up to them. Gu Jiao chased all the way to the foot of the mountain. Perhaps because the expert had informed them, the 2 disciples guarding the gate were already prepared. They pulled out their swords one after another and looked at Gu Jiao warily. "Who are you?" one of them asked. Gu Jiao did not waste time talking to them. She directly charged over. There were steps up. The Black Wind King could not walk anymore. Gu Jiao told him to wait in the forest. She grabbed her red-tasseled spear and charged all the way to the villa. Although it was easy for her to kill them, it was not because they were weak. In fact, each of them had the strength of a celestial wolf. It was because her strength had increased a lot. As for how much, she could not determine. She had not met an opponent who could force her to use her full strength. "How dare you? How dare you hurt a disciple of the Sword Hut?" Just as Gu Jiao was about to enter the villa, a man in gray clothes wearing a silver mask stepped into the night and flew towards Gu Jiao with a sword in his hand. This person's aura was clearly stronger than the disciples from before. He was a true expert. His sword landed on Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear. The weapons met and sparks flew. Following the crisp sound of the collision, Gu Jiao could feel that her arm was violently shaken. Gu Jiao was forced to take a few steps back. She looked at the person who came. From his voice, it was a middle-aged man. However, he looked very young and strong. The muscles on his arms and chest were almost bursting out from under his clothes. This person was a tempered body expert. Like Shi, he had a very strong inner strength. Gu Jiao could feel a murderous aura from him that was comparable to an Hun's. If it was a year ago, she would not be a Hun's opponent. But now, she had the strength to fight him. Gu Jiao gripped her red-tasseled spear tightly and began to look for the opponent's weakness. The man was slightly stunned. He did not expect that under such circumstances, the opponent did not have the slightest intention of retreating. "Who are you?" This young man caught his attention. Gu Jiao said, "Who am I? Why don't you go to hell and ask your fellow disciples?" "You're a girl?" The man was shocked again. Then he looked at Gu Jiao's beautiful face under the moonlight and murmured, "No wonder." He was wondering how a man could be so good-looking. Gu Jiao looked around. There was more than one ferry nearby. If they were delayed, Nguagong might be taken away by them through another door. She did not waste any more words with him. She raised her red-tasseled spear and charged at him. On the other side, Xiao Hung and Shangwan Qing's group were surrounded by the disciples of the Sword Hut. The secret guards protected the two young masters in the middle. Shangwan Qing held a gun and stood back to back with Xiao Hung, waiting for an opportunity to move. He frowned and said, "How many people did the Sword Hut send this time?" His skills were on par with Han's, but during the fight just now, other than his surprise attack which forced the girl to retreat, he had not been able to win against her since she took the initiative to attack him. The first 10 moves were a draw. From the 11th move onwards, he had no power to fight back. Why was it like this? Gu Jiao stepped on his chest. She was like the master of all things looking down at the ants on the ground. "Where is Dukin?" The seventh guardian laughed coldly. He raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Do you think? I will tell you. I'm warning you. This is the territory of the Sword Hut. If you dare to act recklessly." His gaze was very determined. He could not reveal any information to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao did not want to waste time on him. She withdrew her foot. Under the gaze of the disciples of the Sword Hut who did not dare to go forward, she walked into the villa with the blood-dripping red tasseled spear like a shura. The seventh guardian struggled to stand up. He looked coldly at Gu Jiao's back. He grabbed with his 5 fingers and gathered enough inner energy. He was about to hit Gu Jiao's back fiercely. Gu Jiao happened to pass by the corpse of a disciple of the Sword Hut. She stomped her foot fiercely, and the long sword on the ground flipped up. She hit the hilt of the sword with her palm. The long sword flew towards the seventh guardian behind her. The seventh guardian did not even have time to react before his chest was pierced fiercely. During the entire process, Gu Jiao did not turn her head. Her red tasseled spear touched the ground. Following her footsteps, the cold, glinting tip of the spear drew a slow and ear-piercing sound on the limestone floor. Occasionally, a string of sparks would fly. There were disciples charging towards her. Every single one of them fell under her red tasseled spear. The disciples of the Sword Hut were frightened by her killing. A disciple trembled and said, "Quick, quick, go and report to the headmaster." The Sword Hut had 2 peaks. The headmaster, the various venerables, and the guardians were at the rear peak. Today, it was the 7th guardian's turn to guard the vanguard. Gu Jiao found Dukyun, who had been tied up by 4 disciples at the back door of the vanguard. As she expected, they were planning to take him down the mountain from the side door and head to another ferry. Gu Jiao dealt with the 4 people as quickly as possible. She cut the ropes on Dukin's body and knelt by his side. She helped the fainted Dukin up. Adoptive father, adoptive father. She placed Dukin on her shoulder and checked his pulse. Dukin slowly regained consciousness. He weakly opened his heavy eyelids and said to Gu Jiao, "Jiao Jiao, quick go. Don't worry about me. Hurry. Go down the mountain." Gu Jiao said, "Let's go together." Dukin clenched his teeth and used the last of his strength to say, "I have medicine on me." "It'll harm you." Gu Jiao had already noticed. She helped him untie the ropes on his feet. "This bit of knockout drug is useless against me. I'll carry you down the mountain." As she spoke, she turned around and carried Dukin on her back. However, the moment she turned around, a ghostly figure appeared out of nowhere and slapped her chest, sending her and Dukin flying at the same time. "Jiao Jiao." Dukin didn't know where he got the strength. He grabbed Gu Jiao and spun in the air. He let himself fall to the ground and held Gu Jiao tightly in his arms. He was hit so hard that he spat out a mouthful of blood. The 2 of them hit a rock on the side. He used his hands to protect Gu Jiao's head. Gu Jiao's head was saved, but the huge impact still knocked Gu Jiao out of his arms. There was a cliff in front of them. He rushed over to grab Gu Jiao, but it was too late. Gu Jiao was thrown out. "Jiao Jiao!" Dukin screamed. "Save her! Save her! She is the person you are looking for." The 2nd guardian of the Sword Hut who had sneakily attacked Gu Jiao was shocked. "What? She is that? Oh no! She can't die." The 2nd guardian rushed to the edge of the cliff, but he was 1 step too late. He reached out to grab her, but he couldn't even catch a corner of her clothes. He swayed a few times. The sand and stones under his feet fell off the cliff, as if he was going to slide down with her. He stared at the pitch-black cliff in shock, completely dumbfounded. Dukan climbed to the cliff. Tears came out his eyes. Jiao Jiao. In the forest, Shangwan Qing, who was being supported by Xiao Hong, was limping forward. He frowned. What's that sound? Xiao Hong gathered his qi and looked up. It seems to be Dukan. Jiao Jiao is in trouble. The strong wind on the cliff was blowing. It was so strong that people couldn't open their eyes. The second guardian raised his hand to block his eyes. He took a few steps back. At this moment, a light blue figure jumped from behind. He jumped off the cliff without hesitation. His robe was facing the strong wind. A breathtaking lotus bloomed in the dark night valley. Gu Jiao kept falling. The strong wind was cutting her face like a knife. When the plane crashed, it seemed to be the same feeling. So this time, was she going to die too? Her thoughts were blown away by the wind. While she was in a daze, a strong hand grabbed her wrist. She felt that she was caught by something. When she opened her eyes, she saw a familiar young and handsome face. Gu Changqing? Gu Changqing grabbed her with one hand and held the cliff with the other. However, it was not so easy to stabilize them when they fell at the same time. His fingertips were badly mutilated on the cliff. His bones could be seen. Finally, he held on. Gu Jiao was hanging under him. There was some warm liquid dripping on her forehead. She touched the liquid on her forehead and twisted her fingertips. Gu Changqing, you're hurt. His hand hurt so much that it didn't feel like his own. Gu Changqing was soaked in cold sweat, but he said in a normal tone, I'm fine. Do you still have strength? I'll pull you up first. Hold on to me, and I'll bring you up. In this place, one could fall if they were not careful. They were good at fighting, but they were humans, not gods. If they fell, they would lose their lives. Gu Changqing carefully pulled Gu Jiao up. He let Gu Jiao climb on his back and wrap the whip around each other. Gu Jiao said, I can do it myself. Gu Changqing said, don't move. He saw just now. She was hit. Even if the armor blocked most of the power, it still affected her. Gu Jiao hugged his neck and said, but you're hurt. Gu Changqing said softly, that's why I have to carry you. I don't have the will to live. Gu Jiao didn't insist. Thinking of something, Gu Jiao said, I have a match. I can light the way for you. No need. He looked at his bloody left hand and said calmly, I can see the way. Chapter 948. Novels that can't be found online will be available here. Gu Changqing carried Gu Jiao on his back as he climbed up the cliff with great difficulty. The astral winds from the bottom of the cliff howled, almost blowing them away. Under these extreme conditions, he could not use his internal strength at all. He could only rely on his brute force as he slowly climbed up with his little sister. Very quickly, his right hand became a bloody mess. His flesh was left on the cliff, and the bloody handprints were a shocking sight in the dark night. The place where they fell was very deep, and they did not know how long it would take to climb up. The wind here was strong, and the temperature was low. Gu Changqing was worried that she would freeze, so he said to her, Jiao Jiao, don't sleep yet. Gu Jiao replied in a daze. Gu Changqing asked, are you sleepy? Gu Jiao blinked her sleepy eyes. A bit. Her sudden sleepiness was not like her usual strength. Gu Changqing asked in a worried voice, are you seriously injured? I'm not. Gu Jiao shook her head. She had been feeling sleepy recently, and it was probably related to her pregnancy. Gu Changqing's hand grabbed onto a protruding rock. Then you should sleep. I'll wake you up when we reach the top. He slowly poured his internal strength into her to maintain her body temperature. A person's potential was truly endless. At first, he couldn't even use his internal strength, but didn't he still do it now? However, he could only use a little bit since he still needed to rely on brute force to climb. Gu Jiao's body felt a comfortable warmth. Her head sank down as she leaned against his shoulder. She said in a daze, Gu Changqing, I have good news to tell you. Gu Changqing heard her sleepy voice and his lips curled as he asked, what good news? Gu Jiao closed her eyes and said half awake, I have a baby in my stomach. Gu Changqing was so shocked that his tiger-like body trembled. He was at a loss of what to do and almost lost his grip. Even the rocks under his feet were kicked off by him. His eyes widened to the size of a copper bell after he grasped it firmly. What did she just say? She had a baby? He's going to be an uncle? Halfway up the mountain, several great protectors had arrived. Dukan lay weakly on the edge of the cliff, staring at the bottomless abyss. The 7 protectors stood slightly behind him, occasionally glancing down. The 3rd protector walked over. He looked at the corpse on the ground and asked the second protector, what happened? Who hurt a disciple of the Sword Hut? And this person, wasn't he going to be sent to the ferry? Why are you still here? By the way, where's old 7? The second protector said with a grave expression, I just came from the front. Old 7 is already dead. What? The 3 protectors were shocked. The rest of the people were also shocked. There was no other outsider here. Everyone's gaze fell on Duke, who was filled with grief and indignation. However, Duke was a cripple, so they quickly dismissed the idea. The Great Protector asked, Second Protector, what happened? The second protector took 2 steps back and put his hands behind his back. He sighed and said, It's Duke, Anne's adopted daughter. The third protector was excited. He strode forward and grabbed the second protector's arm. She's here? Did she kill all these people? Where is she? The second protector looked at the cliff beside him and sighed again. She fell down. Everyone was speechless. The second protector explained, I didn't know who she was at that time. I thought she was Duke and secret guard, so I hit her. The angle of the hit was calculated to be very tricky. It could have taken Gu Jiao's life on the spot. Duke had risked his life to protect her. However, she didn't fall to her death or hit a rock. Instead, she fell down the cliff. The Great Protector frowned. If she dies, we won't be able to get the box anymore. The eighth protector, who had been silent, suddenly took a step forward and pointed his ear at the cliff. Listen, there's something down there. The second protector recalled. Someone just jumped down. I don't know if it's... The third protector was impatient. He interrupted him. What do you mean by if? It's more important to save her. Quick, get the rope. There happened to be a rope on the ground that had tied Dukin up. However, it wasn't long enough. The eighth protector went to the front and took the longest rope. He tied a dead knot and threw it down. Is it here? The third protector asked. I'm not sure. The Great Protector frowned. The wind is too strong down there. The sound is scattered. It's hard to tell the direction. The third protector shouted at the bottomless abyss, Hey, is the person down there still alive? Squeak. Gu Changqing heard the sound coming from above his head. However, the wind around him had changed. It was no longer blowing from below, but from above. As long as he looked up, he would be unable to make a sound due to the strong wind. Little Nine, who was circling in the sky, suddenly screamed. He dived down and grabbed the end of the rope. Facing the strong wind, he flew towards Gu Jiao and Gu Changqing. The strong wind broke his wings. He did not stop. He placed the rope in Gu Changqing's hands. Gu Changqing looked up at the sky and pulled on the rope. The third protector felt the strength of the rope, and his eyes lit up. It's moving, it's moving. It wasn't the kind of movement that was caused by the wind. It was being pulled. Someone had grabbed it. The Great Protector quickly ordered, Quick, pull him up. The others naturally would not interfere. However, as they watched the battle from the side, their expressions became strange. The third protector said, It's been 20 moves. Why hasn't the second elder taken him down yet? The fourth protector said, This brat can fight too well. The fifth protector said, There's nothing special about his moves. It's just that there's a ruthlessness. He's a master who uses his willpower to stimulate his potential. The eighth protector said, This person is very suitable to enter the Sword Hut. If he receives our guidance, in time, he may become another master in our sect. The third elder said, Does the eighth elder mean not to kill him? To recruit him? Just as he finished speaking, Gu Changqing purposely revealed a flaw and led the second elder to attack. In the end, he used his hand to clamp down on the second elder's sword. Then, he stabbed the second elder's abdomen. The second elder hit Gu Changqing's shoulder with his palm and used the force to break free from Gu Changqing's grip. At the same time, his body was separated from Gu Chongqing's long sword. He retreated a few steps. His long sword touched the ground and supported his body that was about to fall. Second protector. The expressions of the people changed. Obviously, they did not expect that the sword hut protector would lose to a young brat. I'll fight you. The eighth protector flew up. The first protector said, "Sixth elder, fifth elder, the two of you attack together. At this time, there's no need to talk about righteousness. Quickly kill him and get down to business." The three of them surrounded Gu Chongqing. The three of them were as powerful as an Han. When they attacked together, Gu Chongqing was suppressed. His hands were injured at the bottom of the cliff, and he carried Gu Jiao on his back for a long time. His physical strength and inner strength were severely depleted. If he were to fight with the three in Han, he would have no chance of winning. His back was cut by the fifth protector. His brocade clothes were torn and fresh blood splattered out. Gu Jiao, who was sleeping soundly, frowned. Gu Chongqing told himself that he could not fall. He still had to bring his sister home. Are you still not going to surrender? You're really stubborn. Fifth elder, don't talk nonsense with him. Kill him. Eighth elder, cut off his escape route. Gu Chongqing was attacked from the front and back. The sixth protector took the opportunity to jump up and stab the sword in his hand towards his back. Pucci, the sharp sword pierced through his chest from his back. The sixth protector lowered his head in disbelief and looked at the tip of the spear that pierced through his chest. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Sixth younger brother, sixth protector, the fifth protector, and the eighth protector shouted in unison. Under the moonlight, Gu Jiao, who had woken up unknowingly, was standing behind the sixth protector with a red-tasseled spear in her hand. This scene happened too quickly. Even the senior protector and the others who were watching did not react in time. They all thought that the sixth protector's sword would definitely pierce through Gu Chongqing. Who would have thought that the sixth protector's back would be pierced by someone else? Gu Jiao pulled out the red-tasseled spear, and fresh blood splattered onto her cold little face. The strong wind from the bottom of the cliff blew up, and her red battle robe fluttered. The battle robe was like fire, as if it had drunk the enemy's blood. On the ground where the sand and stones were flying, a safety amulet that was still warm was lying alone. Gu Jiao stepped on it and looked at everyone present with a murderous gaze. Everyone was shocked by her murderous aura. It was different from her aura when she came. Although she was also killing people, she now had a domineering aura that could destroy heaven and earth. It was as if she was an Azura who had returned from purgatory. She wanted to kill the entire hidden sword manor and leave nothing behind. Gu Chongqing took the opportunity to wave his sword and force the fifth and eighth protectors back. He knelt on one knee and used his sword to support his body. He turned around and looked at Gu Jiao, who had a cold gaze. His gaze swept past the safety amulet under her foot and landed on her lower abdomen that was protected by her armor. He clenched his fists bit by bit. The third protector frowned and said, "What's wrong with her? Why does she feel weird?" The senior protector's face was solemn. "Don't you think that her current state is similar to an Hun and the others when they lose control?" The third protector's face changed. Could she have been poisoned by the purple grass poison? The senior protector said coldly, "Capture her." The fifth protector was the first to rush over. A person who was poisoned by the purple grass poison would not be killed so easily. As such, they did not have to show any mercy. They just had to attack as hard as they could. She only had herself to blame for injuring and crippling her. Something shocking happened. Gu Jiao broke the fifth protector's sword with one strike. She then did a somersault in the air and kicked the fifth protector's head, causing him to kneel on the ground. Fifth protector. Everyone's faces changed. What kind of speed was this? What kind of terrifying strength was this? The eighth protector launched a sneak attack at Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao did not even turn her head. Instead, she turned around and stabbed the eighth protector's shoulder with her spear. Then, Gu Jiao used the red-tasseled spear to jump backwards. The tip of her foot hooked the fifth protector's chin and ruthlessly kicked him off the cliff. The senior protector was furious. Attacked together. The rest of the people, including the injured second protector all rushed towards Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao stood in front of Gu Chongqing and said word by word, "You, get out of my way." Gu Chongqing's arm trembled as he gripped his sword tightly. Jiao Jiao. Gu Jiao grabbed the injured Gu Chongqing and stepped on the stone wall. She threw him towards Duke, and who was behind a rock. The battle was very fierce. The wind and sand all over the sky were swept up. Shadows of swords flashed in the dark night. Gu Jiao was like a killing machine without a soul. One by one, the protectors fell under her red-tasseled spear. Xianyuan 8 styles, 9 style? The senior protector looked at the Xianyuan spear style that Gu Jiao used. His eyes trembled fiercely. "You are Puqi." Gu Jiao's red-tasseled spear pierced through his internal organs. The senior protector fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Even in death, he did not shout out that name. Of the 8 protectors, only the second protector who had been seriously injured by Gu Chongqing was left. Because of his serious injuries, he could not charge at the front. Instead, he lived until the end. He no longer had the strength to fight. He looked at the corpses of his fellow disciples. The shock and grief in his heart could not be any greater. For a moment, he did not know who to care for. Third protector, 8th protector, wake up, 4th, 5th, senior protector, senior protector, senior protector. His voice was choked with sobs and fear. Gu Jiao dragged the red-tasseled spear that was weeping blood in front of him. Her entire body was soaked in the blood of the sword hut. Every part of her body that was unharmed was filled with blood. It caused the ruthlessness in her body to surge endlessly. Gu Chongqing held his chest and called out to her, "Jiao Jiao, don't kill them." Gu Jiao could not hear him. She raised the red-tasseled spear in her hand with a murderous look. In the blink of an eye, a white-robed elder descended from the sky. With a biting, cold, murderous look, he slapped towards Gu Jiao. Gu Chongqing flew over and took the hit for Gu Jiao. He fell heavily to the ground and spat out blood. This person's power was too strong. It was far above Han's. The second protector seemed to have seen his last life-saving straw before he drowned. He cried out hoarsely, "White Tiger Venerable!" The 4 venerables of the Sword Hut, Green Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise. Gu Jiao suddenly turned around and looked coldly at the person who had come. Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Jiao. She could not fight anymore. She was too exhausted. If she continued to fight, she and the baby in her womb would not be safe. The White Tiger Venerable stood beside the second protector. He glanced at him and said coldly, "You can't even deal with a girl. What use are you?" The second protector lowered his head. The White Tiger Venerable said indifferently, "Girl, I don't want to kill you. As long as you follow me obediently, I can let them go." Gu Jiao said coldly, "Die." The White Tiger Venerable snorted in disdain. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." He knew Gu Jiao's power. He admitted that she was strong. But after all, she had just gone through a battle. She had used up a lot of her energy. The more she lost control, the more she used up. She did not have much energy left. He did not need to use his sword. She would faint if he used 2 moves on her. This was the advantage of having more people on his side. The White Tiger Venerable used his advantage in Qinggong to make Gu Jiao use up her last bit of energy. But at this moment, a loud bang came from the sky. The terrifying power brushed past his shoulder, and a burning pain spread through his entire arm. He landed beside a big tree not far away and looked at his injured shoulder. It was not a cut wound, but an open wound. It looked bloody and horrifying. "Tisk, it's just a scratch. What a pity." Accompanied by a cynical sigh, Shangguan Qing swaggered over with a gun on his shoulder. He was obviously alone, but the aura he exuded was like a magnificent army. This was probably inherited from his father. "Can you make way?" Behind him, Xiao Hong, who was completely blocked, said indifferently, "Oh." Shangguan Qing decisively made way for his stinky younger brother. Xiao Hong glanced around and quickly walked toward Gu Jiao. Shangguan Qing looked at Gu Jiao, who was overflowing with murderous intent. He could no longer distinguish between friend and foe. He said loudly to his stinky younger brother, "Hey, danger!" Xiao Hong rushed to Gu Jiao's side and held Gu Jiao's hand that was holding the red-tasseled spear. Jiao Jiao! Gu Jiao's hand was trembling. The white-clothed elder looked at the two with a dangerous gaze. Shang Wanqing raised his gun and pointed it at him. Don't move, otherwise I'll shoot you. Xiao Hong raised his hand and touched her face. Jiao Jiao, it's me. Eheng. Shang Wanqing gritted his teeth and said, come here first. She doesn't recognize anyone right now. She will hurt you. Xiao Hong looked deeply at Gu Jiao and pulled the completely out of control Gu Jiao into his embrace. Shang Wanqing's expression changed. You're crazy. Gu Jiao raised the red-tasseled spear in her hand. The tip of the spear flashed coldly under the moonlight, reflecting her bloodthirsty eyes. Shang Wanqing shouted, younger brother. The spear fell and stabbed the second-law protector behind Xiao Hong, who was trying to sneak attack him. Gu Jiao's last bit of strength was used up. She blacked out and collapsed, and the red-tasseled spear fell heavily on the ground. Xiao Hong hugged her waist. Jiao 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 Jiao. Shang Wanqing glanced at the unconscious Gu Jiao, the seriously injured Gu Changqing, and the drugged Dukin. He secretly felt that things were not good. The two of them had to take 3 people away. The situation was not optimistic. Misfortune never came alone. The other 3 venerables also came to the side door. They heard the sound of the gun and rushed over. The 4 of them were all masters of Qinggong. With the cover of the night, a gun could not kill them at all. Shang Wanqing held the gun, his heart like dead ashes. It's over. It's completely over now. We're all going to die here. I'll deal with that gun. The White Tiger Venerable said. Xian Wu, who was the youngest Venerable, said, leave that girl to me. The 2 of them attacked at the same time. The white-robed Venerable used his lightness skill and the terrain to restrain Shang Wanqing's gun. The Black Tortoise Venerable tapped his toes and flew up, reaching out his demonic claws to grab Xiao Heng's shoulder, intending to pull him and Gu Jiao away and throw them off the cliff. At the moment of imminent peril, an ice-cold sword qi broke through with an unstoppable force. The murderous aura filled the entire mountain. The Black Tortoise Venerable's eyebrows jumped. Before he could react, his sleeve was cut off by the sword qi. Almost at the same time, a tall and sturdy figure fell from the sky and kicked him in the chest. He was forced to retreat several steps. The owner of the figure held a peacock feather sword and blocked in front of Xiao Hong and Gu Jiao. The Venerables looked at him. The Black Tortoise Venerable raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He frowned and asked, you are his ice-cold thin lips slightly opened. Long E. Chapter 949. The moment Xiao Hong heard this name, his eyes suddenly turned sour and swollen. He was back. He was still Long E. Long E. Have you found your memories and the answer you want? Are you here to hunt down the sword hut or go home? Will you always stay by my side in the future? Xiao Hong had too many things he wanted to ask Long E, but unfortunately, now was not the time to talk about this. The sword hut had sent out 4 experts. Even if he didn't practice martial arts, it was not difficult to feel that they were more powerful than the dead swordsmen. They were probably the 4 venerables that Li Jianping had mentioned. Long E, you have to be careful. It's sure Tian, the venerable White Tiger exclaimed. The other 3 also recognized him. There were many unexpected things in this world, but the most shocking thing was definitely the scene in front of them. The former genius swordsman, the direct disciple of the sect master, had actually changed and become the enemy of the sword hut. This was really, as the leader of the 4 venerables, the venerable Azure Dragon should have the right to speak. He took a step forward and looked at Long E with a gloomy expression. He said majestically, Sure Tian, do you really want to be enemies with the sword hut? His gaze swept past Xiao Hong and the others and landed on Long Yi's masked face again. Don't be fooled by this group of people. You are not Long Yi at all. You are a disciple of the sword hut. The sect master is your master. You were raised by the sect master. To the sect master, you are half his son. When you went missing, the sect master did his best to find out about your whereabouts. When he found out that you didn't complete the mission, he didn't take his anger out on you. He only hoped to find you safely. I didn't expect you to be kidnapped and have your memories erased. You forgot everything about the Sword Hut. And Hun had already reported to the Sword Hut about Long Yi's memory loss. As for how he lost his memory, they didn't know, but it must have been done by someone. The purpose was to make Shirtion into a killing tool. And the culprit was this group of people who took Long Yi for themselves. Venerable Azure Dragon. Long Yi spoke. His voice was monotonous and cold, just like his aura. What was going on? How did he know who he was? Could it be that? And Hun's information was false? He didn't lose his memory? The Venerable Azure Dragon looked at Long Yi in shock. He carefully sized Long Yi up from head to toe. Soon after, his pupils shrunk. Mystic Moonsword? What? The eyes of Venerable Vermilion Bird beside him also widened as he stared at the sword in Long Yi's hand. It is indeed the profound moon sword. Strange, wasn't the mystic moon sword lost by the young master? How could it be in Shirtian's hands? As soon as the two of them spoke, Xiaoheng also looked towards Long Yi's sword. He was very close to Long Yi, so, compared to other people, he could clearly see that it was the profound moon sword. It was indeed strange because the Xianyuan sword was clearly in the hands of Xianyuan Qi and Liao Chun. They had brought the sword and Sir Mingyue to the sword hut. So how did this sword end up in Long Yi's hands? Shang Wanqing took advantage of the confrontation between the big bosses and ran over with a gun. He was the only one present who hadn't met Long Yi face to face. Long Yi felt an unfamiliar aura and moved his sword. Xiaoheng pressed on the hilt of his sword. It's my brother. Long Yi's killing intent faded. Shang Wanqing knelt down beside his younger brother. Jiao Jiao, are you okay? She fainted. Xiaoheng hugged Gu Jiao tightly and said with heartache, What's going on? Is this Long Yi the Shadow Dragon Guard you mentioned? Yes. But Xiaoheng also didn't know the specific situation. He had 3 doubts in his heart. First, how did Long Yi get the profound moon sword? It was impossible for Xianyuan Qi to lose the sword, so there were only 2 possibilities. Either Xianyuan Qi took the initiative to give it to Long Yi, or Long Yi snatched it away. But no matter which possibility, Long Yi had seen Xianyuan Qi. Then, the question was, where did Xianyuan Qi and the others go? The third doubt was, this venerable Azure Dragon kept saying that Long Yi was half a son of the Sword Hut sect leader. But how could a son recover his memories and destroy his father's sect? There must be a secret between the Sword Hut sect leader and Long Yi. And this secret, perhaps even the 4 venerables didn't know. However, regardless of whether they knew it or not, their actions in helping the tyrant could not be forgiven. The venerable white tiger snorted coldly. Venerable Azure Dragon, Shirtion has already betrayed the Sword Hut. There's no need to waste your breath with him. Just help the sect leader clean up the sect. The venerable Azure Dragon frowned and said to Long Yi, Shirtion, I'll give you one last chance. When you return to the Sword Hut, I'll plead with the sect leader and say that you were deceived by these people, so you did something unfavorable to the Sword Hut. Long Yi swept his sword, and the vast sword Qi rolled up the long swords of the protectors, surrounding Xiaoheng and the others, and stabbed them into the ground. With the sword as the boundary, trespassers will die. Shang Wanqing looked at the long sword surrounding them and couldn't help but open his eyes wide. Wow, no way. So powerful. He tried to pull out a sword beside him, but he found that he couldn't pull it out at all. This strength is amazing. The eyes of the venerable Azure Dragon sank, and he pointed his sword at Long. Shirton, it seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Then, don't blame us for disregarding our relationship as fellow disciples. I've watched you grow up, and I'm really reluctant to kill you. Shang Wanqing chuckled and said, Hey, old man, so much nonsense. Are you going to fight or not? If you're afraid, then quickly scram. Woo-wah. Before he could finish speaking, the sword Qi of the venerable Azure Dragon slashed towards him. He was so scared that he let out the same cry as Xiao Yi. However, this sword Qi didn't fall on his body as it was firmly blocked by Long Yi. Long Yi flew up and began a fight with the four venerables. That's right, it was four people. He fought with four venerables at the same time. This confrontation was even more thrilling than fighting with an Han. Each one of them was a first-class expert in the world. Blade Light and Sword Shadow were so fast that only afterimages were left behind. Shang Qing's eyes couldn't keep up with them. His gun was aiming at this one and aiming at that one. After a long while, they didn't get tired of fighting, but his eyes got tired. He sat on the ground and bitterly said, No, it's too fast. I can't aim properly. Xiao Heng's gaze followed Long Yi. He knew that Long Yi was poisoned by purple grass poison and also had the risk of losing control, but he didn't know whether it was his misperception or not. But Long Yi seemed to be a lot stronger after returning this time. After recovering his memory, he understood who he was and why he was fighting. He was not Shirtian. He was Long Yi. White Tiger Venerable received Long Yi's palm, and he painfully covered his chest and said while gasping for breath, You really grew up? Your martial arts are actually so high. He and Enhan were orphans who came to the island together. Both of them had good aptitudes, but in these 20 years, Enhan's progress was simply incomparable to his. Soon, Black Tortoise Venerable also suffered light injuries. He gritted his teeth and said, When we were on the island, why didn't I notice that he was so powerful? White Tiger Venerable said, Yes, when he was young, we all thought that he was only a little stronger than Enhan. They all misjudged him. White Tiger Venerable looked at Great Venerable who was fighting with Long Yi and said seriously, Venerable Azure Dragon, you can't be merciful to him. We must do our best to kill him together. Azure Dragon Venerable's eyes flashed with a trace of complexity. Shirtian, you forced me. Long Yi responded with a swift and fierce killing move. The Venerable Azure Dragon kicked the ground and somersaulted in the air to dodge the attack. Then, relying on the inertia brought about by his movement, he suddenly stabbed his sword towards Long Yi. At the same time, Vermilion Bird Venerable attacked Long Yi's lower body. Let's go too. White Tiger Venerable said. Black Tortoise Venerable nodded and flew up with him. They attacked Long Yi from both sides. Long Yi was attacked from all sides. This was the most fatal attack from the four Venerables. Everyone felt that Long Yi was going to be pierced into a sieve. Then, something unexpected happened. Long Yi soared into the sky. Want to escape? White Tiger Venerable also soared into the sky. However, Long Yi stomped on his head and he fell down heavily. Venerable White Tiger, Black Tortoise Venerable was aghast. Long Yi's stomp directly crushed White Tiger Venerable's head with internal force. He fell to the ground and died on the spot. The other three were furious. Venerable Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise Venerable attacked Long Yi from both sides. Venerable Vermilion Bird Venerable took the opportunity to attack Xiao Heng and Shang Qing, who were behind Long Yi. Long Yi gave up on fighting and turned to Venerable Vermilion Bird. Venerable Azure Dragon shouted, Vermilion Bird, be careful. Venerable Vermilion Bird turned around and raised his sword to stab at Long Yi. However, before he could completely use his sword chi, Long Yi grabbed his throat. Long Yi grabbed him and slammed him forward, ruthlessly slamming him into the ice-cold, hard mountain. The mountain rocks were shaken and smashed down together with the flying sand. Long Yi didn't dodge, just looked at him with torch-like eyes. Then with a ka sound, he broke his neck. He turned around with a murderous look in his eyes. Then he tossed the Vermilion Bird Venerable onto the ground as if he was throwing a chick. Vermilion Bird, Venerable Vermilion Bird. Two of the four Venerables were dead. Wow. Shang Qing didn't know how many times he exclaimed tonight. He looked at Long Yi who killed gods and murmured, He's even more arrogant than father. Sky Splitter, I'll kill you. Venerable Black Tortoise threw away the sword in his hand and raised his internal force to the extreme. He rushed towards Long Yi. He didn't care whether Sky Splitter would stab him or not. It didn't matter because he wanted to die together with Sky Splitter. Shang Qing gasped. Hey, be careful of that guy. Xiao Heng frowned. Long Venerable Black Tortoise rushed towards Long E without fear of death, but Long E dodged perfectly. Venerable Black Tortoise wouldn't give up. He raised his Qing Gong to the extreme and chased after Long E like a shadow. Long E looked at him and used his Qing Gong to jump again. He arrived at the edge of the cliff and pointed his sword at Venerable Black Tortoise. Venerable Black Tortoise rushed over as if he didn't care about his life. Long E held his head and squatted down. Venerable Black Tortoise, "Damn you! You said you would stab me." "I'm not reconciled." Along with a crazy roar, Venerable Black Tortoise flew down the cliff. Shangguan Qing was stunned. You can do this?" Xiao Heng let out a long breath. It was still the familiar Long E. There was only Venerable Azure Dragon left. He was the strongest Venerable Black Tortoise, but at this time, he had the intention to retreat. He didn't want to fight with Long E. He retreated far away. At this distance, it was very difficult to catch up. Long E rolled his eyes, and his cold aura disappeared in a second. He lay on the ground and spread himself out. Seeing that Venerable Azure Dragon still didn't come over, he simply crooked his mouth, stuck out his tongue, and rolled his eyes. It was as if he was saying, "You're injured, so you're easy to kill." Xiao Heng and Shangguan Qing covered their eyes and couldn't bear to look. This spicy acting, was he trying to snatch Jiao Jiao's rice bowl? The Venerable Azure Dragon's body trembled as he was struck by the lightning. "I won't be fooled by you." He turned and left. Pung! It was Shangguan Qing who pulled the trigger of the gun. Venerable Azure Dragon was sent flying by the gun. Long E kicked him and perfectly kicked him down the cliff. Shangguan Qing blew the smoking muzzle and ran to the edge of the cliff. Looking down, his acrophobia flared up. He took a step back and grabbed Long Yi's arm. Long E looked at the claw on his arm and endured it. He didn't chop it off. Shangguan Qing didn't know that his claw was almost chopped off. He turned his head and smiled at Long. "We have a tacit understanding just now, right? My name is Shangguan Qing. I'm Xiao Heng's elder brother." "AI, stinky younger brother, you don't know anything. You only know how to study. Why don't you follow me from now on?" "Well, I can follow you. Let's fight in Jianghu together." That must be while speaking, the eyes of Long E beside him suddenly turned cold. Then he turned around and slashed out his sword Qi. However, it was too late. Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao in the sword array had been caught by a quietly approaching figure. They were going in the direction of the back peak. Long E didn't say anything and chased after them with his Qinggong. Shangguan Qing shouted, "Hey, wait for me." He looked at Gu Changqing and Duke and behind the rock. No, he couldn't leave. He had to stay. In a dense forest on a hillside, two handsome young masters were moving forward in the dark. "Can't we light an oil lamp?" "No, we'll be discovered. We're not even halfway up the mountain. How can we be discovered from so far away?" Don't underestimate the ability of the Sword Hut disciples. Humph, bullshit Sword Hut disciples. Maybe they'll all be killed by my sister. Gu Qingfeng glanced at him speechlessly. Gu Yin said, "What? Did I say something wrong?" Gu Qingfeng said, Okay, you're right. You're all right. However, before we can be absolutely sure, we should be cautious. I'm not afraid if I'm alone, but you don't know martial arts. If someone really comes, I'm afraid you can't escape." Humph. Gu Yin turned his face away. Gu Qingfeng reminded him, "When you see your sister later, don't say, 'I brought you here.'" Gu Yin crossed his arms. "I know. Just say, 'I met her halfway.' Jiao Jiao won't believe it. You'll be beaten, even though I wanted to follow you." Gu Qingfeng looked ahead and said, "Hey, there seems to be a small bamboo house over there. I'll go check out the situation first. Wait for me here. Don't follow me." Before he could finish the word run, Gu Qingfeng found that Gu Yin had already left him behind and hid behind a big tree. There was no need for that. There was no one in that small bamboo house. Gu Qingfeng let out 2 cuckoo calls. This was a signal that everything was safe. Gu Yin appeared and walked over. Gu Qingfeng said, "There's no one. Let's go to the villa." "Okay." Gu Yin nodded. He turned around and stepped on it. Not knowing what he stepped on, the ground suddenly split open and the two of them fell in without any warning. Long E followed that shadow to the conference hall of the Hidden Sword Villa. The main hall of the conference hall was spacious and wide. There were 2 candlesticks on both sides with flickering candlelight. It wasn't very bright and was swaying in the night wind. It reminded people of the ghost fire in the middle of the 7th month. There was a large red sandalwood chair placed in the middle of the platform that faced the main door. A masked old man wearing a gray gown and a golden gauze robe sat there with a dignified aura. His aura didn't leak out. This was the highest realm of martial arts. In the entire Sword Hut, other than Long E, only sect leader Rong could reach this realm. In the main hall, there was only the sect leader. Long E looked at him coldly and held the mystic moon sword tightly. Sect leader Rong smiled faintly and said, "Sure Tian, you're finally here." Endless hatred and anger appeared in Long Yi's eyes. Hand over the person. Sect leader Rong's smile faded a little. "We haven't seen each other for so many years. You don't even know how to call me master?" Long E tightened his grip on the sword hilt. Sect leader Rong said with an amiable smile, "They are very safe now. You can rest assured. I didn't expect you to make a few friends after leaving the island for so many years. Master is very gratified." At this moment, Gu Jiao and Xiao Hong were actually sitting behind sect leader Rong. They were blocked by a hollow wooden wall. An expert of the Sword Hut wearing a black robe was guarding them. Just now, this person had brought them here. Xiao Heng's acupoints were sealed. Because Gu Jiao was unconscious, no one did anything to her for the time being. But in fact, Gu Jiao had already woken up. She heard Long Yi's voice. As it turned out, Long Yi spoke like this. "Very good," Long Yi spoke. Sect leader Rong said with a smile, "I heard you went to the Sword Hut Island a while ago. Unfortunately, Master had some matters to attend to and couldn't wait for you on the island." Chapter 950. Under the bright moonlight, a black awning boat was docked beside a rock in a canyon. The towering cliffs of the canyon blocked the boundless night sky. Even the surface of the water did not reflect the slightest bit of light. At a glance, it was like a bottomless black pool. Xin Yuan Qi sat alone on the deck, holding the wolf-toothed jade pendant that he had taken off from his neck. Liao Chen walked out from the canopy and sat down beside his father. He looked at his father and said, "Father, are you still thinking about the heaven splitter?" Xin Yuan Qi sighed. "I didn't expect that I would meet the sky splitter on my trip to the Sword Hut." Lu Chun said, "I met him once in Chengdu. His name is Long Yi. He is a friend of A Heng and Jiao Jiao. I have not fought with him, nor have I spoken to him. Is his martial arts still as powerful as 20 years ago?" Xin Yuan Qi said, "He's much more powerful than 20 years ago." Liao Chen looked at him worriedly. "Father, are you hurt?" Xin Yuan Qi puffed up his chest. "Me too. I'm very powerful." Liao Chen, "How is Rong Yu?" Xin Yuan Qi asked. Liao Chen said, "He's really lucky. Even after taking Long Yi's palm, he's still half dead." This time, encountering Long Yi was truly unexpected. Long Yi seemed to be chasing after the people of Sword Hut. Rong Yu was young noble Mingyu. Although he had never seen Long Yi, he had the profound moon sword on his body and used the moves of Sword Hut. His father promptly intervened and saved Rong Yu from the hands of Long Yi. Long Yi was enraged and fiercely fought with his father, but halfway through, Long Yi stopped. Why did he suddenly stop? Liao Chen had been too far away to see what had happened. Because of this, Xin Yuan Qiliang pointed at the jade pendant in his hand. This, Liao Chen didn't understand. Xin Yuan Qi said, 21 years ago, he was ordered by the Sword Hut to hunt down and kill the Lord of Shadows. At that time, he already had the upper hand. Just like today, he suddenly stopped. In the past, I didn't understand. Now that I think about it, it's probably because of this Wolf Fong jade pendant. Father said that this was a gift from the Lord of Shadows, Liao Chen said. Xin Yuan Qi said, that's right. She gave it to me on my birthday. She first got to know eldest brother, and they fought together. Later on, she got to know me. She was closer to eldest brother. Liao Chen, why do I feel like you sound a little jealous? Xin Yuan Qi said proudly, but, big brother, there's no such thing. Liao Chen, you're showing off now? Liao Chen returned to the topic at hand. But why didn't Long Yi kill father after seeing it? Could it be that Long Yi knew it? You know, the first Lord of Shadows? Regarding this point, Xin Yuanqi was also not very sure. However, Long Yi had left without saying anything. Xin Yuanqi had no choice but to go to Sword Hut Island to find the answer. Long Yi had snatched away the profound moon sword, but the mechanism to enter the island had already been destroyed by Long Yi, so he didn't have to worry about not being able to enter the island. The next day, they arrived at the Sword Hut Island. The island was littered with corpses, and the air was filled with the stench of decay and dried blood. Rongyu saw the corpse wearing the sect master's robe and rushed over to call him father. Only then did she realize that it wasn't her father. Liao Chen held his breath. "You can recognize him?" Rongyu said, "Although his appearance is rotten, my father isn't that short." Liao Chen sneered. "It seems that your father escaped." Xin Yuanqi's goal was to find the truth of the matter. He searched the entire island and finally found a secret room in the sect master's study with the help of Rongyu. "I've never been to this secret room. Father didn't allow me to enter his study." Rongyu said, "Let's go in and take a look." Liao Chen said, "There were some strange pills in the secret room, as well as a large number of things that Rongyu had never seen before." Liao Chen opened the box and took out a rusty weapon. "It's a gun." "Strange. The gun was made by the Lord of Shadows. Why does the Sword Hut Island have it?" The three continued to search. Other than the gun, they also found many things that only the Shadow Division had. Liao Chen frowned. "Did this guy steal from the Shadow Division?" Xin Yuanqi said, "It's possible. In those years, all the big branches of the Shadow Division were destroyed by the Sword Hut. The things inside were also gone." Liao Chen carelessly touched a switch, and a brocade box popped out from the wall. Liao Chen opened the box and took out a yellowed book. "There's a notebook here." Xin Yuanqi read the notebook and suddenly realized Shi Tian actually came from the Dark Night Island. He is the child of the first island master. In the conference hall of the Hidden Sword Villa, Long Yi and Sect Master Rong were fighting. Sect Master Rong coldly snorted and said, "Your martial arts were taught by me. Do you think that with the mysterious moon sword, you are my opponent?" Mysterious moon sword? Was it in the hands of Long Yi? Gu Jiao woke up after entering the conference hall, so she didn't see the sword in the hands of Long Yi. A doubt flashed in her heart. The mysterious moon sword disappeared together with the sect master's son. Since the sect master recognized this sword, he unexpectedly didn't ask about the situation of his son. It seemed that the sect master of the Sword Hut didn't have any feelings for his son. Thinking about it, if he had feelings, he wouldn't have allowed his son to suffer the persecution of his legal mother. The battle between Long Yi and him was very fierce. From time to time, the sound of tables and chairs being broken could be heard from the conference hall. Since Sect Master Rong had Li Jiangping as a spy, then he should have obtained a lot of purple grass fruits from the Dark Night Island. She didn't know whether Long Yi would suffer or not. Sect Master Rong slashed out an ice-cold sword chi to block Long Yi's attack. Then, he patted Long Yi's shoulder. Long Yi was sent flying by his powerful shockwave and hit the wall behind him, then fell on the table and chair, breaking into pieces of wood. He used his sword to support his body and attacked Sect Master Rong. But before he could make a move, he was sent flying again by Sect Master Rong. This time, even the sword in his hand was sent flying. Long Yi felt a pain in his chest, and a trace of scarlet blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Sect Master Rong sent out a third palm and completely injured Long Yi's dantian. Long Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body slightly spasmed. Sect Master Rong walked towards Long Yi step by step. Looking down at him, he said coldly, "Shi Tian, why are you so stubborn? Why do you have to go against me? Am I not good to you? Or did you recover your memory?" Recover? Could it be that Long Yi had lost his memory more than once? And from his tone, Long Yi's memory loss seemed to be related to him. 21 years ago, Long Yi went to assassinate the Master of Shadows, Xin Yuanqi. As a result, Long Yi took the initiative to give up the mission. After that, Long Yi left. After that, Long Yi lost his memory and entered the princess mansion. That memory loss was caused by his sect Master Rong. Why did sect Master Rong erase Long Yi's memory? What exactly did Long Yi remember? Gu Jiao had countless doubts in her heart. She wanted to help Long Yi, but the knockout drug in her body had taken effect. This wasn't an ordinary knockout drug. This black-robed man was also not an ordinary swordsman. Sect Master Rong looked at Long Yi, who was seriously injured and vomiting blood. Do you know why I asked you to assassinate Xian Yuanqi? I actually wanted to lure the first Master of Shadows out. I always felt that she was inseparable from the Dark Knight Island. If the thing I wanted wasn't on the Dark Knight Island, then it must be in her hands. But now, it seems that a girl got her things. I've already caught that girl, so it doesn't matter if she appears or not. As for you, I didn't want to kill you, but you've ruined my plans again and again. Don't blame me for not caring about our master and disciple relationship. He raised a long sword in his hand and suddenly stabbed towards Long Yi's heart. Xiao! Long Yi grabbed the long sword with his bare hands. The sharp blade of the sword cut open the palm of Long Yi, and warm blood flowed out. Gu Yin turned around and asked Gu Qingfeng, but he was frightened by a terrifying bronze mask with fangs. What are you doing? Wearing a mask, Gu Qingfeng grinned and said, Are you scared? Gu Yin was still in shock. He rubbed his wildly beating heart and said angrily, Childish, you're not allowed to walk behind me. Gu Qingfeng snorted. I don't have the twins' connection with your sister. How I know where to go? Gu Yin said angrily, Go forward. Gu Qingfeng held the mask on his face and touched the peacock feather dark iron treasure sword on his waist. He said to Gu Yin, Give me the match. Gu Yin gave it to him coldly. He walked forward with his head held high. You're so timid. I told you not to follow me. You and your sister came from the same mother's womb. Why are your temperaments so different? That's right. She's not you, cough cough. I mean, she didn't grow up with you. Hey, I said so much. You should at least say something. Gu Qingfeng turned around in puzzlement, but Gu Yan's figure was nowhere to be seen. Gu Yan. His expression changed, and he walked back. Just as he turned a corner, a black shadow came up to him and knocked him out. Long Yi, are Gu masters powerful? In the passage, Gu Jiao continued the topic. Long Yi thought for a while and said seriously, They're not powerful in fighting. They're powerful in using Gu. Gu masters raised Gu. Generally speaking, their bodies were very weak. They were good at using Gu to increase their strength. They gave people the impression that they were experts, but it was actually the effect of Gu. Gu Jiao understood, so if that guy fought in close combat, he had no chance of winning. Long Yi paused and said with lowered eyes, But Gu masters can control people. Gu Jiao asked, Your memory was erased by that Gu master? Long Yi, yes. Not only did he erase his memory, he also turned him into a tool to kill people. He killed people he shouldn't have killed and destroyed things he should have protected. There's someone, Xiao Hong said. At the end of the passage, a stone door slowly opened. There was a weak light coming out from inside. Long Yi walked forward and protected the two behind him. He walked towards the stone door with a cold gaze. When he reached the door, he found that it was a spacious secret room. There was someone waiting in the secret room for a long time. Sect leader Rong was sitting on a chair. He was playing with a bronze Fong mask in his hand. Standing beside him was the black-robed Gu Master, as well as Gu Yin and Gu Qingfeng, who were in the Gu Master's hands. Sect leader Rong's weapon had already been taken away. His wound looked simple, but it was still bleeding. He was very weak and would die if he didn't undergo surgery. Gu Jiao and Xiao Hong walked out from behind Long Yi. The two looked at the unconscious Gu Qingfeng and Gu Yin, then looked at the Gu Master and Sect leader Rong. What do you want? Xiao Hong asked. Sect leader Rong was weak, but his aura was not weak. He looked at Xiao Hong and said, You are Great Yan's imperial grandson? I have seen your portrait. I know you're in Shang Wanqing's background. I also know that Shi Tian had always been by your side all these years when he was missing. Back then, I was careless and let you take advantage of me. Xiao Hong said seriously. 21 years ago, Long Yi gave up on the mission to assassinate Xian Yuanqi. After that, Long, he lost his memory. Was it your doing? Sect leader Rong laughed mockingly. He dared to betray me. Of course he had to pay the price. Unfortunately, even though his memory was erased, he still ran away. Long, he must have used his obsession to escape from sect leader Rong, but he didn't expect to enter the princess residence by accident. Xiao Hung looked at sect leader Rong. Why did you do this? Sect leader Rong said, I did it for his own good. What is there to be unhappy about being the Sword Hut's direct disciple? All right, let's not talk about the past. As he spoke, he glanced at Gu Qingfeng and smiled faintly. These two are your friends, right? If you want to save him, ask this girl to hand over the elixir of immortality. Xiao Hung frowned. What immortality medicine? Sect leader Rong said sternly. The immortality medicine. Gu Jiao was dumbfounded. Do I have an elixir of immortality? Why don't I know about it? Sect leader Rong was dying. If he didn't get the immortality medicine soon, he would die. His expression sank. I will say it one last time. Hand over the immortality medicine. Otherwise, I will make all of you accompany me in death. Gu Jiao said seriously. I really don't have the immortality medicine. If I did, I would have eaten it already. Sect leader Rong was furious. You? Xiao Hung asked Gu Jiao softly. Does he think you have the immortality medicine in your medicine box? Gu Jiao said, but I don't have it in my medicine box. She looked at sect leader Rong. Who told you there was the immortality medicine in your medicine box? Sect leader Rong used his inner strength to protect his heart, but it was useless. His life was rapidly slipping away. He became anxious. I saw it with my own eyes. It must be in your medicine box. Take it out. Take it out. This person was crazy. He was like those emperors who were obsessed with refining pills to obtain immortality. But how could there be immortality in this world? Where was the immortality medicine? Sect leader Rong lost his patience and said to the Gu master, Kill him. Gu Jiao stretched out her hand. Okay, I will give it to you. Xiao Hung immediately got into character, grabbing her wrist and turning around, using his body to block her unsightly acting. You are crazy. You only have one. If you give it to him, what will happen to you? His acting had reached perfection. In Gu Jiao's previous life, he would have been an Oscar winner. Long Yi saw that the situation was bad and threw out Gu Chengfeng and Gu Yin, then sent out Gu Jiao and Xiao Hong with 2 palms. The stone door fell very quickly, and after doing all this, he could not rush out in time. Gu Jiao shouted, Long Yi. Seeing that the secret room was about to close completely, a small medicine box appeared under the heavy stone door with a click, firmly holding it back. Gu Jiao and Xiao Hung lay down and looked through the gap of the stone door. Xiao Hung said, Long Yi, come quickly. Long Yi rolled on the ground and left the secret room through the gap of less than a foot. Sect leader Rong had just taken the elixir of immortality. He could live forever like the first island lord of Dark Knight Island, but he could not waste the rest of his life here. He had to go out and rebuild the Sword Hut. He entered the gap under the stone door. The small medicine box did not move. But just as sect leader Rong was halfway up, something unexpected happened. The medicine chest suddenly disappeared, and the heavy stone door fell down heavily. No! Sect leader Rong was crushed into 2 under the stone door. He opened his eyes and saw the small medicine box in front of him. He spat out blood and stretched out his hand. With the medicine, I can live, give me the medicine. But until he died, he did not touch the box that was within reach. August, the golden autumn season. Gu Jiao and Long Yi were recuperating in the princess residence. Little Joe's wings were wrapped in gauze, and he valiantly hid in the courtyard, showing off his injuries to his new little brothers. Gu Yin was fine. He had already gone to school with Gu Shaoshan. Xiao Hung came out of Long Yi's room with an empty bowl in his hand. Gu Jiao looked at the bowl and said, You drink it all? So obedient. Xiao Hung smiled and took out a box of charcoal. I said you promised him. Gu Jiao's face darkened. At the end of August, Xin Yuan Qi returned. Chong Kuan and Yi Qing also came with him to Zhao country. Gu Jiao thought Chong Kun came to find Chong Jing, but who would have thought that was not the case? He came to see Long Yi. In the courtyard, Gu Jiao was bitterly arguing with Long Yi. Chong Kun walked over. He was very excited. He wanted to approach Long Yi, but he was afraid to startle Long Yi. He stood not far away and looked at Long Yi without blinking. He's that child? Even his eyes were red. Chong Jing looked at her father in confusion. Xiao Hong said, "If you were talking about the child abducted by the Sword Hut sect leader, yes. Long Yi was abducted by the Sword Hut sect leader when he was 5 years old. The Sword Hut sect leader let a Gu master erase his memory and cultivated him into a killing tool." Xiao Hong looked at Long Yi, who was playing with Gu Jiao with a lame arm, and said to Chong Kun, "Long Yi was still young when he left. He only remembers that he came from Dark Knight Island, and his father was the island master. He doesn't know anything else. But I heard from Chong Jing that you didn't give birth to a son as old as Long Yi." Chong Kun smiled bitterly. "The island master he is talking about is not me, but the first island master. He is the child of the first island master, not the island master himself. He should have been brought back from outside." "What do you mean by should have been?" Xiao Hong asked. Chong Kun said, "The first island master was a strange person. He had many secrets that ordinary people could not understand. This child is one of them. I always feel that he is not an ordinary child." Long Yi was indeed not an ordinary person. Chong Kun sighed. "Before the island master died, he entrusted this child to me and asked me to take good care of him. I didn't expect that the people of Sword Hut would abduct him and feed him purple grass poison, turning him into a death warrior. I am ashamed to face the island master." After the child disappeared, he also looked for him carefully, but he couldn't find him, so he thought he was already dead. Xiao Hong asked, "Does your island master have a medicine chest?" Chong Kun was surprised. "Yes, how did you know?" After Gu Jiao finished today's task, Chong Kun went to find Long Yi. He was not sure if Long Yi still remembered him. Gu Jiao and Xin Yuanqi went to the study room. Xin Yuanqi handed a brocade box to Gu Jiao. "I went to Sword Hut Island first and found that Long Yi was related to Dark Knight Island. Thus, I went to Dark Knight Island again. This is the personal record of the Sword Hut sect master." Gu Jiao first looked at sect master Rong's personal record. As it turned out, when he was 8 years old, he followed his father out of the island. His senior brother was injured, and fortunately, a godly doctor came to his rescue. There were all kinds of strange knives and medicines in the medicine chest of the godly doctor. When he was 20 years old, he met the same godly doctor again. The godly doctor's appearance did not change. When he was 30 years old, it was the same. He felt that the godly doctor must have taken the elixir of immortality, and that elixir was hidden in his medicine chest. He followed the godly doctor to Dark Knight Island and found that he was the island master of Dark Knight Island. Then, he found a portrait in the study room of the godly doctor. This is the portrait of the first Dark Shadow Master. Xin Yuanqi said, and took out the portrait from his bosom. He handed it to Gu Jiao with both hands. This was an extremely respectful gesture. An elder would not pass something to a younger generation like this. Gu Jiao was thinking about something and did not pay attention to this detail. But when she took the portrait, her expression suddenly froze. This was not a portrait. It was a photo of her previous life. Gu Jiao went to see Chong Kun and asked him for the portrait of the first Dark Shadow Master. Chong Kun took out an old portrait. "This is the first time I saw him. I was afraid that I would forget one day, so I drew it early." Gu Jiao saw a tall man wearing military boots and a coat. He was tall and had a cold expression. "Godfather." It turned out that the person sect leader Rong saw was her godfather. His appearance did not change, not because he took the elixir of immortality, but because he transmigrated here again and again. Gu Jiao held the portrait tightly. "Where'd he go?" Chong Kun said sadly. "He died." Gu Jiao's eyes trembled. "What did you say?" Chong Kun sighed. "Every time he came here, he would plant a batch of purple grass. But for some reason, the first batch of purple grass could not be planted. Then he passed away. Before he died, He asked me to bury him under the purple grass. Don't you think it's strange? The next year, a large amount of purple grass grew at the place he was buried. Gu Jiao looked at the portrait in a daze. Tears suddenly fell down. At night, Yi Qing came to Gu Jiao's room. Gu Jiao sat quietly in front of the window. Yi Qing opened his mouth and said softly, "Now, what should I call you?" "Miss Gu, young commander, Mrs. Xiao," or Gu Jiao said, "You can call me anything." "Your master." Yi Qing came in front of her, looked down, took a deep breath, suppressed the choking in his throat, and said in a normal tone, "My master went to travel the world. Before he left, he went to see me at the Dark Night Island. He had something for me to give to you." Gu Jiao took the box and opened it. It was the 3 clay figurines sitting under the peach tree, and the portrait of the general who did not have a face. Now, the face had been added by the state preceptor. It was her face from her previous life. The Lord of Shadows was her, and she was the Lord of Shadows. Yi Qing turned and raised his hand, wiped the tears in his eyes without leaving a trace, and said calmly, "Master has a story, and I must tell it to you." Gu Jiao said, "Say it." Yi Qing considered the words and slowly opened his mouth. Once upon a time, there was a poor sorcerer. Because he offended the son of a big family, he was beaten and lived on the streets. When he was about to die, a fairy-like woman saved him. The woman said, "You look like an old friend of mine." Because of his similar face, the woman treated him, took him in, taught him everything, and also introduced him to the son of the Xianyuan family. He thought that the old friend must be very important to her. He wanted to pretend to be that person, but he didn't do it in the end. The luckiest thing in his life was to meet her. The last thing he regretted was that divination. It's a long way to the back of the mountain, so there's no need to look for him. Therefore, the state preceptor was not a transmigrator. He just knew her. The state preceptor was not the godfather. He just had a face similar to the godfather. The real godfather had been buried under the purple grass on the Dark Night Island. When Xiao Hong came to the room, Yi Qing had already left. Gu Jiao was burning paper money. There were 2 braziers. Xiao Hong looked at her with distress and said, "One is for the first lord of the Dark Night Island, and the other is," Gu Jiao whispered, "an old friend." The Dark Night Island was farther than the Yin Kingdom. At this time, they would encounter the extreme weather of the ice field. Chong Kuan and Chong Jing temporarily lived in the Lord Protector's mansion. This was what Gu Jiao wanted. She also planned to go to the Dark Night Island. After the spring, she should give birth. At that time, she would go back with Chong Kuan and Chong Jing. In October, Shang Wanqing returned to the Yin Kingdom. In the 12th month of the same year, Grand Secretary Yuan caught a cold, and his health was not as good as before. Grand Secretary Yuan felt powerless and submitted a resignation letter to the emperor. The emperor urged him to stay several times, and it was not until February of the next year that Grand Secretary Yuan's resignation was approved. Xiao Hong succeeded the position of Grand Secretary. At this point, the youngest Grand Secretary in the history of the 6 countries took office. On the first day of Grand Secretary Zhao's appointment, Gu Jiao had a fit. A certain Grand Secretary had not sat down for long, and in front of all the subordinates who wanted to greet him, he staggered and fell down. His official hat was crooked. The cabinet officials had never seen Grand Secretary Xiao so agitated. They were all stunned. Xiao Hong did not care about his image. Without saying anything, he rode back to the mansion. Gu Jiao was pregnant with twins. Her belly was bigger than that of other pregnant women, and her delivery date was half a month earlier. She had a fit when she was strolling in the garden with Princess Xinyang. She was still calm. Princess Xinyang was not calm. Seeing that Gu Jiao could walk back by herself, she almost doubted life. "Xiaoji, when I saw you calmly walk back to the delivery room, I also doubted life. Originally, there was 1 fetus in the womb, but today, both babies' positions were off. The midwife and nurse were shocked. Generally speaking, after a fetus entered the womb, its position would not change again. So, what was going on? Could it be that this one had been kicked to the side by the other? The midwife took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Don't panic, don't panic. If the fetus position is off, we'll just turn it into a regular one. Which one should we turn first? She rubbed Gu Jiao's belly. This one is closer. Just as she finished speaking and was about to use force, the baby on the other side kicked Gu Jiao's belly and shook his little feet against Gu Jiao's belly. The midwife was stunned again. What's going on now? The nurse stared blankly and said in embarrassment, She wants to come out first? In the evening, a loud cry pierced through the silent sky. The little daughter of the Grand Secretary was born. 15 minutes later, the little son of the Grand Secretary was also born. Dragons and phoenixes were auspicious, and the light from the horizon enveloped the entire mansion. All the people in the capital witnessed this celestial phenomenon and secretly thought that it was an auspicious sign from the heavens. Xiaoheng did not care about the two little guys and immediately went to the delivery room. The little guys who were being carried by the midwife and nurse seemed to be a little aggrieved, as if they were complaining that their birth father had not hugged them yet. Xiaoheng went to the bedside without asking. Gu Jiao had just given birth, so she was sleepy and weak. She did not even have the strength to speak. In a daze, she saw a tall figure walking over from the light. He reached out his cold and slender hand and touched her forehead. That was the most beautiful hand she had ever seen. Chapter 951. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. The news of the Grand Secretary's family receiving a pair of twins quickly spread throughout the capital. The common people all said that the multicolored light that day was an auspicious sign for the twins. When the two of them grew up, they would definitely be elegant young masters and graceful ladies. They were definitely not some little demon king. Gu Jiao didn't have much milk, and the two little guys refused to drink their wet nurse's milk. Therefore, the small medicine box took on the responsibility of a wet nurse. Not only did it produce milk bottles, but it also produced milk powder for the neonatal intensive care unit. After the two little guys gulped down the milk, they lay down beside Gu Jiao and fell asleep sweetly. When Xiaoheng came into the room with a bowl of not too hot, Gu Jiao was staring at the two little guys with her eyes wide open. That little expression of disbelief seemed to be saying, "Are they really my children?" Xiaoheng walked over with a smile and sat down by the bed. Mother asked the cook to make chicken soup for you. Did you put salt in it? Gu Jiao asked. Xiaoheng laughed when he heard this. Yes, you don't need to be breastfed now. You can eat and drink like a normal person. Oh. Gu Jiao took the bowl and gulped down the steaming bowl of chicken soup. After drinking it, she sighed when she handed the bowl to Xiaoheng. When you care about someone, you can capture any small detail about them. Xiaoheng asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Well, not really. Gu Jiao shook her head. After so many days, she had been shocked and digested most of the things that needed to be digested. Occasionally, when she thought about it, she still felt a little emotional. She had actually transmigrated 3 times. Once, she was the Lord of Shadows. Twice, she was Jing Yining in this life. But she had almost no memory of the first 2 transmigrations. She must have been affected by the space-time magnetic field when she transmigrated and lost her memory. The small medicine box could carry both a person and a soul. If the body was gone, then only the soul could be transported. The first time she came here, she had left a set of coordinates in the Grand Preceptor Hall. It was the operating theater. Because of the coordinates, the medicine box was able to bring her brain waves to this time and space after she died. However, without the purple grass poison, her brainwaves could not merge with other people's bodies. The Godfather knew this, so he planted the purple grass on the Dark Night Island. As for how the Godfather knew that she had left the coordinates in this space-time, perhaps it would forever be a mystery. Xiaoheng looked at her and frowned. Are you thinking about that Godfather again? He was very jealous of his Godfather, especially after knowing that the guy had sacrificed so much for Gu Jiao. He deeply felt that the other party had stolen his job. Gu Jiao tilted her head and looked at him. Is Hing jealous again? Miss, Dukin is here. Yuya reported from outside the door. Xiaoheng coughed lightly. I didn't. After saying this, he went out and pushed Dukin inside. Dukan had come to see Gu Jiao and the twins. He was distressed that Gu Jiao had to go through the pain of childbirth, but he was also gratified that she had given birth to a pair of twins. The two little guys were really too cute. Although they had not yet grown up, their facial features were very similar to their parents. How could they be different? Among the things that the Grand Preceptor had Yi Qing give to Gu Jiao, there were a few handwritten letters. One of the letters mentioned that the Grand Preceptor had told Duke and that Gu Jiao was Jing Yin. "Father," Gu Jiao called out to him. Dukin's arm that was holding the children froze as he looked at Gu Jiao in surprise. Gu Jiao curled her lips. "The Grand Preceptor told me." She did not say what exactly was told, but how could someone as smart as Dukin not be able to guess? Dukin never dreamed that he would be able to hear this call of father. He thought that none of them would poke through this layer of window paper. In fact, it didn't matter if he didn't poke through it. He was already content to be able to stay by her side like this. The little guy on the bed suddenly snorted in dissatisfaction, as if complaining that her grandfather had hugged her younger brother for so long and had not hugged her. Dukin looked at the two little guys and then looked at Gu Jiao. Endless emotions rolled through his heart. "Can call me again?" he asked nervously and expectantly. Gu Jiao did not hesitate. "Father!" Dukin laughed until tears came to his eyes. The twins changed every day. When they were born, they were small like kittens, but by the time they were out of confinement, they were already two chubby babies. Princess Xinyang and Shangwan Yin, who was far away in the Yin kingdom, named the two little guys. The daughter was called Xiao Yin, and the son was called Xiao Kong Xiao. Song couldn't beat his sister in the womb, and it was the same after he was born. Xiao Yin could eat more than him and was fatter than him. As long as the swaddling clothes were loosened, Xiao Yin could kick him to the edge of the cradle with one little foot. Xiao Yin grew too fast, and in the end, she still attracted Gu Jiao's attention. When Xiao Hung returned from court, Gu Jiao was rubbing her chin and looking thoughtfully at the two little guys. "Why are you looking at them like that?" Xiao Hung asked with a smile. Gu Jiao asked in bewilderment. "I fed them the same way." Why did Xiao Yin grow so fast? Xiao Hung thought for a moment. Maybe it's because they absorb it well. Gu Jiao rubbed her chin. "Is that so?" "Of course not." Xiao Yin grew so fast because every night, someone secretly came over to give her more food. On a moonless and windy night, a ghostly figure flashed into the room with a small milk bottle. Xiao Hung and Gu Jiao were sleeping soundly. The two little guys were lying in their respective cradles and had also entered the land of dreams. The owner of the figure came to the side of Xiao Yan's cradle as if no one else was present and stuffed the pacifier into her mouth. Xiao Yan tasted the fragrance of the milk and began to eat heartily. Gu Jiao pulled open the curtain and looked at the figure beside the cradle seriously. Long Yi's body stiffened, and he denied in all seriousness, "It's not me." "Gu Jiao." Long Yi was caught red-handed. Gu Jiao confiscated his small milk bottle and took him outside the room. She said with incomparable seriousness, "You're not allowed to do this in the future. Starting tomorrow night, you're not allowed to secretly feed her." What Long Yi heard was, Lu. Starting tomorrow night, secretly feed her. A few days later, Gu Jiao found that Xiao Yin had grown even better. Originally, she should have taken the little guy to the palace to visit her grandaunt and Yao Shi after the confinement. However, it rained for several days in a row, and it finally cleared up at the end of March. Gu Jiao took the twins and went to the Imperial College to pick up little Jing Kong from school. Little Jing Kong had just finished his equestrian archery class and was sweating profusely. He was 8 years old this year. In the past, he always looked younger than his actual age, but from the beginning of spring this year, he began to grow. His strength had also increased. The teacher said that he was the only one in the elementary school who could draw a bow and arrow. His eyes were less childish and more resolute. "Hello, Jiao, Xiao Yan, Xiao Tsong." He walked into the carriage and politely greeted the three people. Although Xiao Yan and Xiao Tsong were unable to respond to him, Gu Jiao took out a handkerchief and wiped his sweat, saying, "Why are you sweating so much? It was not even April yet." and the weather was very cool. Little Jing Kong enjoyed Gu Jiao wiping his sweat and answered seriously. We had equestrian archery class today. Jiao Jiao, I got first place again. Gu Jiao praised. Jing Kong is really amazing. Little Jing Kong shook his little head. He was a big shot in the Imperial College, but in front of Jiao Jiao, he was still a little cutie. After Gu Jiao finished wiping his sweat, he asked, Jiao Jiao, can I ride horse by myself? He rode a pony in class today, and it was not fun at all. Gu Jiao nodded. Okay. She also brought a horse for him. Little Jing Kong stepped on the wooden stool and got on the Horse King's back. He held the reins tightly in his hand, and his eyes were firm. He already had the domineering aura of a young god of war. Little Shi, let's go. Chapter 952. The novel was updated faster. Millions of novels were free to read. There were all kinds of novels that couldn't be found on the internet. For little Jing Kong's safety, Gu Jiao still gave the Horse King a children's saddle, but it was not the one with a cute tiger head carved last year. It was a new saddle with sharp lines and a simple design. It looked handsome and cool. Little Jing Kong was riding on the horse's back, and the man and the horse were very handsome. Xiao Hung was on duty in the cabinet. Before he left in the morning, Gu Jiao mentioned to him that he should go to his grandaunt's place after work. The cabinet was different from the Hamlin Academy, and he was no longer a nameless editor of the Hamlin Academy. Every move of the cabinet chief attracted attention, and he couldn't be as casual as before. Gu Jiao didn't pick him up and went directly to the palace. Rinshou Palace was very lively tonight. Empress Xiao, noble consort Zhuang, and Du Xiaoyan were also there. Half a year ago, Du Xiaoyan gave birth to the eldest son for the crown prince. Empress Xiao was very happy and immediately fulfilled her promise. She went to the emperor and asked for the title of crown princess for her. Therefore, the current Du Xiaoyan was the official crown princess. Du Xiaoyan had no ambition and was straightforward. She didn't hide things and was very filial to Empress Xiao. So Empress Xiao was very satisfied with her. Of course, there might be another reason, such as her ability to give birth. She was pregnant again when her eldest son was less than 1 year old. In ancient times, children were more important than everything. Du Xiaoyan, a filial daughter-in-law who gave birth to 2 children every 3 years, was the golden goose of the family. The 3 hostesses of the imperial palace were sitting in the small garden and playing cards. 3 of them needed one, so they called noble consort Zhuang. Noble consort Zhuang didn't inherit her grandaunt's IQ and other aspects, but she was good at playing cards. In comparison, Empress Xiao was simply a gambling addict. She would play 1 round and then play another. After 2 hours, her brain was already in a mess. She was the only one who lost, and the 3 families won. Her grandaunt was very satisfied. The princess and Jing Kong are here. Eunuch Qin's laughter came from the door. Just then, Empress Zhao's eyes lit up. Mother, I'm going to win. I'm going to win. I finally won. Jiao Jiao is here. I don't want to play anymore. Empress Dowager Zhuang said in all seriousness. Empress Xiao. The twins were carried by Yuya, and the wet nurse respectively. The 2 of them woke up when they got off the carriage. It was the first time they had gone out so far. The 2 little guys were looking left and right as if they could really see something. A 40-day-old baby could only see things within half a foot to 1 foot. Du Xiaoyan felt rather awkward when she saw Gu Jiao again. She recalled how she had foolishly pursued Wen Linlang when she was young and ignorant. In the end, she had slept with Wen Linlong's husband and inherited Wen Linlong's status. Why do I feel like I love tea? Gu Jiao was very magnanimous and never mentioned her dark past. Grandaunt, auntie, crown princess, noble consort. Gu Jiao greeted the 4 people. Grandaunt, auntie, crown princess, noble consort. Little Jing Kong also followed suit and greeted them. Little Jing Kong wasn't the main character today. He was 7 years old and had long retired from acting cute. After greeting the elders, he went to Cunning Palace to find Qin Chuyu. The elders began to admire and play with the twins. That's right, They were admiring and playing with them. The twins were too cute. They were white and tender and smelled like milk. They didn't cry, especially Xiao Yan. She was chubby and had the demeanor of Aunt Xiao Yi back then. Empress Dowager Zhuang, who didn't want to carry the twins, couldn't help but hug them. This proved how popular the twins were. "Bring Wuyo here," Empress Xiao said to the palace maid. Wuyo was the eldest son of the crown prince. He was almost 8 months old and was learning to crawl. It was quite fun. The palace maid brought Qin Wuyo to Rinshou Palace and placed him together with the twins. As an 8-month-old baby, Qin Wuyo definitely had the right to look down on his 2 younger siblings. Moreover, he didn't need to be wrapped in swaddling clothes. His hands and feet were very free. When the palace maid brought toys to tease the 3 little guys, Qin Wuyo unceremoniously snatched the toys from the twins. Then, Qin Wuyo suffered a tragedy. The palace maid untied the twins' swaddling clothes and changed their diapers. While he was turning around, Xiao Yan's small leg kicked Qin Wuyo to the ground. Xiao Tsong had always been obedient. He was a quiet and pretty boy. However, at this time, he also secretly kicked Qin Wuyo. His kick wasn't as heavy as Xiao Yan's, but it was more painful than Xiao Yan's kick. He'd be said to be two-faced. As the golden nugget of the imperial family, Qin Wuyo was beaten up for the first time in his life. He was in pain, scared, and aggrieved. He cried out loud, "Aya, what happened to the little master?" The palace maid hurriedly carried the crying Qin Wuyo. The 2 little culprits' expressions and movements were synchronized. They lay motionless on the bed, and even their eyes were staring at the same direction of the roof. They were especially calm. Empress Xiao heard the sound and walked over. She hugged the little guy and said angrily, "Why are you crying again? Look at how obedient your little brother and sister are." Qin Wuyo cried even harder. Not long after, Xiao Heng came over from the inner court. Because it was an outsider, noble consort Zhuang wanted to leave. Empress Dowager Zhuang waved her hand and said, "He's one of us. There's no need." Noble consort Zhuang's heart warmed, and the tip of her nose suddenly turned sour. It was rare that after she disobeyed her aunt still treated her as one of her own. Grand Tutor Zhuang fell from the throne, Prince Ning was imprisoned, and the Zhuang family was exiled. She originally thought that she would be unable to escape death. However, her aunt protected her despite everyone's objections. From now on, she wouldn't be stupid anymore. Empress Xiao asked someone to call Qin Shuyu and little Jing Kong over for dinner. The crown prince was not in the capital, so he wasn't called. Originally, she didn't call the emperor, but he eagerly followed. "Imperial Mother, little Hong Hong came to see you." He greeted her energetically. Empress Dowager Zhuang rolled her eyes in despair. The whole family ate at Rinshou Palace. Qin Wuyo babbled, little Jing Kong and Qin Shuyu chased each other, and noble consort Zhuang, Empress Xiao, and Du Xiaoyan gossiped together. Xiao Heng played with the twins in the courtyard, and Gu Jiao accompanied her aunt to admire the moon. Rinshou Palace used to be the coldest and most inhumane palace in the imperial palace. Now, it had a bit of the atmosphere of thousands of lights. Eunuch Qin looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang with emotion. Although her face was sour, her eyes were shining. He truly felt gratified for her. She floated most of her life and didn't have her own flesh and blood. She thought that she would be alone for the rest of her life. God took pity on her and gave her a perfect ending. After Xiao Heng and Gu Jiao bid farewell to their aunt, they took the twins back to the princess's residence. They first went to sit with Princess Xinyang. The twins were hungry, so Eugene took a milk bottle and made milk for them. They were too young and couldn't drink by themselves. Someone had to feed them. Xiao Yi, who was already 1 year and 3 months old, volunteered to take on this important task. "Ify," she said in a childish voice. Princess Xinyang used to have a personality that wouldn't let her children do anything. Ever since Marquis Xianping participated in raising the children, her views changed a lot. "Can you carry it?" she asked Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi patted her small chest. "I can carry it." Princess Xinyang gave 2 milk bottles to Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi stepped on a stool and climbed into the twins' small bed to feed them. She fed her little nephew first, because he was thin. So she had to feed her little nephew first. Jiang Zhang mouth. She sat cross-legged and said to Xiao Tsong in a childish voice. Seeing that Xiao Tsong didn't open his mouth, she decisively stuffed the milk bottle into his mouth. Xiao Tsong just drank a mouthful, but Xiao Yi took away the milk bottle and drank 2 mouthfuls herself. Her principle for feeding her little nephew was, you take a mouthful, I 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 take another mouthful, and then I give you a small mouthful. As a result, Xiao Tsong didn't grow fat. Not only did he not have Long Yi's midnight snack, but he also encountered his little aunt snatching food. It was too difficult for him. Princess Xinyang indifferently asked, "Yi, did you snatch Song Er's milk again?" No, Yi didn't. Xiao Yi burped. Princess Xinyang. The next day, Gu Jiao took the twins back to Jade Water Alley. As usual, Xiao Hen came back after he was off duty. Everyone in the alley heard that Gu Jiao was pregnant with twins, so they all ran over to see the 2 little fellows. The 2 little fellows gave face to the neighbors and let them watch. From time to time, they would make a little sound. They were so cute that it made people's heart melt. Aunt Lu suddenly felt that her gray-tan son was not fragrant. She wanted to snatch the babies. Gu Xiaobao was 2.5 years old. He had lost the baby fat he had when he was young. He looked thin, but he was very clever. The only thing was that he was still very lazy. For example, when he was asked to feed the twins, he was too lazy to snatch food. He was very relaxed when he finished feeding. Big sister. Now, he called her big sister very smoothly. Xiaobao, what's wrong? Gu Jiao looked at him. Brother and sister are so small. He looked at the babies on the bed and said. Gu Jiao smiled. They're not brother and sister. They're nephew and niece. Gu Xiaobao was clearly unfamiliar with these 2 names. He had only heard of grandson and granddaughter. Uncle Zhao next door had them. He thought they meant the same thing. Thinking for a bit, he said seriously, I'm not old. Only old men have grandson and granddaughter. Huh? Gu Jiao laughed. Chapter 953. Gu Xiaobao could not understand nephew and niece, but when Gu Jiao mentioned youngest uncle to him, he finally understood. He knew this. I'm youngest uncle? He asked. Yes. Gu Jiao said. He thought seriously for a while and said, okay. He was a year older and was no longer like before, patting his chest and waving his small hands. To him, that was something a baby should do. Gu Jiao was surprised by his change. Children really changed every day. Gu Yin and Gu Xiaoshun went to school, so only Madame Yao and a few maids were home. Madame Yao carried a plate of desserts she made to the East Room. She knew that her daughter did not like to eat things that were too sweet, so she only put a little sugar in the desserts. You must be hungry since you were so busy early in the morning. Eat something. Madame Yao handed the desserts to Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao took a piece of almond cake and tasted it. It still tasted like before and was quite delicious. Madame Yao placed the plate of desserts on the stool and turned to look at the 2 little ones. The weather was hot today, so Gu Jiao loosened their swaddling clothes. Xiao Tsong was still a quiet and pretty boy. Xiao Yin looked around curiously and stretched from time to time. She was very cute. The 2 children were very healthy, but Xiao Yin was a little chubbier. Madame Yao looked at them and could not help but think of Gu Yin and Gu Jiao. It was her lifelong regret that her biological daughter did not grow up by her side. The pain of missing out on precious time with her was not something that could be made up for in the days after they met. There would always be a hole in her heart that could not be filled. However, with the appearance of Xiao Tsong and Xiao Yin, the hole in her heart was slowly being filled. She liked the 2 children too much and was deeply grateful to them. Mother, niece is so young. Gu Xiaobao expressed his opinion again. When you were young, you were also this young. As Yao Shi spoke, she suddenly looked at him in shock. You even know about nephews and nieces. Sis said so. Gu Xiaobao said, I'm little uncle. Yao Shi smiled and patted his little head. Xiaobao is really smart. Little uncle wanted to be a good elder, but his nephew and niece had only been eating and sleeping for 40 days. They couldn't play with him at all. He sat on the bed for a while and felt bored, so he went out to find his friends in the alley. Marquis Gu arrived at the door at the same time as Xiao Hong. Xiao Hong had just finished his shift. Coincidentally, so had Marquis Gu. Both of them were still wearing their official robes. In Zhao country, only officials of the third rank and above were qualified to wear purple. Marquis Gu was the fourth-rank assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, and his official robe was red. He looked at the purple-robed Xiao Hong, who was younger than him and of lower seniority, and suddenly felt extremely upset. The more a father-in-law looked at his son-in-law, the angrier he became. He really didn't expect that the poor brat he had always looked down on was the little Marquis of Zhao Du. No wonder he could be the top scorer. No matter how much he disliked this brat, he had to admit that the little Marquis of Zhao Du's knowledge wasn't fake. Forget it, being the little Marquis's father-in-law wasn't bad. His thoughts flashed, and he cleared his throat. Putting on the airs of a father-in-law, he said, "You're here, but you don't know how to call me father-in-law?" Xiao Hong brushed his wide sleeves and said lightly, "I'm married the daughter of Duke and of Yan. Duke is my father-in-law." Marquis Gu was slapped in the face. His mouth twitched, and he angrily went in. Stupid brat. What kind of husband did she pick up? She didn't know any etiquette. When he saw that brat later, he would definitely teach her a lesson. He took large strides over the threshold and tripped. He fell flat on his face. Gu Jiao, who had just come out of the East Room, looked at him in confusion. A moment later, she raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, rise." Marquis Gu. Marquis Gu went to complain to Yao Shi with his bruised nose and swollen face. As soon as he entered the room, before he could speak, he saw the twins lying side by side on the bed. He stopped in his tracks. Twins were rare, and fraternal twins were even rarer. The last time he had seen such small fraternal twins was when Gu Yin and Gu Jinyu were young. He still remembered how the two looked when they were in swaddling clothes. The difference was that Gu Yin had a heart disease and didn't want to lie with Gu Jinyu. Thus, he always cried, and the scene was not beautiful. The two little fellows in front of him were clearly lying on separate beds, but he could feel the connection between them through their blood vessels. A thought flashed through Marquis Gu's mind. So this was what real twins looked like. Marquis. Yao Shi was in a good mood today and gave Marquis Gu a rare good expression. Marquis Gu walked over and looked at the two in a daze. That Yao Shi automatically ignored the injuries on his face. Her eyes were filled with doting love for the twins. Aheng and Zhao Zhao's twins, Song and Yan. Marquis Gu opened his mouth. That girl gave birth to them. Yao Shi smiled and said, "Aren't they very cute?" Marquis Gu wanted to refute, but he could not find anything to refute. The two little guys really were quite cute. He could not help but think of Gu Jinyu, who had been married off to the distant Marquis of Chongping's manor. Jinyu and that girl had gotten married on the same day. That girl already had twins. Jinyu should also be expecting, right? Feng City was the easternmost city in the country of Zhao. The Marquis of Chongping's manor was located on the wealthiest street in Feng City. Compared to the Marquis of Chongping's manor, which occupied such a large area, the courtyard that Gu Jinyu had been given was not as satisfactory. Luo Shui Courtyard, a courtyard that had been temporarily tidied up. Gu Jinyu had already married into the Marquis of Chongping's manor for the better part of a year, but she was still a virgin. At first, she found it hard to speak about this matter. Later on, the Marquis of Chongping's wife urged her to quickly give birth to a son for Third Master Quan, so she told the truth to her mother-in-law. Her mother-in-law had interfered with their relationship as husband and wife, and it had been effective. Ever since then, the third master would come to her room on the 1st and 15th of every month. But even if they were lying on the same bed, the third master would not touch her at all. She once suspected that she wasn't attractive enough to San Yi, or that she had unintentionally done something that made San Yi disgusted. Until one day, she washed her hands to make soup. She spent an entire afternoon cooking a bowl of lotus seed porridge and sent it to San Yi. As a result, when she arrived at the study, she heard a shameful sound. She thought that it was some maidservant that was trying to seduce the third master during the day. Her head became hot, and she pushed open the door to enter. However, she saw a scene that she would never forget. The third master was actually lying on his desk, and it was as though she'd been struck by lightning, and her entire body was dazed. The third master flew into a rage out of humiliation and threw her out. She was so angry that she argued with the third master for a while. During this time, she said some angry words that were not pleasant to the ears. Both sides had an ugly argument. In the end, she moved out of the third master's courtyard. She brought Chun Lu and a few other servants to live in this remote Luo Shui courtyard. This was the great marriage that she would rather break off relations with Yao Shi than give up. This was the Marquis Fu's legitimate son that she had set her mind on marrying. How ironic. Old Madame Gu knew about this, right? She had deliberately sent her into the fire pit. She only wanted to rope the Marquis of Chongping, but she did not care if she lived or died. Her good grandmother really knew how to worry for her grandson. But all of this was just old Madame Gu's wishful thinking. Marquis Ding and Fu had 100,000 Gu family soldiers. Why would they need to rope in the Quan family? A short-sighted harem old woman had sold her out like this. Young Mississippi. Chun Lu carried a bowl of porridge to the window and carefully handed it to Gu Jinyu. It's almost cold. Drink it while it's hot. Gu Jinyu felt the cold wind. I don't have an appetite, Chun Lu said with heartache. You haven't eaten for many days. Gu Jinyu still did not want to eat. Ever since she came here, she had cut off all contact with the capital. But for some reason today, she mysteriously asked, Is there any news from the capital? Chun Lu pursed her lips and lowered her head. Gu Jinyu glanced at her and calmly said, Just say it. Chun Lu bit her lip and quietly said, I heard that eldest young miss gave birth to a pair of twins for the young Marquis. It hasn't even been a year since the wedding, and they've already given birth to offspring for the Shao family. Twins. Gu Jinyu clutched her chest that felt like it was being cut by a knife. She laughed self-mockingly, tears flowing from her eyes. Good, really good. The capital, Gu Chongqing and Yuan Baolin's wedding date, was originally set for the 12th lunar month. Because Grand Secretary Yuan suddenly fell ill, the wedding date was repeatedly delayed. In the third month, Grand Secretary Yuan's health improved. In the fourth month of the lunar calendar, the two finally welcomed their wedding. In order to attend Gu Chongqing's wedding, Gu Jiao also postponed her trip to Dark Knight Island for a period of time. Xin Yuanqi and Lu Chun had already led the Black Wind Cavalry and the Shadow Troop back to the Yin Kingdom. Lu Chun was still the third Lord of Shadow, and Gu Jiao was still the junior commander of the Black Wind Cavalry. Although she was not in the Yin Kingdom, there were legends about her everywhere. As for the training of the troops, Marshal Xin Yuanqi temporarily took charge of it. On the 12th of the fourth month, at 7 o'clock, Gu Chongqing's wedding procession set off from the Marquis Ding's mansion. Chapter 954. Gu Chongqing's entourage was huge. In addition to the awe-inspiring Gu family army, there were three younger brothers, Gu Qingfeng, Gu Qinglin, Gu Yin, and Gu Shaoshun, who was also regarded as his younger brother. The four of them were wearing the same royal blue brocade robes. They were tall and handsome, and they were the best-looking groomsmen in ancient times. The reason why Shao Heng's groomsmen didn't get this honor was mainly because one person in Little Jing Kong was not enough to form a group. The last time the capital was so lively, it was when the young Marquis of Zhaodu married the daughter of Dukan. The scene was comparable to a military parade. The wife of the Gu family army's young master couldn't be inferior. The groomsmen were too good-looking and attracted a lot of attention. However, the one who made people want to scream the most was the groom. For as long as Gu Chongqing could remember, he was either training soldiers in the military camp or fighting on the battlefield. The silver armor was the one he wore the most, and it was as cold as his title of King Yama. Today, he changed into the groom's robes that he only wore once in his life. He instantly became as beautiful as peaches and plums. After the Grand Secretary got married, The hearts of the young ladies were once again shattered. This kind of peerless man was finally someone else's. The Yuan family. In Yuan Baolin's boudoir, Madame Yuan was crying. Her daughter was weak since childhood and had to be raised in a Taoist temple. It wasn't easy for her to get rid of her Taoist robes and put on a woman's wedding dress. Yuan Baolin was wearing a phoenix coronet and rosy robes. She didn't have the coldness of a female Taoist priest. Her lips were rosy, and she was beautiful. Yuan Baolin comforted her mother. "Mother, don't cry. You're just getting married. It's not like you won't come back in the future." Madame Yuan patted her daughter's hand, stared at her daughter, and choked with sobs. "Of course you can't come back. You're married and you're a bride. You have to follow the rules in your husband's house." Yuan Baolin pursed her lips. They were not really husband and wife. The agreement between her and Gu Chongqing had clearly stated that she could return to her parents' home at any time, and Gu Chongqing could not stop her. As for setting the rules, Gu Chongqing had made things easy for her, so she naturally wouldn't make things difficult for him. On the surface, she could still do her best. Yuan Baolin sighed helplessly. I know. You've already nagged me 800 times. I can even memorize it." Madame Yuan wiped her tears with a handkerchief. "That's because you grew up in a Taoist temple. I was worried that you didn't understand the customs of the secular world." Yuan Baolin said, I understand. It was written in the storybook, and she was learning it." "Sis," Yuan Tong cried as she walked over. She hugged her sister and said, "I can't bear to leave you. All right. Yuan Baolin comforted her mother and her younger sister. The woman on the side watched in a daze. She had seen a bride crying with her mother, but she had never seen a bride calmly comforting a large family. When the auspicious time arrived, Yuan Baolin's older brother carried her out of the boudoir. Yuan Tong ran behind while crying, Sis. Gu Chongqing received the bride and cupped his hands to bid farewell to his in-laws. "Father, mother, please do not worry. I will take good care of Baolin." Madame Yuan choked with sobs. Father Yuan's eyes were red as he heavily patted Gu Chongqing's shoulder. "Remember what you said. Go. I'll leave Baolin to you." Once Gu Chongqing left, Father Yuan turned around and covered his face with a large hand. He began to cry, "Wua." Baolin is married. Madame Yuan, who had been crying, trembled. She looked at her man as if she had seen a ghost. She had suddenly met someone who could cry even more than her. She was so shocked that she couldn't cry anymore. The bridal procession arrived at Marquis Ding and Manor in a lively manner. Gu Chongqing dismounted from his horse. Arriving in front of the sedan, he extended his slender hand. Yuan Baolin had originally planned on walking down, but she suddenly saw the hand that was extended from under the veil. She was stunned. She understood the principle of putting on an act. It was just holding hands, so it shouldn't matter. She gently placed her soft and boneless hand in Gu Chongqing's palm. Gu Chongqing lacked experience with women. After growing up, the only woman he had been close to was his younger sister. His younger sister's hand had calluses and injuries from working and fighting. Yuan Baolin's hand was a bit different. This was a delicate hand. He was very worried that if he wasn't careful, he would break her hand. He led the bride down from the sedan. The wedding nanny finally came back with the red silk. There had been a small hiccup. Fortunately, the groom had already led the bride down from the sedan, otherwise it would have been awkward. She smiled as she handed the red silk to the newlyweds. The two people grabbed the red silk and walked into the manor. The bride needed to cross the saddle and step on the tiles. Crossing the saddle was very smooth, but when it came to stepping on the tiles, Gu Shaoshan gasped. He patted Gu Yin and said in a small voice, "That's my cement tile. Who took the wrong one?" "What cement tile?" The tile had been taken by Gu Yin. He had taken the thinnest one so that it would be easier to break. Gu Shaoshan grabbed his head in despair. It's over. This tile was taught to me by elder sister. I used it to mend a roof for the foreign. I can't break it. In Zhao country's customs, if the bride could not break the tile, it would be seen as an ominous and unchaste omen. Yuan Baolin was completely unaware of this. She raised a foot and stepped on it. Gu Changqing's eyes swept over the tile. He immediately sensed that something was wrong. Almost as soon as Yuan Baolin's foot landed, he put two fingers together and sent out a burst of internal energy, shattering the tile under her foot. Yuan Baolin looked at the tiles that had been trampled into powder by her. She was stunned and said, "I'm that powerful?" Gu Shaoshun gave a thumbs up to saw good leg strength. Gu Changqing calmly led Yuan Baolin into the main hall. Marquis Gu and Yao Shi were sitting on high chairs. Marquis Gu was smiling so much that his eyes couldn't be seen. Yao Shi was also very happy. First bow to the heavens and earth. Second bow to the parents. Husband and wife bow to each other. Yuan Baolin and Gu Changqing did not control the distance well and bowed very sincerely. Their heads bumped into each other. "Io!" Yuan Baolin cried out in pain. Gu Changqing's expression froze, and he said in a low voice, "Sorry." The surrounding guests burst into laughter. The bride was first sent to the bridal chamber. She sat on the wedding bed that Gu Xiaobao had rolled around on. Gu Changqing looked at her and said to her, "I'll go outside to entertain the guests. If you're hungry, you can eat something first." Yuan Baolin said, "Then help me take off my veil first." The two of them were in a fake marriage. It didn't matter who took off the veil. But since Yuan Baolin had made this request, Gu Changqing still picked up the jade ruby on the table and lifted her veil. What entered his eyes was a strange yet familiar face. It was familiar because he knew her. It was strange because he had never seen her like this. A girl's jiao was soft and bright. It was vividly displayed by her outfit. It was also Yuan Baolin's first time seeing Gu Changqing so joyous. "You look quite good in wedding clothes." Not only was the young duke the best in Jiaodu, there was also the young master of the Gu family. "You too." Gu Changqing replied politely. Yuan Baolin smiled and thought of something. She looked at him and asked, Tonight, I'll sleep on the floor." Gu Changqing finished speaking and saw her shocked face. He thought that she thought this was inappropriate and explained, "If I'm not in the bridal chamber on the night of the bridal chamber, people will say that I'm disgusted with you." Yuan Baolin smiled embarrassedly. "That's not what I meant. I'm asking if I can sleep first without waiting for you." Gu Changqing, "Sure," he said. Yuan Baolin asked again, "Then, will there be people coming to disturb the bridal chamber? Do you need me to prepare?" Gu Changqing said calmly, "I won't." Currently, no one in the capital dared to disturb his bridal chamber. Xiao Heng and Shang Guanqing dared, but the former did not have such bad taste, and the latter was not in Zhao country. Yuan Baolin was relieved. "Go to your work. Don't worry about me." "Okay." Gu Changqing turned and left the room. He ordered the secret guards to throw out all those who came to disturb the bridal chamber. Not long after, Gu Xiaobao came over. Yuan Baolin looked at the little bean who suddenly appeared and asked curiously, "Who are you?" "Xiaobao." Gu Xiaobao introduced himself. "Are you my sister-in-law?" Yuan Baolin remembered that Gu Changqing had a little brother called Xiaobao. She smiled and said, "Yes, I'm your sister-in-law." "Oh, then this is for you." Gu Xiaobao handed her the mini food box in his hands. The small food box looked the same as the large food box. They both had several layers of drawers and a handle. They looked like toys made for children to play with. This family was really considerate and very considerate of the child. Yuan Baolin took it and opened it, and a delicious smell wafted into her nose. She took it out layer by layer and found that it was all food. There were meat, vegetables, buns, and pastries, all small and exquisite. "Your brother asked you to send this?" Yuan Baolin asked. "Yes." Gu Xiaobao nodded. Gu Xiaobao expressed his dissatisfaction with not being able to pick up the bride, and Gu Changqing wanted him to feel involved, so he gave this important task to him. But Gu Changqing never expected that he would be so particular as to ask the kitchen to make his own special dishes and send it in his own small food box. He was indeed a child who grew up in Jingkong. Yuan Baolin thought that Gu Xiaobao was too funny and could not help but pinch his face. Gu Xiaobao, "Okay, you're my sister-in-law. My brother asked me to treat you better, so you can pinch me." The two of them shared the delicious food that Gu Xiaobao sent. At night, Gu Changqing, who was forced to drink a few rounds by the guests, returned to the bridal chamber. Gu Xiaobao had already left, and Yuan Baolin's maids were waiting outside. He stepped into the room and saw that Yuan Baolin was indeed asleep. The thin red silk curtain hung down, reflecting the light of the candles. It was a festive sight. Her graceful figure was faintly discernible under the curtain, with the unique beauty of a young girl, inadvertently exuding a trace of spring charm. Gu Changqing looked away and went to the wardrobe to take out a mattress and spread it on the floor. He then took a quilt and lay down with his clothes on. Gu Changqing, Yuan Baolin suddenly spoke from inside the curtain. Gu Changqing subconsciously looked at the curtain, but quickly retracted his gaze like a gentleman. "You're not asleep?" Yuan Baolin said. "I'm a little uncomfortable with the bed, so I can't sleep." Gu Changqing paused. "Then you, Granny Zhang." A maid's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "I'm here to deliver hangover soup to the heir." Granny Zhang was old Madame Gu's confidant. If she found out that Gu Changqing was sleeping on the floor, things would be bad. Yuan Baolin sat up and opened the curtain. She said to Gu Changqing, "Come up quickly." If it was someone else, Gu Changqing could block them. But it was someone sent by grandmother. If he blocked Granny Zhang, with grandmother's temper, she would definitely come herself. Gu Changqing frowned and neatly rolled up the bedding and stuffed it into the wardrobe. Yuan Baolin quickly jumped off the bed and raised her hand to untie his belt. Gu Changqing's eyes trembled. "What are you doing?" Yuan Baolin said, "Today is the wedding night. Don't you think it's strange that you're dressed so neatly?" "I'll do it myself," Gu Changqing said. Yuan Baolin used her eyes to look at the window. The two people's shadows were reflected in the window. "Heir," Granny Zhang called out with a smile from outside the door. Gu Changqing let go of his hand and let Yuan Baolin untie his belt. The two of them were too close. He could clearly feel her breath and the faint feminine fragrance on her body. Yuan Baolin untied his lapel and took off his hair crown. Then she said with satisfaction, "All right, your clothes are a bit messy." Gu Changqing straightened his expression and walked over to open the door for Granny Zhang. "Granny, it's so late. Why did you come over?" Granny Zhang saw his disheveled appearance and felt happy. The heir didn't even touch a maidservant in the foo. Old Madame Gu said that she was worried that the air wasn't good in that area. Looking at her anxious appearance, old Madame Gu was worrying too much. She looked into the room again. Yuan Baolin had already laid back down in the curtains. Only a sparkling and translucent snow-white foot could be seen. Aya, was the heir this fierce? As soon as he returned to his room, Granny Zhang's heart bloomed with joy. "Drink the hangover soup while it's hot." Gu Changqing took it and drank it in one gulp. He said to Granny Zhang, "Then I'll go to sleep first. I'll have to trouble Granny Zhang to tell grandmother to rest early. I'll go pay my respects to her tomorrow morning." Good. Granny Zhang held the empty bowl and left with a smile. What was old Madame Gu worried about? She was worried that the heir wouldn't be able to do it and insisted that she send that bowl of soup. In her opinion, the heir's wife wouldn't be able to get up tomorrow morning. Gu Changqing let out a long breath. He took a step back and closed the door. He also bolted the door. Yuan Baolin quickly took back her foot. That foot was for Granny Zhang to see, not Gu Changqing. However, Gu Changqing was a martial artist. He turned around quickly and had good eyesight, so he saw it immediately. Her fingernails were smooth and sparkling like jade. They were small and exquisite, making people want to hold them in their hands and play with them. This wasn't something he could see. He quickly looked elsewhere and composed himself. He walked to the cabinet, opened the door, and took the bedding out again. He once again laid down with his clothes on, but he didn't know why, but he suddenly felt a bit hot in his heart. Chapter 955. He was a martial artist, so his body was warmer than normal people. In addition, he drank a lot of wine during the banquet, so it was normal for him to feel stuffy. He didn't take it to heart for a while. He pushed the quilt down a bit and closed his eyes to wait for sleep. However, he was so hot that even his mind began to become a bit muddled. A scene that he shouldn't think about flashed through his mind without warning. It was her jade foot that was quickly pulled back into the curtains. A girl's foot was white and petite. Jiao Jiao's foot looked soft and delicate. What's wrong with me? Why am I thinking about these things? Gu Changqing pulled himself back to his senses in time. Soon, he remembered that he hadn't finished his conversation with her just now because of Zhang Mama's arrival. Should he ask her about it? He had never been this confused, even when he was fighting. Gu Changqing listened to her breathing and knew that she hadn't fallen asleep yet. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth. Did you have something to ask me just now? Yuan Baolin turned her head in disbelief and looked in the direction of the bed. Oh, what did I want to say to you just now? Nanny Zhang interrupted me, so I forgot. Go to sleep, Gu Changqing said. You should also sleep early. Yuan Baolin said. All right, Gu Changqing replied and closed his eyes again. After that, the room fell into silence once more. There were no sounds of cicadas or frogs in the April night, nor was there a cold wind whistling. The entire residence seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. It was so quiet that one could almost hear their own breathing. Of course, with Gu Changqing's hearing, he could still hear Yuan Baolin's breathing. His heart became hotter and hotter from the initial stuffy heat to the heat of his entire body. It wasn't that he hadn't drunk before, but it wasn't like this when he was drunk. Moreover, his alcohol tolerance was very good. Although he had been forced to drink several times tonight, it was still within his tolerance. He shouldn't have this kind of feeling. Could it be because he was in the same room as a woman? When did his self-control become so weak? As the heir of the Marquis's household, old Madame Gu had worried a lot about this grandson of hers. When Gu Changqing was 15 years old, old Madame Gu had already stuffed someone into his room. The old Marquis was worried that he would hurt his body by being too obsessed with this matter at such a young age, so he sent those maidservants away. However, after being in the military for so many years, he had heard a lot of dirty jokes. When he went to war, he had also seen many women, but he had never been like this. Or was there something wrong with the wine tonight? No, everyone drank it. He even drank the hangover soup that his grandfather sent over. Hangover soup. Gu Changqing clenched his fists. He finally understood what was going on. His grandmother was really... Gu Changqing sighed angrily and turned around with his back facing the bed. He tried his best to use this as a psychological cue to isolate Yuan Baolin. He recited a few Buddhist scriptures that little Jing Kong had taught him in his mind and managed to slightly suppress the heat in his body. However, at this moment, Yuan Baolin, who was on the bed, turned over. As an expert, his hearing was very good. He heard Yuan Baolin turn over and kick off the quilt. He heard Yuan Baolin turn over again and tug at her clothes. He heard Yuan Baolin lift the curtain and walk towards him barefooted. Walking towards him, Gu Changqing's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned around to look at her. There were dragon and phoenix candles burning in the room. The candles were not very bright, but they were definitely not dark either. Yuan Baolin came to the table with slight irritation. She was wearing a red undergarment. The lapel of her shirt was slanted by her, revealing her fair neck. Her glossy black hair casually cascaded down her back, making her skin look so white that it was glowing. What's wrong? He asked in a hoarse voice. Yuan Baolin poured a cup of tea. It's so hot. I'm so thirsty. Then, she drank the herbal tea in one gulp. She still wasn't satisfied, so she poured herself another cup. She drank 3 cups in one go, but it was still very hot. It didn't quench her thirst at all. Just as she was about to drink the 4th cup, she was stopped by Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing sat up and looked at her. Don't drink anymore. If you drink anymore, your stomach will explode. Yuan Baolin raised her hand to touch her hot cheeks. But I feel so uncomfortable. Gu Changqing looked at her again. This time, he realized that her condition wasn't right. Her face was abnormally red and her eyes were blurred. Even her breathing became rapid and short. Gu Changqing didn't want to think of the worst, but he still asked, "What did you eat today?" Yuan Baolin's voice gradually became confused. Food and snacks. Gu Changqing sucked in a breath of cold air. The heat that he had suppressed with great difficulty was ignited again by her slightly panting voice. He suppressed the evil fire in his lower abdomen and said in a normal tone, Xiaobao, send it? Yes. Yuan Baolin nodded. The food sent by Gu Xiaobao was definitely fine. He also needed to eat it. Even if someone wanted to do something, it was impossible to drug a child's food. Nothing else? He asked. Yuan Baolin struggled to think. After a while, she said, Oh, before you came back, old madam sent a bowl of lotus seed soup over. Grandmother again. Very good. It was hard for him not to guess the answer. Gu Changqing was good at fighting, but he wasn't old Madame Gu's opponent in matters of the inner courtyard. There is a saying that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. If Gu Changqing thought that old Madame Gu only put all her eggs in one basket, then he was too naive. When it came to matters of the boudoir, it was naturally better for both sides to have a burning passion. Yuan Baolin looked at him with grievance. Gu Changqing, I'm so hot. Gu Changqing's eyelashes trembled. He stood up and went to the door. He opened it and said, Someone come. A nanny on night duty came over with a coat. Air. Gu Changqing ordered, Go get some water. The nanny was shocked. She subconsciously looked at him and blurted out, So fast. How long has it been since the door closed? Air, you can't be so fast. Gu Changqing didn't understand what she meant by fast at first. When he realized what she meant, he choked. No. The prestige of a lifetime was destroyed in an instant. The nanny gave Gu Changqing an I understand look. It was normal that he hadn't eaten meat before. This servant will go get the water. She turned and left. Not long after, the entire kitchen knew that the heir had asked for water. Gu Changqing choked. When she brought over a bucket of hot water, he remembered that he had forgotten to remind her that she wanted cold water. Cold water, ice cubes. Gu Changqing said coldly. The nanny looked at him thoughtfully. His martial arts weren't very good, but he had a lot of tricks. Did you want to add 2 candles? Gu Changqing's face sank. Do you not want to work in the manor anymore? The nanny left with her tail between her legs. Then the entire kitchen knew that the heir's driving skills weren't good enough. Gu Changqing was a general with strong willpower. Cold water and ice cubes were effective for him. However, Yuan Baolin was different. She was a weak girl with poor resistance to drugs. No matter how many ice cubes were placed on her hands, other than feeling uncomfortable from the cold, she didn't feel any relief. She sat in the cold water and looked at Gu Changqing with an aggrieved expression. Gu Changqing turned his face away. He was also suffering from the effects of the drug. He couldn't resist her wet anti-harmony, body temptation anti-harmony. He began to meditate on the mattress on the floor. He chanted Buddhist scriptures, the clear mind mantra, the martial arts mantra. One by one, he removed the thoughts from his mind. Just as he was about to suppress the evil fire with great difficulty, Yuan Baolin called out to Gu Changqing with a choked voice. This directly destroyed half of his reason. Yuan Baolin. He clenched his fists and tried to stop himself from turning around. Don't call me. Don't make any noise. I'm afraid that I won't be able to resist bullying you, Yuan Baolin said with an aggrieved expression. Then what if I let you bully me? Gu Changqing's breathing stopped. Half of his mind was destroyed. He tried to calm down his tone. Yuan Baolin, this isn't what you're thinking. It's the effect of the drug. This drug isn't the kind that you can find outside. The kind of drug is only used to liven things up. The effect isn't that strong. Just bear with it and it'll be over. Yuan Baolin pursed her lips and said, How do you know it's not what I'm thinking? Gu Changqing took a deep breath. Didn't we agree? Yuan Baolin interrupted him with an aggrieved and resentful look. I tricked you, okay? If I didn't say that, would you have married me? Gu Changqing clenched his fists tightly. You've been blinded by the drug. You don't understand what you're saying. Gu Changqing, Yuan Baolin, shut up. How could Yuan Baolin obediently shut up? She whispered, It's okay if you don't come over. Take off your clothes. I'll quench my thirst by looking at plums. Gu Changqing almost stumbled and fell down. Yuan Baolin saw that he was indifferent and couldn't help but snort. Are you the Taoist priest, or am I the Taoist priest? How come you're more pure and simple than me? Gu Changqing, is it because you can't do it? Gu Changqing clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Yuan Baolin's sanity could no longer be maintained here. When she was young, she was sent to the Taoist temple to recuperate because of her weak body. When she grew up, she looked like a normal person, but in fact, she was still a little weak. For ordinary people, the soup that livened things up was a tiger wolf medicine for her. Her vision turned black, and she powerlessly slipped into the water. Gu Changqing felt that something was wrong with the sound. Yuan Baolin, Yuan Baolin, Yuan Baolin. He shouted 3 times, but there was no response. He hurriedly turned his head, but all he saw was a bare wooden barrel. He stood up with a swish and walked to the side of the wooden barrel in 3 steps, and scooped up Yuan Baolin, who had sunk into the water. Yuan Baolin, Yuan Baolin. Seeing that she didn't respond, he frowned and carried her out. Her slender and a soft body fell into his arms. Even though it was ice cold, his arm was burning hot. Her wet clothes stuck to her body, outlining her beautiful and charming figure. Her fragrance seeped into his nostrils, and Gu Changqing couldn't breathe properly. Yuan Baolin slowly opened her eyes and looked at him in a daze. She raised her hand and wrapped it around his neck. Yuan Baolin, you... His words were blocked by Yuan Baolin. Gu Changqing's body stiffened as his last bit of sanity left him. His arms wrapped around her, and he flipped her over so that she was under him. The night was long, but the night of spring was short. Now you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.